for the party, right where my heart is. Songs what I want, come in and say anything go. On the road, cool, ride around with the top down. Nowhere to go to the side that I just ride around. Shit, drug abuse, I'm from a broken heart. Got a bad addiction, I've been drugging hard all month long. I'm in that rape, I got nothing but some residue on me. I'm chasing the chase to the moon. I'm in the trenches with smokers and steppers alone. Some only want sketch too on. Manufacturer, convicted felon, I'm keeping my whip. I'm pouring more blood on that money. Boy, all to the youngin' who feel that these older ones put a dish for him. I ain't got no pee, leave blood inside the streets. Used to watch my cousins inside the sink, now a young nigga walk on me. Taking care of my dog, bring myself for a boss, then gon' take one off, he blink. For a nigga head fake, now sitting there, say young nigga taking off them links. She gon' put her nose on night, shoot 3 doses for the night. Listed by the full of white, I know. Told her that I like it, I like it. These niggas, they talk too much, can't tell what I did, I did. Always been there for you, you don't need to decide. Take it all back to where it started. Life for the party, right where my heart is. Soon's what I want, come in, I'll take anything go. Putting you over them hoes, my money gon' grow. Telling this tax invasion, I ain't discussing business, not over the phone. Meet up, I'm real impatient. Relocate, I'ma switch location. Tell them I need me a spot where it's vacant. Where I'm from, I'm a dead A baby. Never give up, try again like playing. Bitch niggas still hating, the ship still sinking. Titanic watch gon' save my life, they can't get that planking. Yeah, his mind ain't right, he gon' take your life, he armed dangerous. Pain in his eyes, up all night, constant thinking. Tryna take it all back to where it started. Life for the party, right where my heart is. Soon's what I want, come in, I'll take anything go.
Hey, know I'm tone bite, know I'm tone bite, know I'm tone bite. We back, Ratchet Gang. We back with another one. We back with another banger. Let's get the likes up. Look, you might have forgot. Hell, they might have forgot. But you already know it's the king. Too loyal, know I'm tone bite. Ratchet TV. Hey, y'all already know, man. Y'all already know. Get the likes up if you in the building. And if you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Tap that notification bell so you can get the drop whenever I drop. Alright, so boom. Man. We got to talk, Ratchet Gang. We got to chop it up. Look, right about now, we got to get back. And I do mean back into this P. Diddy case. I need everybody in the building to go ahead and double tap that screen. Everybody go ahead and double tap that screen on your way into the live stream. Double tap your screen on the way into the live stream. Salute. All right, man, we got to get things popping off early in the morning, man. We got to get things going early in the morning. So hopefully y'all got your coffee, got your McGriddles. You know what I'm saying? Got your hash browns, your eggs, your bacon, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Get your snacks ready. I know you're at work. Turn your goddamn get your AirPods going. Turn your volume up. It's time to get into this P. Diddy case, man. We gotta chop it up. Hold on. We got to chop it up, gang. There's been a lot going on in this case. And I'm not even going to, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna get right to it, but yesterday, I went live last night. We briefly talked about it last night, but that video is on members only. I just popped out on a late night. And also, before I even get started, Ratchet Gang, I told y'all that I want to go out to New York and cover this case. I told y'all I wanted to go out there and get in that courtroom and get us some on the scenes receipts from this and get us some on the scenes news. I just think it's only right. Now, a lot of people rushed to the fact because they heard Cassie was going to be testifying and Dawn. Some told me to just lay back and watch. And I think that we're at a good striking point right now to get down there and get some of the best news and best coverage that we can get. I think it was a crazy first couple of weeks. Well, this hasn't even been a couple of weeks. The first week and this week is going to be even crazier. So, what I think I know what we're going to do is we're going to get out there at the halfway point and I think at the halfway point is when the best news is going to drop. Somewhere along next week, I think that it's going to be some bigger news than the Cassie and Don situation in the P. Diddy case. I think I think it's going to be some bombshells around next week. So if I'm anticipating right, I think we'll be right on the money and get at a good striking point to get in here and get some of this dope coverage for y'all for this Diddy case. I don't know if y'all want to support that, y'all can. It's going to be an expensive trip for me to take. It's going to be one of the more expensive trips I done took, and this is gonna be straight for work, just like it was back whenever I covered the Alexis Ware case. It's gonna be straight for work. And these are probably gonna be two of the most expensive trips I've had to take since being a journalist. But it's all good, man. We got it. I think we have to do it. I don't think we really have a choice. I think it's something that we definitely got to do as a journalist in this situation. So. Allegedly, and everything I say is alleged, and it's all under the Fair Use Act. And you can see the fair use disclaimer in the description of this video and in the description of all my videos. This is just for entertainment and educational purposes only. This is just to educate my people on what we've been covering over here. Like I said, it's all under the Fair Use Act, and you can see the fair use disclaimer in the description of this video and in the description of all my videos, and everything I say is alleged. Allegedly, y'all. So, where we left off yesterday, we had David James and it can't stop, won't stop. I don't know what in the hell. At a certain point, it was just like a circus, and I just threw my hands up like, what is going? What are we watching here? Is this a Fed case? Is this a love story? Is this a domestic violence case? Is this the humiliation ritual of all time right in front of our eyes? What are we witnessing? Something tells me it's big. I mean, obviously it's big. It's P. Diddy, and we all know a bunch of stuff that we know and we think we know, allegedly. But it's just starting to get to a point where it's like, bro, what? Like, for real, bro, what are they doing? I got no idea what they're doing. I don't think y'all got an idea what they're doing. I don't think nobody got a damn idea what they're doing, but they're doing something. They said, what about those tunnels? Washed under that's just washed away. We're never gonna talk about that. The underground tunnels, we won't get to even hear about that, because if you pay attention, look what they doing to Diddy. They wouldn't dare have done this to Epstein. They would not have dared even look his direction and bring up the dirt that was around his name. They got him the fuck up out of here. Nobody speaks on that. You can't even talk about that. Do not mention that. We don't want to talk about it. Well, I ain't saying we. I'm just saying that's how they looking at it. They looking like we don't want to talk about this. You go talk about P. Diddy. You can talk about this. But you bet not dare sweep around that island over there. You bet not sweep around that island to try to figure out what the fuck was going on over there. They don't speak on that. So they said they got blew up. Yeah, it's a lot going on in this situation, man. It's going to be a lot going on in this situation. So I think that, like I said, what do y'all think, man? Do y'all think we should go out there and cover this case? If so, you already know, man, support the channel. And you know what I'm saying? Well, Big Ratchet going to make it happen. But if you do support the movement, you know what I'm saying? Support the movement. Other than that, just double tap that screen and get the likes up as you come into the live. Now, let's ask this. Who is doing a better job on this trial? Is it the pros, which is the prosecutor, obviously, or the defense? Let me know in the chat. Who is doing the best, they best work right now? Who do y'all think is doing their best work? Before we even get started on this live, who is doing the better job on this trial, the defense or the prosecutors? Who do y'all think? Now, you know how we about to go give our update early morning. It's on the early morning tip, so we gotta see what's going on in that courtroom as we speak. And we know we got David James up there. They got started about an hour ago now, 45 minutes ago. So they got started about 45 minutes ago. So we haven't really missed anything. That's why I pop out around this time. It's like right around a good striking point to get in there and get started with the day. But like I said, moving forward, next week, we want to be out there in the press. We want to actually be out there on the scenes. We want to be out there we got to move around and go do something with this Diddy case. I think it's at a good point where it's going to be at a frenzy next week. It's going to be a lot of bombshells dropped next week. I think something big happens next week. If I'm anticipating it correctly, I was right. First week was going to be a shit show. Second week is going to be up and down, but I think by the end of this week, they're picking it up slowly. This is like a TV show. They want everybody invested into this. I think it's kind of like how your first TV show started out. The first couple weeks, be like, then that third episode hits you. Like, hold on, wait, what? The first episode might give you a little, you know what I'm saying, spiciness. The second episode, real dry, because they're catching you back up on the story. And then that third episode, when something big just happens. Something big always goes on in that third episode. So if I'm anticipating this correctly, I think early next week, late this week, they're going to leave us on a cliffhanger. Early next week, they're going to be with the shit. So I asked everybody in the chat, who is doing a better job on this trial? The prosecutors or the defense? 77% say the defense, 23% say the prosecutors. All right, well, I said, I'm praying that the prosecution has some other witness that are heavy hitters that will shut the defense down. But as far as right now, it's not looking great for the AUSA. And that's decked out hair saying that. You know, she been heavy team, you know what I'm saying, undiddy. She don't like Diddy. And you could tell she want Diddy up out of there. But that's somebody that's unbiased, though. Just because she don't fuck with Diddy or she was going against him and she want him locked up, at least I think you do. I'm just putting words in your mouth. I don't really know how she feel. I'm just gauging off of the conversation and how I kind of see her talk in the chat. She's went from being someone who like, man, this shit is done. We'll just wait till the prosecution do their job. Hey, don't even worry about it. We got it. Not we, but she probably like, they got it. Don't worry about it. I see where they're going. It's this, it's that. Now she like, I don't know, fam. This shit ain't looking good. But that's somebody who could look at it from an unbiased opinion. It don't really matter what you think about it. It don't matter who the fuck are we. We don't matter in this. It don't matter about my personal feelings or your personal feelings. All we know is we looking at what's right in front of us, and it ain't looking good for the prosecution team if we being honest. That's only if we being honest, though. All right? All right, so that's only if we being honest. Okay, so today you can see more of my screen. The way I did it today, you can see more of my screen. So we only missing a little portion. So that looks a lot better. That looks a lot better. Okay, I fixed it today. So, all right, cool. So as we get into it today, before jurors come, this is before the jurors came in, and this is day number 7, y'all. This is day number 7. So we've already went through 6 days of trial. This is day number 7. Day number 7 before the jury comes in. Agniflio says, we oppose David James testifying about the incident with Suge Knight. He's going to mention D-Rock, say he was a friend of Biggie Smalls. That's decades ago, not relevant. Judge, seems you are previewing your cross. And it says, witness personnel assistant David James takes the stand. The judge tells the David James personal assistant, welcome back. David James, the personal assistant, he comes back into the courtroom and they say, welcome, good morning, welcome back. So the courtroom deputy says, we are missing 4 jurors. It may be the subways. Okay, jurors have, so they arrived in there. AUSA Slavic says, and that was 35 minutes ago, and then it came back 18 minutes ago. And then the AUSA Slavic says, what about physical evidence between Mr. Combs and Cassie? Did you personally observe it? David James says, no, I did not. AUSA says, do you remember a blog post? David James says, yes. I was in LA when he came back from the club. AUSA Slavic says, hold on, we got a donation. My bad. Salute for the donation. Get the likes up. Salute to the certified one. It says, thank you for all you do, Ratchet. Get the likes up. Salute to you. I appreciate you. Salute. We can see on my screen. We following along. Okay, so we can see all the way up until that point. All right, so we good. Okay. AUSA says, what did Mr. Combs say? David James says that someone was lying on him, saying he hit Cassie at the club. He went through my browser history. No one had ever done that to me. And this is David James. This is Mr. Can't Stop, Won't Stop. So David James says Diddy went through his browser history and ain't nobody ever done that to him before. And this is the first time. And then AUSA says, did Mr. Combs give you instructions about Cassie? David James says to bring her food at the London hotel. Some Roscoe's. AUSA says, what is Roscoe's? David James says, some delicious fried chicken in Los Angeles. Man, what in the hell is going on over here? What is Roscoe's? Delicious fried chicken in Los Angeles. So they over here talking about Roscoe's. I'm waiting to get to the Rico. They talking about Roscoe's. Meanwhile, I'm sitting over here ready for the Rico. What the hell is going on over here? So wonder if if Diddy is a trustee. Diddy is probably on lockdown up in that motherfucker. How can people still buy tickets to go see Usher knowing what was going? Yeah, I don't know, man. Usher is kind of weird. They said this is all a damn joke. They said chicken and waffles. Said I'm sorry, these things happen to Cassie, but Raffic kids have no choice, and no one is going hard for them. Exactly. They going harder for Cassie than they is for the kids. Let's just keep that a big buck, allegedly. All right, so they over here talking about Roscoe's, and he telling them some fried chicken in Los Angeles. Thank you, Decked Out Hair, for the 5-piece. It says, I'm team facts and evidence. I loved Combs' music. It was my childhood, but I must say unbiased. Exactly, Decked Out. Salute to you. I appreciate you for your unbiased ears. All right, so what did Mr. Combs do for, what did you do for Mr. Combs in New York? David James says, I'd bring him applesauce, Jell-O, Fiji water, his toiletry bag with ointments, just for men. We bought 40 items so he would call us later. I'd get a key at the Trump International. Fam, what in the hell is they talking about? Like, just be serious. Let's all be serious for 1 second. What the fuck? What is this? What is the government doing right now? I don't know. I have no idea where they going with any of this shit. It's just like, this nigga said I bought him applesauce, jelly. You could have said anything. You could say I brought him chicken and waffles. We're speaking of Roscoe's. I brought him chicken and what? You might as well make it as a comedy show at this point. Shit. Speaking of Roscoe's, I used to bring him my personal chicken and waffles. But this nigga said I'd bring him applesauce, Jell-O, Fiji water, his toiletry bag with ointments, just for men. We bought 40 items so he wouldn't call us later. I'd get a key like at the Trump International, whatever the fuck this shit was called. David James says, I'd set up the medicine bag in the personal LV bag. AUSA Slavic says, what was in it? David James says, a Viagra, ecstasy, Percocets. I think the perks. Yeah, it says perks. Okay, so AUSA says, how did you go to replenishing these supplies? David James says, I'd use my personal credit card. Bad boy paid me back. AUSA Slavic says, who paid you back? David James says, usually bonds. AUSA says, did Mr. Combs ever stay alone in a hotel? David James says, never. Usually Cassie, sometimes other women. AUSA says, did he ask you for things during a stay? David James says, he texted me for an iPod or some food. AUSA says, did anything strange ever happen? Mr. David James says, yes. In Miami, he asked for an iPad from his house on Star Island. I drove to the hotel and knocked. No answer. I had the key. I set up the room. AUSA says, what did you see? David James says, Cassie on the bed. David James says, there was an other person who sort of scurried away. Who the fuck? Let's be honest for a second. Who the fuck ever used scurried in a... I know I was chilling, but I scurried away. Fam, this is Am I the only person noticing? Bro, y'all coaching the fuck out these people. That nigga said, I seen another person, but they kind of scurried away. Like, the fuck is scurried? I mean, we know what it is, but who talks like that? They ran away. This nigga said they scurried away. What in the hell is going on, fam? This dude said they didn't scurried away. Not just for men. He said, I can't. This the same dude who said can't stop, won't stop. Man, this dude is out of control at this point. This dude has to be stopped. This David James has to be stopped. Scurried away. Tell me why I envisioned was Gollum. Yeah, so he talking like he in the Lord of the Rings and shit. I'm sorry, master, but they scurried away down the down the way. They scurried. I thought I had him, but they scurried. Get your weird man. Get this dude the hell up out of here. They said there was another person who sort of scurried away, and the shower was on. I thought Mr. Combs was in there. David James, AUSA says, how was she sleeping? David James says, on her back. Combs Agniflio says, objection. Judge says, sustained. AUSA says, what about the other person? David James, he was about 5'8", with long hair and a large endowment. I know you didn't just say this dude was packing. I know get David James the hell out. What the hell? David James said, oh, and he was packing, by the way. I remember that. David James, I was looking right at, what the, David, bro, somebody got to get David. But this dude said this dude had a large endowment. He said he was about 5'8", with long hair and a large endowment. He scurried away. AUSA says, did you ask anything? David James says, I wasn't hired to talk about their personal affairs. AUSA Slavic says, did you ever pick up drugs for Mr. Combs? David James says, yes, Percocets at a pharmacy, sometimes in my name. AUSA says, did you give him permission to use your name? David James says, I don't recall that. If he gave him permission, it changes things. So they don't want him to admit that he gave him permission. You know damn well you gave him permission. And if I'm thinking right, I'm thinking the defense team is going to ask you this because they're going to have proof that you knew about this. And you're going to say, I don't recall. Or I said that? Who? What? Oh, I don't recall that. Can't recall. So he said he didn't get paid to be in their personal affairs. And then they said, did you ever pick up drugs from Mr. Combs? He says, yes, Percocets at a pharmacy, sometimes in my name. AUSA says, did you give him permission to use your name? David James says, I don't recall that. AUSA says, was there a drug dealer? And David James says, yes, one stop. So David James says, yes, there was a drug dealer and his name was One Stop. AUSA Slavic says, he met with a lot of people. David James says, yes, even former presidents. AUSA Slavic says, which one? David James says, former President Obama. AUSA says, what was your understanding would have happened if you hadn't done these things? Combs says, objection. Combs' lawyer says, objection. Sustained. AUSA Slavic says, did you ever take ecstasy? David James says, yes, I was drinking Ciroc. I took ecstasy. I was Diddy bopping. Man, get this dude. I swear, bro, this dude playing. This dude up there, this nigga said I was Diddy bopping. Who is this dude? David James has to be stopped. Man, David James has to be stopped at this point. This dude is a whole comedian. This dude said, I took ecstasy and I was Diddy bopping. Man, this dude is... Bro, they just playing in our face at this point. I swear, everybody just sitting here playing in our face at this point. I really can't make this up. This dude said he was taking E and he was Diddy bopping to the shit. What do y'all think at this point, y'all? Are they playing with us? Yeah, take that. This dude said I was in that club. I was Diddy bopping, bro. I was doing my best Diddy bop. Yeah, I was good. I was gone, boy. I was geeked up in this motherfucker. This dude said he got the job by saying can't stop, won't stop. Now he over there Diddy bopping in the club to some ecstasy. Man, this dude, David James ain't shit. To get him off the stand in real life, he done brought President Obama This dude, I can't wait to see how his testimony ends. Anyway, he says, I was drinking Ciroc. I took ecstasy. I was Diddy bopping. AUSA says, what do you mean? David James says, I was vibing. AUSA says, did you... I think P. Diddy probably laughing at this shit listening to this. This P. Diddy, let me find out you did your best work to throw this whole case. AUSA says, did you speak with Mr. Combs about it? David James says, he was reviewing footage of the party. David James says, we had a videographer who filmed parties. He asked me, hey, Playboy. Hey, Playboy, was that you dancing around at the party? I said, yes. And he said, I'm going to keep the video in case I ever need it. AUSA says, meaning? David James says, did I be embarrassed? AUSA Slavic says, what? Hold on, what? They had a videographer that filmed the parties, and he asked me, hey, Playboy, was that you dancing around at the party? And I said, yes. And he said, I'm going to keep the video in case I ever need it. Okay, I'm going to be honest. This sounds made up. So you was dancing, you was Diddy bopping at a party, and he said to you, hey, Playboy, was that you dancing around at the party? And you said, yes. And he said, I'm going to keep that video in case I ever need it, meaning that you'd be embarrassed. I don't even see how the fuck they even allowing this shit in court at this point. AUSA Slavic says, did anything ever go missing? David James says, they said a bracelet was missing. Uncle Polly came to my hotel room and searched my belongings and those of my girlfriend at the time. AUSA says, could you have said no? Agniflio says, objection. The judge says, move on. AUSA says, did you ever have a lie detector test? Did you ever take a lie detector test? David James says, yes. AUSA says, who was present? David James says, just me and this gentleman. It was very intimidating. They put monitors on my head, my chest, and my hand. AUSA says, could you refuse? David James says, not to keep my job. AUSA Slavic says, did this happen again? David James says, yes. When Mr. Combs said a watch of his had been stolen. AUSA says, what was the result? David James says, the gentleman told me I seemed nervous. I said, I sure am. David James says, once Capricorn Clark had to take a lie detector test to prove that she wasn't part of the heist of Mr. Combs' jewelry. AUSA Slavic says, was there an incident at Mel's Diner with Suge Knight? David James says, yes. I drove the Silver Navigator to get cheeseburgers there. So now they on the way to get cheeseburgers. You can't make this shit up. Capricorn Clark is Lauren London's sister. So he said Capricorn Clark, who is Lauren London's sister, had to take a lie detector test to prove she wasn't part of the heist of Mr. Combs' jewelry. And now they bringing in Suge Knight. And in comes Suge Knight. Let's finally start this RICO. Let's finally start this RICO at this point. Let's start this RICO, because this is where they finna be able to possibly start tying some shit, even though it still sounds like word of mouth and there has been no receipts present. What are y'all thinking, man? Can everybody do me a favor and double tap the screen as you come into the live? Can everybody double tap that screen as you come into the live, please and thank you? Double tap the screen, double tap the screen, double tap the screen. I need everybody in the building to go ahead and double tap that screen, please and thank you, please and thank you. So Capricorn Clark is Lauren London's sister. But what that got to do with anything, sir? They said they really need to get him off the stand, y'all. He really snitching. This dude, he finna give it up. I don't know what he got going on, but he definitely sound like he about to give it up. No Diddy. He about to give it all up. All right. So it says, he said he went to go get he drove the Silver Navigator to get cheeseburgers there. I was gonna say cheesecake, thinking about this Diddy shit. David James says, D-Rock said, that's motherfucking Suge Knight. He went over and said, what's up? Suge didn't recognize him. D-Rock said, I'm Biggie's boy. AUSA Slavic says, what happened next? David James says, we noticed 4 black SUVs to different sides of the parking lot. David James says, I saw someone hand Suge Knight a gun. D-Rock said, we got to get out of here. We drove back to the house. AUSA Slavic says, what did you find there? David James says Cassie was crying. Mr. Combs got in the vehicle. I saw 3 guns on his lap. This motherfucker on the stand freestyling. This motherfucker on the stand freestyling at this point. It's like he just said the same thing Cassie said just for face value. That's what I'm thinking. He just saying the same thing Cassie said for face value, because Cassie was supposed to be in that car with them, or that truck, in the SUV with them, whatever. Cassie was supposed to have been in there. Now he just corroborated Cassie's story by saying, oh, no, she was crying, as if her story is true about, oh, I was crying and I told him don't do anything stupid. No, Cassie, you was in the car with them, the SUV, whatever. You was in the Navigator with these people at this point. What is going on here? That's what I'm saying. No, if you didn't do nothing, Cassie, why you can't tell the truth? Why is your story not adding up to the original story you said? And why is this dude and everybody else seems to like that? It's like the government got together and started piecing parts of everybody's story together just to try to make some connection here. I don't know, bro. This is giving weird ass energy. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping though. All right. David James says, I felt calm because we'd been in a silver vehicle, now a black one. They wouldn't see us coming. He said he felt calm because we'd been in a silver vehicle, now a black one. They wouldn't see us coming. AUSA Slavic says, what did you find at Mills Diner? David James says, Suge Knight had left. Mr. Combs says, drive around the block. Rick James could see this man is lying. Rick James could see this. At this point, Rick James could see this man is full of shit. Do y'all believe this dude so far? So far with this testimony that he's giving, what are y'all thinking about this? Can y'all tell me in the chat what the hell y'all think? What do y'all think, man? They said registered guns. Said, can anyone drop Tupac's name in court just because for no particular reason? But yeah, somebody needs to say Pac. Somebody needs to say Pac. AUSA Slavic says, what did you decide? David James says, to leave the company. They offered me other positions, but I just wanted to leave. My life was at risk. AUSA Slavic says, no further questions. Mr. Agniflio? You didn't tell all this the first time. I told you. They finna body this dude. I don't know who the fuck told David James to get up here and tell that bullshit story, but the defense team, to me, I would think, the defense team is going to catch another body and they finna get rid of this dude with facts. I think that they just got up there again. And this is my position. And the reason why I keep saying the government has no case. Hold on, man. Let me type that. The feds do not seem to have a case right now. The feds do not seem to have a case right now. And I'm going to tell you why I say that. Because everything that they have alleged is true. They haven't proved nothing. The only thing they can prove is the Cassie video. If it wasn't for that video, just be honest. We wouldn't know any of these stories to be true or false. But if we never seen that Cassie video, we probably wouldn't even believe he did that at this point. We would just be able to say, y'all both some freaks and weird. And he probably did do a few things because he admitted to some of the abuse and shit like that. So, but without the Cassie tape, we wouldn't look at this like we do. The only reason why people are so big on Diddy as a monster is because of the tape. They drilled that tape. They keep replaying it in everybody's heads. And it's a lot of women who went through the shit. So it makes them look horrible, just bad. The tape is horrible. But let's just be honest and say, outside of that tape, they really got nothing. That's why they keep going back to the domestic violence and keep going back to Cassie. They just keep going back to this shit because I don't think that they have a case. But again, I could be wrong. What y'all think in the chat? Double tap the screen to get the likes up. Double tap the screen to get the likes up. We only got 292 likes. That's BS. But we got 267 votes on the poll, with 67% saying the defense is doing a better job and 34% saying the prosecutors are doing a better job. Let me know in the chat who is doing a better job in this situation. What do y'all think? Hey, y'all better like my damn shit. We're gonna keep on getting on these people nerves on Twitter today. But we just getting started. Like I said, as we speaking right now, I don't really think it's gonna be too many people who don't agree with the stuff I'm saying, because if you are paying attention to the case, the prosecutors keep getting up there and giving people eyewitnesses, but all they got is their eyes and their mouth to tell us. All they can tell us is what they seen, or their ears. They tell us what they heard. To me, that is hearsay. I can't prove what you're saying. Just because you're telling me I was an eyewitness and I seen Suge Knight there, I hear what you're saying, but you ain't got a text message that ever says after the fact or before the fact. So everything that y'all got with Diddy happened face to face, and y'all never recorded it. You don't got an account for it. It's just, we just got to take your word for it. David James, you don't seem very credible. You up there saying a whole bunch of BS. I half-ass believe anything you saying. I'm gonna be real. You probably one of the worst witnesses they done brought up there. I thought it couldn't get no worse than Don. You just got up there and I don't know, but get him the fuck up out of there. He gonna be up out of there before the first break. They finna get him up out of there so damn fast. So Diddy's former assistant is now on the stand testifying against him. We are covering that. My screen is depicting that, but I'm gonna let you cook. I don't think the feds got a case. They said Diddy has a trump card he ain't played yet. I know the jurors are shocked right now. They need to get David off of the stand. Yeah, David James has to. Yeah, he's a plant. But I'm serious, y'all. Am I tripping by thinking? Is it possible? Let me ask this: is it possible that they are throwing this case so Diddy can walk? Is it possible that they're throwing this case so Diddy can walk? Y'all let me know in the chat. Is it possible they are throwing this case so Diddy can walk right up out that damn court? Because right now it's given. I don't know what nobody's doing. I've never seen the feds look this bad. Like, I've never looked over federal transcripts and seen it look this bad. They said RICO means government has no case. They say, I wonder if Farnsworth is not going to be there. They said, it seems like it. They said, no, they have evidence, I'm sure. They said, bro, you could get the pic of Diddy and Obama. I agree with you. I got the video of Diddy and Obama. I got it somewhere. I had to pull it up. Hold on. I think I got it. Let me see. Nah, I don't. I had to pull it up. I thought I had it in my receipt folder right there. I could have sworn I was looking at that the other night, but maybe not. I could be tripping. All right. So they came back. Let's see what they said. He said, "What did you decide?" Or said to leave the. Oh no, they didn't got no. Oh yeah, they do got that. He said, "What did you decide to leave the company? They offered me other positions, but I just wanted to leave. My life was at risk." AUSA Slavic says no further questions, and Agniflio says, they said, Mr. Agniflio, the judge said, Mr. Agniflio says, you didn't tell all this the first time. David James says, they told me to stop, to not say anything that would incriminate me. Agniflio says, look at the notes from your interview. Read it to yourself, then look up at me. David James says, okay. Agniflio says, how did you recognize Suge Knight? David James says, I listen to hip hop. Agniflio says, were you drinking or smoking pot? David James says, no, sir. Agniflio says, your mind was clear? David James says, as clear as it could be. Working 20 hours a week at 4 a.m., Agniflio says D-Rock opens the door. Suge Knight is a few cars over. David James says, window open. I don't know, y'all. They said a hard witness for the defense, in my opinion. Not sure they can trick him. Defense is about to cook him. Watch. The defense finna cook him. Who y'all think gonna body this? Y'all think the prosecutors got this one, or y'all think the defense? It might be a tough one because he's an alleged eyewitness, but like I said, I still haven't seen proof of the stuff that they're saying. Y'all make sure to follow me on Instagram at The Ratchet TV. My @ is The Ratchet TV, THE Ratchet TV. Make sure y'all follow me on Twitter, man. Make sure y'all are following your boy on Twitter. All right, it says everyone knows Suge Knight. Dude on the live, someone got caught on camera. Everybody, this dude to my I watch hip hop. Man, boy, get your weird ass the fuck up out of here, dog. Get your weird ass up out of here, fam. All right. Well, he says he wasn't smoking, he wasn't drinking. His mind was as clear as could fucking be at this point. David James says his mind was clear. I don't know what the fuck David James be smoking or what David James got going on, but David James, I don't know how credible of a witness he is. I'm hoping that the prosecution will start fighting now. Well, they asked all their questions, so the prosecution just sitting back and watching the cross. I don't know that they did enough to body this portion of it, because if I was a juror, I ain't convinced of anything right now. He also does drugs, so he isn't gonna say anything that could get him in trouble. So he's what hung around what he says, airhead indeed. They said they're saying Cassie mom and dad are in the courtroom. I don't know Diddy. I didn't know Diddy had a sister. She is in there too. Salute Leash for the 10-piece. I appreciate you. Says in the bushes, Cook King, salute gang. Salute Leash. I appreciate that. Salute. So I don't know, fam. This shit seeming a little bit off to me. Agniflio says, were you drinking or smoking pot? David James says, no, sir. Agniflio says, so your mind was clear? David James says, as clear as it could be, working 20 hours a week at 4 a.m. Agniflio says, D-Rock opened the door. Suge Knight was a few cars over. David James says, window open. David James says, D-Rock says, I'm Biggie's boy. Then Suge recognizes him, gives him a dap. Combs lawyer says, what's a dap? David James says, handshake. Agniflio says, did you leave? Did you leave D-Rock at the diner? Why are you smiling? David James says, because that's a crazy question. Why would I? Where the fuck is this going? He said, did you leave D-Rock at the diner? And why are you smiling? That nigga said, why are you smiling? Hold on, man. What the fuck is you see something funny? So he reminds me of an ex-TMZ employee. Yeah, David James on the stand acting real weird. This dude, he been cracking little jokes. He over there laughing. He thinks shit funny. Said, because you got no case, Agniflio. We are all laughing at you. So I bet the defense wants to drug test this guy. A total disaster for the defense. They said, David's a smart ass. This witness is hilarious, though. I ain't gonna lie. This dude is a comedian. Horrible defense. Trash. Life on the line. Guns all out. Like, be for real. Said, why are you smiling? Okay, defense don't got shit on him. So they thinking that this dude finna cook the defense. They think this dude is finna cook the defense. What y'all think, man? If y'all think that the defense is going to win this case, drop the caps. If you think the defense is win this case, drop the gems. If you think the defense is gonna lose, drop the caps. So they says, didn't you leave D-Rock at the diner? This is what Agniflio says. David James says, that makes no sense. Agniflio says, I'm not asking what makes sense. I'm asking you, did you? David James says, no. Agniflio says, you saw Cassie and Mr. Combs? David James says, yes, Mr. Combs told me to drive. I'm trying to see where they going with it. It's like they got something on this dude, but they're not letting it out yet. He keeps saying you left D-Rock at the diner. And he's like, and he keeps asking the question as if he knows the answer to it. You know what I'm saying? This lawyer, Agniflio, he's asking this question as if he already knows the answer to it. He's saying, didn't you leave him there? Just answer the question, did you? And it's like he wants him to say yes or no so he can catch him up in some shit. Maybe. I don't know. I would only guess. I'm not a I'm not a defense attorney, so I don't know what the fuck his mind frame is. I'm just wondering, does he got something up his sleeve to the point where he keeps on referring to "Did you leave D-Rock at the diner?" like as if he gonna pull out a receipt saying he left him at the diner. I feel like the defense gonna catch him up like they did Don and Carrie. Yeah, I think they're going real slow with him. Defense is taking it slow with him. It's coming. I think it's coming. I think it's well on this. I think it's on its way. Whatever they got for him, I think it's on its way. I could be wrong though. The defense might get cooked because the defense. This is real weird what they're doing right here. But I like to think, nigga, y'all got paid a lot of money. I hope y'all got something with all these people. So we finna see what they got for him. They said this case is moving away from this so-called domestic violence, and most people want it to be. They said David is spicy. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Finally, and if the prosecution is able to pull this off, hey, I commend them because this is gonna be their first break in the case, if you will. If the defense can't take this dude down, if they can't break him, it might be over. Well, not over like as in the case. I'm just saying like this portion of it, David James might body the defense. It depends on their strategy right here because this case is not leaning towards the abuse no more. They're not asking him, okay, so what did you witness with Diddy and Cassie? Now they're getting into the criminal aspect of things, the enterprise. Now they're putting D-Rock and saying they was going to go catch bodies and this and that, and I got paid by this dude, and I got paid by this dude, and this person was present, and now you're starting to get to the RICO portion of it. And thank you, finally. I ain't gonna talk shit about the defense all the time. I'm gonna definitely give them their credit when it's due. The prosecutors doing what they supposed to do right now. They bringing it to the RICO. Finally, it took them long enough. Thank you. Let's get to the fucking RICO. They said, I agree. I'm tired of hearing about their sex life only. Yeah, I'm so tired of hearing about Diddy and Cassie. We know they smashed every which way. We know that girl is out there. She loose. We know all this. There ain't nothing in our minds that don't know this. We know. We tired of it though. I speak for everybody in this room when I say we sick and tired of hearing about Cassie and Diddy's sex life. All right, so with that being said, what time is it? It's 9:19. Let's come over here. Let's see. No, that's from yesterday. Give me a second, y'all. Here you go. Boom. And that's David James. Lord have mercy. I know you lying. That's David James right there. So this is David James, y'all. Hold on. Let me move this over. This is David James. Hold on. This is David James, y'all. This is David fucking James. I know you fucking lying. That's David James, y'all. This is the dude. This is the dude with all this damn sassiness. I'm wondering, is he a little whoop-de-whoop? You know what I'm saying? He seemed like he kind of whoop-de-whoop. They said, yep, the jury believe his ass. I think the jury definitely probably believe his ass. I think he might be winning right now. They said he's sweating. And that dude up there fake crying. Dude, I don't know what this dude got going on. They said, oh, heck, nah, David James look high right now. Sassy as fuck. Yeah, he definitely sassy, and he on dope. I mean, I ain't saying it is or ain't meth, but he definitely on some dope. They said, this the one. Yeah, it's talking about he was Diddy bopping. Yeah, this dude is a whole clown, fam. I don't believe nothing this dude's saying. So this the one that said he was Diddy bopping in the club. This the one that said he was Diddy bopping in the club. So let's go over here. Man, I can't believe these people, though. This is just becoming to be a fucking shit show. Let me move this over a little bit more. Hold on. All right. Let me see. Is it right? Okay, cool. The second week of Sean Diddy Combs' ex-trafficking and racketeering trial continues Tuesday with more government witness expected to take the stand, including Combs' former personal chef, a male escort, and Cassandra Cassie Ventura's mother, Regina Ventura. So Regina Ventura is testifying, y'all. Cassie's mom probably testifying today. Combs' former personal assistant, David James, also resumed his testimony on Monday. James said Ventura told him she couldn't get out of her relationship with Mr. Combs. He oversees so much of my life. Another government witness, Ventura's former best friend, Carrie Morgan, painted a similar picture of Combs' tight grip on Ventura's life. Last week, Ventura spent 4 days on the stand discussing the drugs and ex-parties known as Freakoffs that are the heart of this case. The 38-year-old singer said she was coerced into participating in events with male prostitutes, usually in hotel rooms in various locations around the world. Combs, 55, is facing 5 criminal counts of ex-trafficking, racketeering, conspiracy, and transportation to engage in prostitution. He pleaded not guilty. Combs' defense says he might have been a bad boyfriend, but he is not guilty of the charges he faces in trial, which is expected to last 8 weeks. The volatile relationship between Combs and Ventura, they have argued, was characterized by jealousy and violence on both sides. Sean Combs had 3 handguns on his lap when he ordered members of his entourage to go to Mel's Diner in Los Angeles early one morning to confront a rival record mogul, Suge Knight. Former assistant David James testified Tuesday. Combs demanded that James drive to the restaurant around 4 a.m. and circle the block after they failed to spot Suge Knight's Cadillac Escalade in the parking lot, the witness said. I remember thinking, there's 3 guns and there's 3 people in this car, James testified. David James, describing the prep he would do for Sean Combs' hotel rooms, said he was reimbursed by Bad Boy Entertainment for expenses such as medicine and snacks. But for certain supplies, the former personal assistant said, such as baby oil, Astroglide, and condoms, he was told he would be reimbursed by Combs' security staff, who would pay him in cash out of Combs' Louis Vuitton bag. Personal assistant describes hotel supplies. Sean Combs would have hotel rooms stocked with 40 kinds of skincare products, a Jordan brand sweatsuit, applesauce, along with an assortment of drugs, baby oil, lubricant, his former personal assistant David James said. David James described in detail Tuesday morning how he would prep the hotel rooms Combs stayed in. There were personal items, fresh underwear, socks, slides, and iPads, along with various snacks including applesauce, Jell-O, and Fiji water. There was a toiletry bag stocked with 40 different cosmetic products, which James said would set up the bathroom counter for Combs. There was also, he said, a medicine bag stocked with 35 to 40 different pill bottles, some unmarked. He recalled seeing Advil, Tylenol, water pills to lose weight, Viagra, and meds to increase his sperm count, as well as Percocet and ecstasy. There was also a personal Louis Vuitton bag that James said Combs security would carry. Depending on the date, James said it sometimes held $10,000 or more in cash. Pictures of the bag were shown to the jury last week. It was seized by Homeland Security when agents raided Combs' hotel room in New York in September, shortly after he was arrested. That's big. That's big right there. Sean Diddy Combs traveled with a large supply of prescription and illegal drugs, including pills that were stamped with President Barack Obama's face on them. His former assistant, David James, testified, what in the fuck? What in the... This trial is a circus at this point. It says, you're doing a great job. Salute Mods and Ratchet Family. Salute to you, Reese Cup, for that 20-piece. I appreciate you. Salute, salute, salute. Yeah, they said Sean Combs traveled with a large supply of prescription and illegal drugs, including pills that were stamped with the President Barack Obama's face on them, his former assistant David James testified. So he testified that did Barack have his own brand of drugs? Did Barack have his own pill out there floating around in the industry behind the scenes, and this is getting exposed in court? Obama was tweaking like T.D. Jakes. I'm just wondering, he had applesauce and Jell-O and Fiji water. What is going on here? David James said Sean Combs' former personal assistant told the court Monday afternoon that he would often work 6 or 7 days a week, sometimes 20 hours a day, sometimes for weeks on end. He recounted that while interviewing for the job, he was told by the HR executive at Bad Boy Entertainment, "This is Combs' kingdom. We are all here to serve it." Prosecutors have said that they hope to use James' ongoing testimony to help establish their racketeering charge, essentially that Combs used an organization of people to facilitate his alleged abuses. So they trying to connect the dots with this dude's testimony on that RICO. That's what they trying to do. They're trying to connect the dots on this RICO using him. What do you think? You think they're doing a good job right now? They definitely is painting a damn picture with this dude's testimony. Can't deny that. They painting a picture with his testimony. All right, so let's continue. And it says, you saw Cassie and Mr. Combs? He says, "Yes, Mr. Combs told me to drive." Agniflio says, "You don't know where Mr. Combs got the guns, do you?" David James says, "I didn't know. I didn't know we had guns until then." You never knew that. This is a damn near a billionaire. You never knew that he had a gun. Okay. It says, Agniflio says, "Have you ever been in a situation like that?" David James says, "No." Agniflio says, "You didn't say, 'I don't want to drive to Suge Knight with guns'?" He said, "No." Agniflio says, what exactly did you do before you got this? Yeah, I guess they meant, what exactly did you do before you got this job? David James says, "I was a door-to-door salesman, then a personal assistant." Agniflio says, "Now you were going with guns to confront someone?" David James says, "It was not ideal." Agniflio says, "You knew how to get to Mel's Diner, right?" David James says, "I frequent there all the time." Agniflio says, "You've never seen guns before, right?" David James says, "No." Agniflio said, "This is a radical departure from your job description. Is that an understatement?" David James says, "It's the understatement of the day so far." That nigga said, "It's the understatement of the day so far." Agniflio says, "Do you have immunity?" David James says, "Ask my lawyer. I have some kind of offer agreement." And then Agniflio says, "Proffer?" Agniflio says, You didn't tell anyone about this?" David James says, "Only my wife." Agniflio says, "Did you meet with the government this morning?" David James says, "Yes, briefly, about what might come up in Cross." Agniflio says, "Did the Mel's Diner incident come up?" David James says, "Not that I recall." Agniflio says, "It's this morning. What did you talk about?" David James says, "Your style." Someone laughs. Agniflio says, "I'm dying to ask what they said, but I won't." Man. They got this dude. Agniflio got him. Let him cook. He's slow roasting him. He got him. Because what happened was David James, in exchange for his testimony, got a proffer. You get up here and do whatever the fuck you want to do. You get to be Keefe D for the day. You get the Keefe D for the day. You're a queen for the day. Do whatever you want up here. This is your day in court. Do whatever. You're not going down for nothing you say on that stand will be used against you. Just go with our story. Admit to some of your wrongdoing or what you've seen. You can put yourself in the mix of this shit. Tell the story and put yourself into it, that you was there when all this happened, whatever. Make it look like you didn't want to do this and it was against your will. You fix your story to fit our narrative and we'll give you a deal. That's what I believe we're looking at. That's what I believe we're looking at right now. Man. Something is going on here. They said, "This is crazy. I never saw guns. That's important." Exactly. They say what's crazy is even if you have immunity or a proffer deal and you get on the stand thinking you can say whatever, they can come back with the fact of the charge with whatever. Yeah, you see how they did Keefe, but Keefe did it after the fact. If Keefe would have just shut up, Keefe would have been okay. So this is about that deal he took. This got something to do with that deal he took. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but they definitely met up with this dude this morning. It's like Diddy's team knows that they keep meeting up with these people behind the scenes and changing the narrative up. Diddy's team can see exactly what's going on. They like, bruh, y'all keep meeting. Every time y'all meet with somebody, their story just gets a little bit different. Every time y'all meet up with somebody, the story just starts to get a tad bit different. Why are y'all flipping all of these witnesses? It seems like Diddy might have flipped some witnesses and the government might have flipped some witnesses. As much as we think Diddy is behind the scenes making people not disappear in the sense of bad things happening to him, but maybe paying some people some money to get them the hell up out the way, and their testimony never comes to light. It seems to me as the government is flipping people in their favor. Hey, look, you get up here and say this, and you can walk away. We just want him. So, David, get up there and do not make us look stupid. You go out there and fix this shit. You put Diddy all in the line of fire. We need you to say this. We need you to say that. You go with that, you got a deal. If you get up here and do what we need you to do, you walk away scotch-free, man. You don't. It don't matter what you say. You're queen for the day. All the crimes you admit to, we will not prosecute you for them. You just have to do this the right way. And if you don't, then I can't promise you shit. But if you do exactly what we telling you to do, you walk away from this shit. That's what it sounds like to me. I could be wrong though. That's just what I get from it. That's all I get from it. They say met with the government this morning, but yet doesn't recall if they spoke about Suge Knight incident. Doesn't recall something from this morning? Okay. The government, I said the feds clearly are flipping witnesses. The feds are clearly flipping these people right now. This is, I don't even think this is up for debate at this point. They clearly are flipping these people. Of course they are making deals. Who wants to be caught up in a damn RICO for the role they played in the madness? I don't even know that this dude is credible, and I don't know that he's not credible. I just know what the fuck I'm looking at. They definitely flipped this dude. I don't know. I don't know. This is looking bad for the defense right now because they flipped this dude. So I'm just being honest. I'm covering the shit with an unbiased eye right now, and my mind is definitely not biased. Although I think Diddy is getting lined up, I think he getting this one. This is bad for the defense so far. I don't know that they can get up out of this one. I think that the government didn't have to get up there and prove too much. I think that he, in a juror's mind, I think, if I'm being honest, he looks credible to a juror right now. I think that he seems like he could be credible to a juror right now. If I'm being unbiased, what y'all think? Y'all think that this might be the one that cook Diddy? They said Diddy and the feds flipping money versus resources. I've never seen a case like this. This is a reality show. Salute to you as well. Make sure y'all double tap the screen and get the likes up. And if you can't see the live, all you gotta do is hit the three dots at the top right hand corner and remove the live chat. If you're having any trouble seeing anything, all you gotta do is hit the three dots at the top right hand corner and remove the live chat. Over here somewhere. I'm trying to get my hand on it. Finger. Where is it at? Somewhere over here. Yeah, there you go. Right there. I think. Let's see. Did I got it? I got a delay, so give me a second. I think I got it. Somewhere up in there, y'all. Y'all know what I'm saying. Anyway, look up in the fucking corner. Y'all see it. I was close enough. Fuck it. They said this reminds me of the YSL case. I was trying to get it on the damn three dots, but I keep missing it. It's somewhere up in there. I don't know. I keep missing it because my screen got a delay, so I can't catch it. I missed it again, but it's all good. Fuck it. Y'all get what I'm saying. I think more is going to come out. They just getting started. I'm thinking Ratchet. Oh, yeah, something definitely about to come out of this. You finna see something pop off. You about to see something pop off. Okay, so Agniflio says, I have a few more mundane questions. David James says, I love mundane questions. This dude is just he's trying to be a fucking comedian at this point. Agniflio says, where did you travel with Mr. Combs? David James says, Ibiza, London, Saint Tropez, however you say that, I don't know how to say that. Agniflio says, were these vacations? David James says, business oriented. So David James is being a real funny guy. He's trying to be the next Woody. He wants a fucking podcast deal after this shit. This dude is going to be doing 20 V1s after this case is over with. This dude a whole comedian. Yeah, I just put comic. This dude a whole comic book. This dude right here, man. This dude right here. They said David James trying out for an Illuminati spot. You could tell they flipped him. They said there's going to be another case with this dude. Who you think? You talking about David James? David James got something up his sleeve. David James must have did some shit because I think they caught David James up and scared the living shit out of him. They're like, David James, you know you committed some federal crimes, right? You looking at getting 20 by your damn self. 20? I can't do 20 years in prison. Well, you about to do it. You better flip this damn story on Diddy. All right, this is what I need you to do. You can get a proffer agreement, but you got to, like, because off the shit you did, fam, we could throw you in for 20 right now. You ain't got the money Diddy got. You ain't got these resources. I don't think you can afford a case like this. So what you need to do is go talk about some mundane questions. I love mundane questions. I love mundane questions. This nigga said, jokes aside, David is a little too cocky. Oh, I wish I was a fly on the wall in the courtroom. I know folks are screaming. They said, this guy cracks me up. I'm sure he wrote these trip me off. Yeah, I'm sure he wrote these trips off for business. David cleared. I fear defense sounds like a hot defeated mess. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know that the defense gonna be able to break this dude. I don't know. As we speak right now, the defense can't fuck with David. David might be catching a body right now. I don't know. It's looking bad for the defense. They not getting him. They say, yes, he got popped with something. They say, true, David James said 20 years, but what about a comedy career? He said, I could turn this into a whole comedy, man. Come on, just let me get on the stand and cook. So David was one of the people at the party going in. They said, that's why I said they should have just shut it down and let him get off the stand, because at the point where we don't know what to believe, he looks like a joke. I don't know that he looks like a joke, though. I think that in the juror's mind, they might side with David James, bro. If I'm looking at this, because the defense really, they've showed a lot every time that they've brought a witness to the stand. The defense has kind of shut down a lot of shit, showed a lot of receipts. They haven't brought out no receipts on this dude. So I don't know what this dude had on Diddy, but it seems like this dude might got something on Diddy. He might got, I don't know. We about to see, though. It's looking bad so far. I don't know that they're going to be able to get up out of this one. The defense is lining his goofy ass up. We going to see. It ain't looking good yet. But I don't know if they're going to end this with a bang with this dude or not. But how long ago was this? This was 4 minutes ago. So we still waiting on another update. As we speak right now, yeah, old David James, he got their ass by the hook. He got him on the hook. They said, is this David? Let me find out this David. That's David James, y'all. We got David James in the building. There go David James, y'all. David fucking James. They said, I feel like the defense about to hit him with the uppercut to the jaw. This David, you could tell David a sassy ass dude. I was a juror for a federal case, and this looks weird compared to the case attitude yesterday. Clearly, he is on something. They said he is the Punisher. They said I think he got punished. I think the Punisher might have punished him. They said because at the end of the day, he said he drove Diddy to look for Suge. So what that make him, y'all? He ain't innocent. He said that this was his first time ever being around guns. I'm like, this nigga lying his ass off. Talking about he was Diddy bopping. Man, you ain't never Diddy bopped a day in your life. Get your lying ass on. Talking about he was at the club Diddy bopping. Look at this dude, fam. They flipped this dude. They done flipped this goofy ass dude. It's a time for a break. Yeah, it's about time for a damn break. You know the break is coming. The break is on its way. So after he says it was business oriented, Agniflio says, "What were you hired as?" David James says, "Personal liaison," and it says, "I was a personal assistant." Agniflio says he met a high level he met a high level roster of people. David James says, "Second understatement of the day." Agniflio says, "Why?" David James says he met with the who's who. So this dude is being cocky as hell. Agniflio says it was important that it was important that he be prepared for these meetings, right? David James says yes. Agniflio said it was important that he be on time. David James says no. We change meetings to fit his schedule all the time when he didn't want to show up at a certain time. David is one cocky SOB. David is one cocky motherfucker, dog. I ain't gonna lie. David he's a cocky dude, bro. David definitely think he got this in the bag right now. So I don't know. We seeing David. He ain't ducking no smoke. David ain't out here ducking no smoke. David want every bit of this shit. So David want all the smoke right now. So let's continue to. I don't know, man. What y'all think? What do y'all think about David, man? Is David over here catching a damn body? They said James' testimony is not going to cook Diddy. I just don't see it. No, I'm not saying it's gonna cook Diddy, but what I'm saying is it's cooking the defense. As we speak right now, the defense hasn't really lost too much. I haven't seen the defense really look. The defense, this is probably the worst they've looked so far with any witness. They seem to do a great job with Don. They did a great job with Cassie. They did a great job all around the board so far. It just seemed like this witness, they can't break him. He won't break out of it. They trying, and I don't know. I don't think that this is gonna last too much longer. I think they finna just take the L and be like, fuck it, man. It is what it is. I'm willing to bet he played with the baby oil and Astroglide too. They said David came in guns blazing, sassy with the shit. Caught the defense on their heels lacking. Yeah, the defense got caught lacking on this one. Diddy was definitely doing him. He was the first to fuck up the defense. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. He's the first person that the defense hasn't been able to get to yet. He the first person. They said, is he standing up for his friend Cassie? Seems that way. Seems that way, to be honest. It seems like they done all came in with a story they was going to stick together, and they was finna get Diddy the hell up out of here. So they finna get Diddy the hell up out of here. Said, oh, nice job showing unprofessionalism by the king. Man. They said that's exactly what a crime boss would do. Yeah, they painting him out to be the crime boss they been said he was. They said, let him cook. Yeah, he cooking right now. Can't even lie. I would have died if he replied, loud and wrong. Diddy done, Diddy do. Yeah, this one is a bad one for Diddy. I ain't gonna lie. This was a bad one for the defense. If I'm the defense, I'm finna go ahead and wrap this up. This ain't looking good. I'm gonna just go ahead and wrap this one up and just take my L. I think that there's gonna be more witnesses to come. Shit, you might be able to catch you a couple more bodies. As of right now, you got to think that it's in the prosecution's favor with this one. This was a good one. They pulled a trump card with this one. This ain't no way did he survive 34 charges. They said he is a joke. David James is not really reliable. He's funky high ass. They said guns blazing, but I ain't never seen a gun. Yeah, he definitely coming in with his guns cocked, but he ain't never, you know what I'm saying, held one. So I never held a gun. I don't know I'd never seen one before that day. They said, I heard being cocky was one of the job requirements. Oh, man. Hold on, y'all. Nah, for real. I suppose Diddy case is a whole mess. I don't know what the hell going on. So y'all know I'm doing my little thing on Twitter right now, man. I think it's about time for a break. What is it? Damn near 11 o'clock over there. I think that they might be leaning towards a break. This is getting It's getting a little too spicy for the defense right now. I don't know that the defense even wants to recross this dude. At this point, unless y'all got something on him and you're going to have to drop it quick, I think y'all got to let it go. Because I don't think that they got nothing that's going to catch him up right now. Just my opinion. I don't think that they got nothing that's going to catch him up. All right, so let's get back over here real quick while we waiting. Let's get back over here while we wait. All right. Okay, we good. The defense is suggesting that the Suge Knight incident didn't happen. At least not the way Sean Combs' former personal assistant David James said it did. Defense lawyer Mark Agnifilo asked James if he objected to going with Combs to look for Suge Knight while Combs was allegedly holding 3 handguns. You didn't say a thing? Agnifilo asked James. Respectfully, sir, you have someone there with 3 guns in close proximity. I don't think I had an option to say something, James said. He agreed with Agnifilo that the incident was a radical departure from normal events during his employment with Combs. Former assistant seems to corroborate 2009 Cassie incident. Before talking about Sean Combs' hotel room, former personal assistant David James described a night in 2009 when Combs entered his Los Angeles home in a rage over a blog post on a gossip site. James said he had the day off, but was at Combs' estate working on a research project for his boss, looking up possible tattoos online for Combs. James recalled that Combs arrived in the home the early morning hours after a night of clubbing. Upset over a blog post, Combs beelined straight towards James and looked up the assistant's search history on the computer James had been working on. Combs wanted to see whether James may have written a blog post. A few days later, James was given an assignment to deliver a meal from Roscoe's. They make delicious fried chicken, James elaborated. To Cassie Ventura at the London hotel. Ventura had been there about a week, James said. When he arrived at the hotel, James said he was surprised to see one of Combs' staff answer the door. I was expecting to see Cassie, he said, as the previous times. The event James outlined recalls Ventura's testimony from last week in which she described Combs as brutally assaulting her in a car, and she had visible injuries, Ventura said, and Combs allegedly told her to decamp to the London hotel to recover. Before the trip to the diner, Sean Combs' girlfriend Cassie Ventura was crying and begging him not to leave the Los Angeles home, Ventura previously told the jury, and that she was scared of what Combs would do, and she begged him not to go. David James drove Combs' Lincoln Navigator to the diner, he said. He recalled having a weird sense of calm on the ride, with Combs and a security guard in the vehicle. The former employee testimony may help to support the prosecution's theory that Combs had an army of enforcers who enabled his violent and illegal conduct. I ain't gonna lie, I told y'all this is looking bad for him. Testimony from David James, former personal assistant to Sean Combs, calls to mind similar allegations mentioned in the actual battery lawsuit from Philip Pines, who says he worked as Combs' assistant from December 2019 to December 2021. Pines alleged in his December 2024 lawsuit in California that as part of his job, he was instructed to set up red lights, ice buckets, alcohol, marijuana joints, honey packs for male, baby oil, Astroglide towels, illegal drugs, and power banger sex machines, either in Combs' personal bedroom or in hotel rooms for drug and alcohol-fueled sex parties, Wild King nights. He occasionally was asked to bring extra supplies in the room while the event was happening, Pines alleged in his complaint. After the party was over, he had to clean up, packing up the supplies and removing drugs, condoms, bodily stains that were left behind, he alleged. Combs has denied all sexual assault allegations against him. Man. Wild King Nights. So Wild King Nights. Okay. These Wild King Knights ain't nothing to play with, they say. So these Wild King Knights ain't nothing to play with. All right. Let's get back to it. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got here. All right, so it was important that he be prepared for these meetings, right? That's what Agniflio said. David James says yes. Agniflio says it was important that he be on time. David James says no. We change meetings to fit his schedule all the time when he didn't want to show up at a certain time. Agniflio says he had security because people wanted to touch him, right? David James says yes. In the airport, in McDonald's. Agniflio says, was he gracious? David James says, I don't think gracious is a word I'd use for Sean Combs. Agniflio says, did he sign autographs? He says, no. Man. Are we sure David James is not a black woman? The sass level is on fleek. Nah, big facts. David is with the shits today. David James is with the shits today, man. I ain't gonna lie. This dude is one sassy motherfucker. He ain't playing with the defense. He is on their ass. He is on the defense ass right now. I ain't gonna even lie, man. He putting belt to ass right now. Mr. James saying, I don't think gracious will be a words I use for Sean Combs. Shaking my head, having seen that there was no love between Mr. James and Diddy. I don't see the wisdom of asking Mr. James if Diddy was gracious. And the defense got a bad answer. Question was unnecessary. I agree with that as well. David James with the shits, dog. He ain't playing with the defense at this point. So they say I would immediately say no further questions if I am getting neutralized. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. The way that he body in the defense, they just need to just wrap this one up, man. No further questions, Your Honor. I'm cool. No further questions, Your Honor. Do y'all want to go ahead and go back in, or are we good? Can we get to the next? I want him off the stand at this point because they not coming with nothing. At this point, the defense ain't came with shit, so they got to get him up out of there. They got to get David James the hell on up out of here. What y'all think? Y'all think David James should stay on that stand, or y'all think the defense should go ahead and get rid of him? I said, yeah, why did they ask if he was gracious? That was a stupid question. Exactly. Obviously, he's going to do everything to go against Diddy. Why are y'all, what is this? They said, laugh my ass off, gracious. Yeah, I ain't going to lie. David cooking their ass. David is frying this damn defense team right now. David may single-handedly take the defense down. This dude he a one-man army right now. I think David gonna be a celebrity after this. David is right now the star of the Diddy case is David. The star of this damn Diddy case is David. David fucking James. Why y'all didn't get him blocked from this shit? Cause it's bad for y'all. I ain't gonna lie. This is bad for y'all. I don't see a way up out of this. This nigga said, I don't think that'd be a word I use for Combs. Did he sign autographs? Nope. Why are y'all asking? He's not gonna, let's just keep it a buck. This dude ain't gonna say a nice thing about Diddy. No matter what you do, this nigga they've already said, you're queen for the day. Even if you get caught in perjury, nothing. Just get up there and tell the story. It don't matter what the fuck you say. It don't matter nothing you say will be used against you. Nothing. We will look past everything you say on that stand unless you go against what we're saying. As long as you go within our guidelines of what we want you to say, I don't give a fuck what you do on that stand. You can admit to anything. You can lie. You can do whatever you want to. You just better not fuck up our story. And that seems like the kind of deal that he took. It looks like as long as you don't fuck up what we got going on, you cool. Say whatever you want to, man. Say whatever you want to say. I don't know. What y'all thinking so far, man? Can y'all double tap the screen and get these likes up? Can y'all double tap the screen to get us past 500, man? We should be past 500 likes, man. Everybody in the chat, double tap that screen, man. Everybody in the chat, double tap your screen and get these likes up. We should be way past 500 likes, man. Let's go. They said if they continue to ask these stupid ass questions with no evidence, they need to end his testimony. They said that's cap. Though I've seen videos online where he signed autographs. We know it though, but why are you asking him that? We know he's lying. We obviously know Diddy signed autographs. We know Diddy was gracious to his fans. Diddy was a motherfucker. I mean, to be real, if you watch Making the Band, you already knew Diddy was crazy as hell. You knew Diddy was an asshole. You knew he was very hard to work with. It wasn't hard to see that Diddy was already on a fucked up person. But it's like to the media when it came to like him entertaining and being to his fans, I don't really know that. I haven't seen that side of him outside of that. I think Diddy was gracious to his fans and did show love to people at times. But with people around him in these freak-offs and drug-fueled parties, probably was a different monster. But I think we all could see Diddy was a monster even like on the camera. We could still see that side. I always knew Diddy was a motherfucker. I used to tell people Diddy's a gangster. Y'all got Diddy fucked up. I've been saying that for years. Diddy is a fucking gangster, bro. Diddy was with the shit. Agniflio says, you said he'd stay in the studio until 3 or 4 a.m. and you'd stay with him. David James says, yes, it was common. Agniflio says, what sort of things would you want to always have with him? David James says, ketchup, for example. Man. I said, this motherfucker David James will not be broken. This nigga will not break. He is not going to bend. He is not going to fold, fam. This dude, nothing in him is going to go out. Agniflio says, did you know that he put applesauce on cheeseburgers? David James says, no, but I knew he liked applesauce. Agniflio says he liked Astroglide, condoms, and baby oil, but you didn't expense it through the business? David James says, usually not. Where the fuck is this going? Where the fuck is this going? I'm confused. Okay, what the hell is going on, y'all? I don't know where we going with any of these questions. This is just getting more and more fucking weird at this point. What in the fuck is going on? What did Diddy like to have with him? Ketchup. Well, he liked condoms too and Astroglide, but you didn't expense this through the business? Nope. I picked it up my damn self. I don't know, fam. I don't know where this where is this going at this point, y'all? Can somebody in this building tell me where the fuck is this going? Diddy. I don't know, fam. I don't know. Let's continue to get. Let me go back over here real quick. Let's get back over here real quick. Yeah. Defense counsel Mark Agniflio was fairly aggressive as he cross-examined Sean Combs' former assistant David James about his account of an incident involving Combs' rival Suge Knight. Agniflio's demeanor with James was marked different from his treatment of Carrie Morgan on Monday, when he periodically apologized for asking her questions. The defense clearly did not want the jury to hear James' story. Earlier Tuesday morning, before the jurors entered the courtroom, Agniflio fought to have the testimony barred on the grounds that it was not relevant. The government persuaded the judge to keep the testimony, however, arguing that James' story supports its racketeering charge. So again, as we look up this, James, his testimony's fucking him up. I ain't gonna lie. This is the one right here. Now I see why they didn't want this testimony in court. I see exactly why they didn't want this dude's testimony to stick. It's clear as day why they didn't want it to stick now. I trust me, I understand why y'all don't want this man on their stand. I get it. David James is fucking y'all up. They said David should be, no, he's not charged because they gave him a proffer. They gave him a proffer, so they're not going to charge him with anything. He got a proffer agreement. He got a proffer agreement. Hold on. I said David is the one person connecting the dots, to be honest. I can't lie. I'm not biased. Right now as we speak, David James' testimony is fucking them up. They said David should be charged. He won't be charged. They said James put me to sleep for a little minute, but I'm back now. What I missed? David is the wild card witness. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I can't lie, y'all. David James, this is the one person that the defense didn't want to see. Now I get why they jumped in court. Like, nah, man, we don't want that because they know that this testimony is the one thing that starts showing the racketeering. And if they believe David, more witnesses are going to come with the same account of stories. More witness. So if you don't got receipts to back up anything, you don't got no receipts on David. I can see you got nothing on David. David left you. David wanted to get the fuck away from you. David got some shit on you. David seen some shit. He ain't lying about this Suge Knight thing. I don't think so. I think that David is cooking you. I think David is cooking you. Oops. Yeah, David is cooking y'all right now, man. I ain't gonna even lie about it. This is looking bad, bro. He the one person that's up here connecting these dots, if you want to be real. David is showing that there was a pattern of racketeering. David is showing that this was a criminal enterprise. This was a criminal organization, and these people were enforcers, and Diddy was a crime boss. Diddy was paying for this. Diddy was paying for that. And then you connecting with the Freakoffs, with the Astroglide, with the it's just connecting it's connecting every piece. And the defense there's nothing they could do about it. As much as Diddy paid them, this to be real, there's nothing out of it. The prosecution will come back and ask anything. They didn't expense such purchases through the business. They got nothing, bro. The prosecution don't got nothing for this dude. They say, is the defense on drugs? Baby oil after applesauce on cheeseburgers. I don't know what's going on. Every time Diddy like applesauce on his cheeseburgers. Like, what the defense? What is y'all doing? I see what they're trying to say here. They say, what? No, because why is the defense working so hard to remind everyone how much of a freak their client is? Because they have no choice. That's their defense, is that he is just a freak. He is a swinger. That's the defense. As weird as it is, it's a good defense because they're just trying to show like this ain't sex trafficking. This is clearly my client just being a freak with the people who like being freaky with him. So that's their defense with it. I get what the defense is doing. It's just with this particular witness, there's really nothing you could do here. I mean, you just got to let this play out. This is one you just got to let go. This is the one you just got to let go. My bad. Yeah, you got to let this one go. This ain't looking good. What time we see? It's 11 o'clock over there. They need a break. Either they need to let him off the stand or they need a break. I don't know why they still up here trying to question this man. They don't got nothing for him. It's over. So yeah, y'all got to take a L. So David James says, I was told he didn't want to run them through the company. He didn't want a record of them. Agniflio says, when you brought the 8-ball of coke on Sandro Pay, pronounced San-Tropez, however you say it, you didn't tell Mr. Combs, did you? David James says he was asleep. How the hell y'all know he bought an 8-ball of coke? This nigga said he bought a whole 8-ball. So David was in San Tropez. Oops. Getting geeked up. Huh. Interesting. That's what I need to know. So David was in San Tropez getting geeked up. What the fuck is going on, y'all? So this dude bought a whole fresh 8-ball while he was out there. Nigga bought a whole fresh 8-ball. I said, how they know that? This dude is funny. Gotta have that burger sugar. Booger sugar and burger sugar. They said they're trying to make him look like a drug addict. Diddy was asleep. They said, man, all I know is that McDonald's bet not come out with applesauce Diddy burger. The defense, go ahead and pack it up. Yeah, this is... What are we doing here, y'all? I guess they just gonna try to, hey, look, we ain't got no defense for this, man. Just make that dude look like a crackhead. Diddy was like, the dude was a crackhead, man. Look, just talk about the drugs, man. We ain't got nothing else. Just go with the drugs. We got nothing for this dude. Let's just make it look like a drug problem. David out here working their ass out, boy. They sweating in court early in the morning. Nice answer, David. Established RICO. I say now we finally agree on something. So now we finally agree on something. We finally agree on something. Me and this lady ain't agreed on really nothing this whole damn time. But this, I can say we agree on that. So I was told he didn't want to run them through the company. So that proves he's proven a RICO, if you believe him. He ain't showing the receipts or nothing he's saying, but with this one witness, I don't necessarily think you need receipts, to be honest. If I'm just being really fair in this situation, I don't think with this particular witness you need to show receipts. All you got to do is just get up there. He seems believable. They haven't caught him in no lies. They haven't tripped him up. He hasn't looked like Don. He hasn't looked like Cassie. Even Cassie, we believe. Just to be fair, Cassie did lie a lot on the stand, and her stories was kind of all over the place. But I think that she still seemed believable. Don doesn't seem that believable. The other witness is not as believable. But this one, and because this one and Cassie, their stories corroborate. So you can connect Cassie and this dude's story. So if you believe him, you believe Cassie. If you believe Cassie, you believe him. So right now the defense looking bad. Because it's like now the jurors might be looking like, wait, so some of that Cassie shit she was saying, I kind of believe this dude. She laughing. Man. Oh, shit. Now we finally agree on something. The RICO is coming. Diddy. Agniflio says, tell me about your relationship with Roger Bonds. David James says, we talked about Bad Boy as a family. Agniflio says, what do you mean? David James says, Mama Combs called me her son many times. Agniflio says, what was the mission? David James says, make sure he's happy. What in the fuck are they talking about? What in the fuck are they talking about right now? I'm just so confused on this, but where are they going with this? Anyone feels the defense is getting ripped apart this morning? Facts. David whooping they ass right now. I ain't gonna lie, David putting belt to ass. David putting belt to ass right now. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, David, defense, get that man off the fucking stand. I don't know how much more y'all could take, man. Y'all got to go home to y'all families. Yeah, he whooping feet at this point. He looking like Terrence Crawford fighting Errol Spence. David James looking like Terrence Crawford versus Errol Spence right now. Them boys lumped up like Martin fighting Tommy Hearns. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. The Atlanta Warriors, guys. Say, what was the mission? The defense trying to be all they can be. They say he's saving the feds today. He trashed. He went and got an 8-ball without Diddy knowing. That means all the other stuff he got is dolo. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man. He said he definitely throwing hands and feet. Yeah, he is. He whooping feet at this point. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. He whooping feet. He whooping feet as we speak. David James out here, boy. He putting belt to ass. Agniflio says, was it fun? David James says, I enjoyed it from time to time. Agniflio says, what was your relationship with Chef Jordan? David James says, professional. Agniflio says, did you choke her? David James says, no. AUSA says, objection. And they said, judge says, sidebar. Oh, okay. So David out here choking. Okay, so David James out here choking bitches. I see. I got it. Okay, I got it. At this point, we got it. David James out here choking. They said, "Whoa, objection." Okay, so that's true. So that's true. That is true. So we got the facts remain. That's true. David James, we can't deny that. That's true. You out here choking bitches. They said her. I thought Chef was a him. Nah, David James out here choking bitches. They said, wait, he put hands on the chef too? Claude have mercy. They said, hold on, so wait, David put hands on the bitch too? Not David choking the chef, and the plot thickens. Yeah, and we going and we go from here. So David is out here. So the defense finally caught a stray. The defense is making sure they know he a tax dodger. Oh man, they said the defense is a damn embarrassment. Did you like her? Yes. Did you choke her? Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, this is getting weird, but I'm here for it, man. I don't know. This is getting weird, but I'm here for it. Hold on, somebody replied to my shit. Oh man, yeah, David James out here choking bitches, man. I see. So David James out here, David James a whole motherfucking. You got some shit you fighting on your own, David. What you got going on, David? He say this motherfucker caught the Diddy syndrome. Nah, for real. Like employee, like boss. Shit, it is what it is. Agniflio says, tell me what happened. David James says, we were on Star Island. She told me where to take him. I grabbed her 2 wrists and said, stay in your fucking lane. Yo, what the fuck are we witnessing right now? Yo. Whoa, hold on. Let me just put a comment on there. Stay in your fucking lane. He wasn't going. Man. All right, my bad. All right, so Agniflio says, tell me what happened. David James says, we were on Star Island. Oh, shit. David James says, we were on Star Island. She told me where to take him. I grabbed her 2 wrists and said, stay in your fucking lane. Agniflio says, was there a fallout? David James says, it was reported to corporate headquarters. Mr. Combs called me in. Not he got reported to headquarters. They reported this man to headquarters. Mr. David James says, Mr. Combs told me you can't be putting your hands on women. He told me to give her a gift. Agniflio says, what did you give her? David James says, I rolled up a blunt and gave it to her. Mr. Combs told me you can't be putting your hands on women. Right. He told me to give her a gift. What did you give her? I rolled up a blunt and gave it to her. Agniflio, did she like it? David James, it appeared she did. Man. This is a joke, right? Damn it. This is a joke, right? Y'all, tell me you playing a fucking joke on me. Tell me that this is a fucking joke at this point, y'all. What the fuck are we witnessing? What in the hell is going on? Oh, but you can put your hands on a woman. But he wasn't high during the Suge Knight incident. They said, just like the defense slams the ace on the table, just like that, the defense slams the ace on the table, shaking my head, David. They said, if only Diddy took his own advice, wouldn't be in this situation. Said, just when we were starting to like David James, this guy, and then this. Yeah, David, everybody liked you first. Now they found out you out here choking bitches, so. Agniflio says, you were in a car with Mr. Combs and who? David James says, Chris Lightly. Agniflio says, you have taken ecstasy. David James says, I'd party, sure. Agniflio says, What were things like in the studio? Drugs? David James says, yes, it's a creative environment. So David was a junkie and choking bitches. Got it. Okay, so David was a junkie and choking bitches. I got it. Okay, I think I'm starting to understand here. Now I'm getting an understanding of who David was as a person. He was a junkie, and he was out here choking women. So let's go. We got it from there. So David liked David liked that booger sugar. He liked ecstasy pills. David was a junkie. He says so. Just as much as a smackhead. So saying David was a drug addict too. Okay, I got it. I got it from here. Somebody commented on my shit. He said he's sounding like Latrell Sprewell. Gotta be a Knicks fan. Gotta be a Knicks fan at this point. David James gotta be a Knicks fan. He gotta have grew up watching Latrell Sprewell choke his coaches. So David was a junkie and he was out here choking bitches. Well, I got it from here. I think I'm following nice. I think now, I ain't gonna lie. Now they starting to make David James look. It's swaying. So they not leaving this. They not letting David James off the hook. They gonna stick with this and they're gonna break him. It seems like David James ain't being as funny no more. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't seem to be cracking them same jokes. Now that they done found out that this nigga over here choking motherfuckers. Hold on, let's get to this story right here real quick before while we waiting on the update. Let's get to this damn story. So David James, you looking bad right now. You thought it was all fun and games, so they found out you was over here. So you laughing about Diddy, like meanwhile your ass got your own shit over here. More details emerge of what it's like to be Combs' assistant. Other notable moments from the defense ongoing cross-examination of Sean Combs' former personal assistant, David James. James said that he was prepped by prosecutors Tuesday morning for defense attorney Mark Agniflio's questioning. This is normal. Agniflio, who appeared to not expect that detail, responded, fair enough. And how did I do? Consistent, James deadpanned. And it says the government witness also gave more detail about how Combs ran his companies, saying he was involved with everything. James also said that he once worked 21 days straight, crediting his work ethic as being raised in Flint, Michigan. Another assistant, he said, once went to the hospital for dehydration after working a 24-hour shift. James said Combs' security detail used to have a saying, "Do you know what rhymes with tired?" The answer was fired. The applesauce on Combs' hotel riders, by the way, we all know, thanks to Agniflio, that Combs liked applesauce on his cheeseburgers. Don't know what relevance that had to anything in this case, but now we know Diddy likes applesauce on his cheeseburgers. Yeah, this case is a fucking joke. But yeah, now we know that Combs definitely loved applesauce on his cheeseburgers. So whatever the fuck that means. So let me get back over here. Let's get back over here. Yeah, let's see. So David James says, I didn't smoke when working with Mr. Combs. Agniflio says, but he caught you smoking once. David James says, I thought he was in for the night, I think. And it says, I lit up. He came out. He said, what are you doing? I said, nothing. David James says, he said, if you man enough to smoke, you're man enough to tell me. I said, okay, I'm smoking. He said, if I did it again, he'd fire me. Combs Agniflio says, how about when you picked up 2 prostitutes and had sex with one? AUSA says objection. AUSA says objection 403. Hold on. So not only was, wait. Let's get this right. So not only was David a junkie, And he was choking bitches. He also was picking up blanks on the street. Got it. Oh shit, my bad. Damn it. Got it. Hold on, my bad. All right, let's go. Got it. So David James was out here choking bitches. He was picking up he's picking up prostitutes off the street. David James is loose. David James is one loose individual. I'm honestly, it's Hollywood. They said, honestly, they all are in Hollywood. Obviously they are. Obviously they fucking are. So David James out here looking crazy as hell. He said it was in a creative environment. He says, I didn't smoke when I was working with Mr. Combs. Agniflio says, but he caught you smoking once. David James says, I thought he was in for the night. I lit up. He came out. He said, what are you doing? I said, nothing. David James says, he said, if you're man enough to smoke, you're man enough to tell me. I said, okay, I'm smoking. He said, if I did it again, he'd fire me. Agniflio says, how about when you picked up 2 prostitutes and had sex with one? AUSA says, objection, 403. Judge says, overruled. David James says, she asked for $200. I called Bonds and asked, what the hell? She asked to take a shower. I said, that's $200? Laughter. Agniflio says, on that note, no further questions. What in the fuck is going on, y'all? Judge says, redirect. AUSA Slavic says, what about the incident in Alpine, New Jersey? David James says to file a police report and say Chef Jordan had been the aggressor, but I didn't file it. I drove around and told him I'd made the report. Said David is funny. I'm sure the jury likes him. They said, what a relief for the defense. Diddy must be fuming. I don't know who winning at this point. I don't know, bro. Okay, so I'm going to ask y'all a question. After the David James testimony, who do y'all think is winning, the prosecution or the defense? Who do y'all think is winning, the prosecution or the defense? To say, good on you, David. They said, but he put hands on her, right? Yeah, he put hands on her, but he said he went to go file the police report and say she was the aggressor. Very sensible, David. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know. Who is winning at this point, y'all? The defense or the prosecution? Who do y'all think took this round? Let me know in the chat. Who do y'all believe took this round? They say the defense. They said the defense. They say the defense is cooking with grease. Another uncredible addict. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. He definitely looked like a crackhead at the end of that. They said, where is David's wife? Because I know she's embarrassed. Now your husband is a bad boy also. They said defense. I'm still riding with the defense. David may be going to the pen. David cooked himself. Defense wins. David is a wild boy. The prosecution doing exactly what they want right now. Operation Humiliate Diddy. They said we are. This is a comic view revamped. I think that they just took the credibility because of he with the crap. Junkie. Defense is defending. Defense. Tiger uppercut. So not only was he choking stab, he was also sleeping with 304s. I'm crying. The defense. Defense is up. For the conspirator witness, feds got to win. Defense. They said he not coming home. David is the crab in the crab boil with the water screaming. They said David is loose as fuck. They said cooked himself. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. David was up 3-0. This guy blew a 21-0 lead, guys. The score let them score 21 points and didn't score not now neither, guys. I ain't gonna lie, this nigga, yeah, he cooked himself in the end. I don't know what the fuck that was. AUSA says, what we have asked you to do. They said, what have we asked you to do? David James says, tell the truth. AUSA says, nothing further. Recross. Agniflio says, you lied to Mr. Combs about filing the police report. James says, yes. Agniflio says, nothing further. Could we have a break? Judge says, break. What the fuck was that, y'all? What in the hell was that? The first 2 hours of court is out of fucking control. What was that? What was that, gang? What was that? They don't got an update over here yet. So we're going to say, let's get to the videos we got today, man. And we're going to take a breather and watch a few videos in this damn case. What the fuck is going on, gang? Y'all tell me in the chat. What do y'all think? Let's go.
I as a matter of fact, I know, in fact, he thought he was going to be able to work out
I want y'all to listen to this. Watch how mad this lady is going to get about what the fuck is going on with this damn with this Diddy trial. Just listen to this, y'all. I want y'all to really pay attention to this.
walk-in surrender at the FBI office. And, I guess so his hotel room was going to be his hotel room to do whatever he likes to do in it. And so maybe he had all his paraphernalia and equipment ready to go. I think that's what he was thinking. It didn't work out that way. But again, at the end of the day, great. They have these pictures that make him look even more off than, we already knew he was, or, he does his own thing, clearly. Does that make him guilty of racketeering? Does that make him guilty of sex trafficking? Does that advance the ball on the Mann Act? It does not. It does not. And so there's been a lot of evidence in this case, really horrible evidence about him as a batterer, as not a nice human being. And that's great. But you know what? I think the government is still reeling from Tenny Garagos's opening statement. I think she did a great opening statement because I think what she did was I think the government really thought that they were going to run away from him being a batterer. And they embraced him being a batterer. And when I say embraced, I didn't mean it endorsed it, but they accepted it. Look, they said this is a case that you're going to see some horrific things that our client did. And they didn't make him look like he was a good guy. They said he did some horrific things, and that was important for them to do because that is to take the blunt out of the government's case.
So here's what I see if I'm just the 13th juror out here, okay? Yeah. I see a pattern of behavior that is being repeated over and over and over with every single witness, whereby the guy at the top of the enterprise uses all of his staff to lube up hotel rooms, to hire prostitutes, to buy them tickets, to fly them Mann Act style over state lines. That's sex trafficking. I see bribery. Hey, take this stack of money and make sure nobody sees the video of me beating up my girlfriend. That's bribery. I see extortion. Hey, shut up or your career's over. Hey, shut up or you go, snitches get stitches. Those are all the predicate acts for, say it with me, racketeering. Why are you not seeing that?
They have to prove an enterprise, Ashley. They must prove an enterprise. Those are all bad acts, no question. But they need to prove an enterprise. They're all his staff. And his staff is not an enterprise. Then anyone is a racketeering enterprise.
She is trying her hardest to if you listen to what she's saying, she's trying her hardest to convince us that Diddy is guilty of all this. So I want y'all to tell me, is she winning the argument or is he winning the argument? Listen to this.
Over and over and over with every single witness, whereby the guy at the top of the enterprise uses all of his staff to lube up hotel rooms, to hire prostitutes, to buy them tickets, to fly them Mann Act style over state lines. That's sex trafficking. I see bribery. Hey, take this stack of money and make sure nobody sees the video of me beating up my girlfriend. That's bribery. I see extortion. Hey, shut up or your career's over. Hey, shut up or you go, snitches get stitches. Those are all the predicate acts for, say it with me, racketeering. Why are you not seeing that?
They have to prove an enterprise, Ashley. They must prove an enterprise. Those are all bad acts, no question. But they need to prove an enterprise. And his staff is not an enterprise. Then anyone is a racketeering enterprise. So all my staff, anything, if I did something wrong, I become a racketeering enterprise because I have staff, right? So if someone has their staff aiding and abet them doing something, that makes them a racketeering enterprise. Negative does not. That's not the way
I have to. I'm sorry, I'm going to argue with you. I am going to argue with you.
This is the first racketeering case of this kind on the books. Period. End of story.
It doesn't mean.
She don't want to hear that. Look, he said this is the first racketeering case of it. There's never been another racketeering case like this. This is the only racketeering case we've ever witnessed that it has these stipulations on what racketeering is. Like, what are we talking about here?
They're all
Staff
his
is not
staff.
enterprise. Then anyone is a racketeering enterprise. So all my staff, anything, if I did something wrong, I become a racketeering enterprise because I have staff, right? So if someone has their staff aid and abet them doing something, that makes them a racketeering enterprise. Negative does not. That's not the way
I have to. I'm sorry, I'm going to argue with you. I am going to argue with you.
This is the first racketeering case of this kind on the books, period, end of story.
It doesn't mean that sex isn't as bad, like sex trafficking isn't as bad as what the mob was doing by intimidating people into shutting up so that they could carry on their criminal enterprise.
Sex trafficking, I think, is worse than what the mob's doing. What, get loan sharking or gambling or
killing,
garbage,
killing and chopping people's pieces off. But let me just put it this way.
That's the old mob. But putting it aside,
I
sex
feel
trafficking is horrific. I don't see evidence of sex trafficking. Sex trafficking? Trafficking people for sex? What are you talking about?
She don't just stop. Get the fuck over. God damn it. What the fuck, bro? Why you wake up? Shut up! Stop! It's me. Damn it, he just woke the whole goddamn house up. Hold on, y'all. Damn, bro. He just woke all the dogs up, man. Go lay down. 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 Damn. I'm over here fucking joking around this one. Golly, bro. He just woke everybody up in the damn house. I scared the shit out of my dogs over here watching this shit. My fault, y'all. Let me get back to it. My bad. He done scared all the damn dogs in the house. All right, my bad. I can't crack no jokes over here. But anyway, let's continue. My bad. Oh, shit. My bad. Let me play it again.
So Joe, the way it works, you buy a ticket to fly a prostitute into wherever they flew to because they flew all over the world and they flew across the states. That is sex trafficking 100%.
No, it's not sex trafficking, actually. That's the violation of the Mann Act.
It's illegal prostitution across... But the prosecutor said in her opening statement.
That's not sex trafficking. That is not sex trafficking. Sex trafficking has to be without consent.
Okay, but it's using...
She had to catch...
your staff to buy
violation. That's not sex trafficking. That is not sex trafficking. Sex trafficking has to be without consent.
Okay, but it's using your staff to buy the tickets to arrange it and bring them in. That's Mann Act and using your staff to do it.
That's Mann Act. If it's accepted, that's not sex trafficking. Sex trafficking has to be without consent. I've said to you from the day one we ever talked about this. Well, this case will all boil down to the issue of consent.
Cassie has said.
I'm sorry.
Cassie has said.
When Cassie Ventura testified that the first time she brought this up was to a lawyer to get money, and I'm sorry, you get the question, women who say, "Oh, I never went to the police. I want to justify. I never went to the police. I asked for $30 million for a book manuscript, but that didn't work out. I said I want $20 million for a lawsuit. I filed the lawsuit, and I have text messages that are completely inconsistent with my on-trial testimony."
Listen to what he just said again about Cassie. Pay attention to what he's saying. He cooking her right now.
About this. Well, this case will all boil down to the issue of consent.
Cassie has said.
I'm sorry.
Cassie has said.
When Cassie Ventura testified that the first time she brought this up was to a lawyer to get money, and I'm sorry, you get the question, women who say, "Oh, I never went to the police. I want to justify. I never went to the police. I asked for $30 million for a book manuscript, but that didn't work out. I said I want $20 million for a lawsuit. I filed the lawsuit, and I have text messages that are completely inconsistent with my on-trial testimony." I'm sorry. That's
it's
fair
a good
game.
point, but I do think, Joey Tack, I do think in this day and age we now understand domestic abuse way more. Why wives have stayed for 30 years with husbands that beat them senseless. We know it. So what I'm saying, hold it, wait, I'm not finished my thought. And that is that it could very well have been that she was taken against her will across state lines to be sex trafficked because she did not want to be in that Freakoff. She was running from that damn hotel room. So I think there are ways they could easily prove sex trafficking. She was not into it all the time.
not into it all the time. Sometimes she set up the freak off. Sometimes without even him asking.
Sometimes yes.
Sometimes
yes, but not always.
How does the jury decide?
Well, when you're bruised and you have a fat lip and you're choking on urine, that's how you decide. You're bruised, you have a fat lip, you're beaten in the hotel hallway.
He's guilty of domestic violence, but that's not a federal crime. That videotape is a horrific, gross tape, and that is why they keep showing it to the jury. But that's not evidence of sex trafficking. It's not evidence of racketeering.
Okay.
It's evidence of nothing but a horrific human being doing something horrible to a woman. Period. And the bribery to shut everybody up about it. Here, take the money and keep this quiet. I see all sorts of predicate acts. But Joe, you gotta come back.
What the fuck you want him to come back for? Why you want him to come back? You just completely wouldn't let the man finish one thought he had. You want to be right so damn bad. That lady wanted to be right so damn bad. It's like, this is a lawyer telling you, this ain't a RICO. Like, the stuff that they're saying is not alluding to a RICO. These are just horrific acts. This. Just because you have staff doesn't mean you have a criminal enterprise. I see where you're going with it, but that's not true. Just because I'm Ratchet TV and I got staff, and just because even if I paid some people for whatever, which I don't do nothing illegal, I'm just saying, if you throwing like Ratchet Gang in there, just because I did that doesn't mean we're a criminal enterprise and this is a RICO. It does not. I mean, yeah, you can say that, but it's just not the facts. And when it comes down to it, that ain't racketeering. What they're doing is clearly just, it ain't racketeering. And it's not really going to be much you can do to prove that this is racketeering, because if you're just looking at definitions, yeah, I get where you're going, but I don't see racketeering when I'm looking at this case. I don't see a criminal enterprise. I just see, yeah, you sweeping shit up under the rug, doing a lot of whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop, but it just is what it is. Yeah, this is a hell of a morning. This is one hell of a morning. I can't lie. This is getting intense in that courtroom early. This is getting intense. This is getting intense. I ain't gonna lie. This is getting intense. So let's get to the next one. How long they been? Let me see how long they've been on break. This should be about 12 minutes. Yeah, we still got time for another one. And another one. All right, hold on. We got time for some more videos. Let's continue, y'all. Let's continue. Hey, double tap the screen to get the likes up. Double tap the screen to get these likes up, y'all. Double tap.
Linda testified last week on Friday, and now the government has released all the photos from the search and seize at the hotel in New York City. Now, you know, Diddy was arrested on September 16th of 2024 at his hotel at the Hyatt Place something in New York City. So this was the day before he was supposed to turn himself in. As you can see, this is pictures from the hotel. I want you guys to hone in on these little bottles down here. Looks like the diddler was getting ready for another freak off. So I zoomed in on these bottles and went to over on Old Faithful, Amazon, to see exactly what they are. And what do you know? It's coconut oil. The diddler has stepped his game up from the Johnson & Johnson baby oil and got him some coconut oil. Or maybe. Nope, the diddler did not fall. Nope, the diddler did not run far from his Old Faithful Johnson & Johnson. And here he has Astroglide. This was actually found in the bathroom in the hotel where he was staying the night before he was supposed to turn himself in. Yep, more of that in the bathroom. So all I want to know is, did he already have some freak-offs before the popo got him? Or was he getting ready to have one the next day? Because look what they found in the fanny pack. So this is the fanny pack that they found in the room. Now, you guys all know all of the court documents have been talking about how his little workers be wearing these fanny packs with all the goodies in it. So let's show what Agent Benda found in the fanny pack. He found $9,000. He did he like, get money? What you saying, huh? I get money. Diddy was ready. He was ready. Diddler was ready to get ready with another FO. Agent Benda said that he found a lot of things in his hotel. Now, as you can see, this is from the room. This is actually a hotel suite. So he could have easily did another, FO up in here. But we're not really sure. But I guess that's going to play out in the trial. So they said that they found women's clothing in here. I've looked around in each room. I didn't see any women's clothing in the photos, but maybe they're there and I'm just missing them. I mean, like, this is the bathroom and I only see one toothbrush. I don't see any women's stuff in the bathroom. So I'm not really sure what women's stuff they were talking about. And this is the closet, all of Diddy's clothes and shoes. I don't see any women's items in here either. More clothes in the room part of the suite. No women's clothing that I saw. Even here, I zoomed in over there in the corner. Those were all Jordans. But women wear Jordans too, but I didn't see any women's clothing. No makeup bags, I didn't see nothing. But they said they found some in there. Now, this is the first nightstand in the hotel suite. As you can see, he has his phone there plugged up, and they also found more things in the drawer that I'm going to show you, but I want to show you something that's very important. Remember how they said they found all those terabytes of data? Look at this that they found in the room. Yes, an external hard drive. Can you imagine what kind of videos they got on that? We won't ever see it, but unfortunately, the jury got a look. Now, this is one of the drawers of the nightstands. And as you can see, looks like you got some kind of Benadryl of some kind. And then here, got that Astroglide. Now, this is the second drawer of the nightstand. As you can see, lots of pill bottles with some type of little pills and bags in there. Lots of little yellow medicines. I'm not really sure what those are, but I know that we found another bottle in there that I'm going to show you next. So as you can see, this medicine bottle has the anxiety meds in there that Cassie testified to. It also has the Diddler's alias Frank Black on the bottles. As you can see, there's more bottles there, more stuff, more candies, more little pink snowflakes and everything. All of that stuff was found in the black Louis Vuitton bag that I showed you on the first video. More pill bottles, more pills, more of those candies. I'm not really sure what those candies are, and I don't know if that yellow pack there is a honey pack. We don't know. Now, I'm going to censor this photo a little bit, but you're going to get the gist of what those little baggies are, and that's why they were saying so many substance charges of distribution. Not sure if it was for distribution or if they were using it for the Freakoffs, more than likely for the Freakoffs based off the testimony that we've already heard. Now, keep in mind, all of this stuff is alleged. Even though we've heard it in court, people are innocent until proven guilty. I'm not sure if you guys saw this in the last picture of the suite. Do you see that little blue light over there? Remember how Cassie testified that he likes to set the mood with the lighting? I'm going to show you something else that Agent Benda talked about when he testified too. There it is. The mood light. To get the party started, okay? What Daniel said on testimony today, can't stop, won't stop, huh? Did he say can't stop, won't stop? I'm going to get it in before I got to go in the clink clink. One last time. Woo, child, I know that was a lot, honey. That was a lot. Just, this whole case has been a lot, okay? And the prosecution is setting the stage, layering it all out, playing it all out for us to see so that they can just hit us with this is the racketeering, this is the RICO, this is the ST. Because, baby, whew, the diddler going down, unfortunately.
Because, baby, ma'am, next time you go live, clean your damn shirt. Make sure your shirt clean next time you pop out on live. You know what I'm saying? Keep that a big buck. But appreciate you, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm just giving you a little word of advice. All right. So, as we proceed to give y'all what you need, We're back. And it says they are back 2 minutes ago. The judge says, jurors, I'm going to try to get the temperature turned up in here. I'm told it's complicated, but I'm freezing right along with you. Some laughter. The government calls Regina Ventura. Ooh, Cassie's mom is on the stand, y'all. Cassie's mama is on the stand. AUSA says, where do you live? Regina Ventura says, New London, Connecticut. AUSA says, how many children do you have? Regina Ventura says, 2, Roderick and Cassandra. AUSA says, who is this? Regina Ventura says, Sean Combs. He dated my daughter. What does Cassie's mom have to offer if she knew nothing? That's just what I thought she didn't know nothing. I thought she had no knowledge of nothing. So why would Cassie mama be on that stand? What do you think that they finna do right now? What do you think they finna do with Cassie's mother? Because I'm wondering, why is Cassie mama on that stand if she had no knowledge of anything that was actually going on illegal anyway? So what could she really offer? What could Cassie's mom really offer this story if she don't got no knowledge of nothing? That's what I want to know. So what the fuck she got to offer? I am going to need therapy after this trial. They just taking him down, making his testimony boring. And also, y'all, we got $45 on the screen. We $55 away from a honey bun. I'm telling y'all, I'm trying to get out to New York next week, man. Big Ratchet trying to get out there and get y'all on the scene coverage. Make sure y'all supporting this damn channel, especially for my trip we taking next week to get out to New York to cover this damn case from the inside of that courtroom. Y'all want me inside of this courtroom with these people? Do y'all want to see your boy Big Ratchet on the scenes with all the major outlets, media outlets? Do y'all want to see Big Ratchet? Well, go ahead and support your boy Big Ratchet. If you can't support like that, just double tap the screen and get the likes up. You know what I'm saying? And let's get this trending down the algorithm, if you will. So, let's see. All right, so I guess nobody replied. I thought I had got a reply on that. All right, my bad. Yeah, no, I guess nobody replied. But we got 6 likes on that right now. So I asked, what does Cassie's mom have to offer if she knew nothing? That's just, I don't know. I'm just wondering, what role does Cassie's mother play in all this? Or are we finna finally, it says probably the domestic abuse stuff. But they said she did not know. I'm lost. I thought she didn't know. I thought she didn't find out till way later. So, I mean, what could she can only talk about what she found out after the fact. You got to think, what the fuck does Cassie's mom got to do with any of this stuff? She just going to get up there and talk about domestic abuse that she found out about years and years and years later? Said this could get interesting. Hope it gets spicy in the room. I think that she's going to go well into lunch, obviously. It's almost 12 o'clock there, so I think that she's going to go past lunch. She might be up here possibly up until about 3 o'clock. So I don't know. But she said she didn't know nothing, so. Okay, so they're not showing the damn comments. It's coming up. So let's see. AUSA says, when did you meet Sean Combs? Regina Ventura says, in 2006, my daughter signed with his Bad Boy Records. He was her boss. Then they started dating. They moved to L.A. AUSA says, read this message from December 2011. Regina Ventura says, Cassandra wrote to me. And what did she write to you? It says, I hope they didn't ask 3 questions and then break for lunch. They said, this is getting interesting. Yeah, I'm wondering where the hell they going with this. I'm wondering where the fuck they going with this, just like y'all wondering. I don't know, y'all. I couldn't tell you where the fuck they going with it. They say, yeah, I understand what you say. Yeah, facts. I don't know where the fuck they going with this. Because they said that she didn't know nothing. They said the mama had no knowledge of this shit. So if the mama don't know what's going on, I mean, how much of a witness can she be? They said he was her boss. Good statement. I said, this is giving the families in the R. Kelly case. At this point, this is kind of giving like R. Kelly case to me. I could be wrong though, but this is giving like, you remember how them families was in that R. Kelly case? Do y'all remember how them families was in that R. Kelly case? It says Regina Ventura. Regina Ventura says, she said Sean Combs threatened to release a X tape and go after her and Mr. Muscuddy, who is Kid Cudi. AUSA says, how did you react? Regina Ventura says, it made me sick. Sean Combs demanded $20,000. He said to recoup losses due to Mr. Muscuddy from my husband and myself. Oh, extortion. Extortion. Is this going to go into the racketeering? Is this going to get into some of the racketeering that was going on, gang? It's starting to get a little bit spicy. He said, I thought her mom didn't know. Exactly. That's what I said. Hold on. I said, that's what I said. This is getting good, though. I thought this mama had no knowledge of anything that was going on. I thought the mama didn't know. Mimi said, the puppy's gonna miss you, New York. Salute, salute. And they'll be straight. They will be straight. Big Ratchet need a break. You know, I've been going hard with them damn dogs. Extortion, extortion. Can anybody say extortion? Extortion, extortion. Can anybody say extortion? Yeah, I thought the mama didn't know nothing. They said Cassie said that near the end that she sent anonymous email about the leak and how she feared for her life. No, that wasn't anonymous. She said that was from Cassie. See how they be lying? She didn't say that was anonymous. She said that was from Cassie. Keep it up. Keep it a big buck. They never said, she did not just say that was an anonymous email. She said Cassie sent this to me. Cassie showed me this. So now that Cassie has showed her mama email, now we know that the stories ain't adding up. So the mama did know. She wouldn't just randomly say he was threatening to release a sex tape. I thought the mama had no idea about the Freakoff. So I thought the mama didn't know nothing about what you had going on. I thought she didn't know that there was domestic violence. I thought she didn't know nothing. So I'm confused. What the hell is going on? How do we only still have 587 likes on the video, y'all? How hard is it to hit your screen twice? Just double tap the screen. How hard is that, gang? I don't think it's too hard to just hit your screen twice. I don't think so. I don't really think it's that damn hard. I mean, y'all can get the likes up, man. Y'all can get these likes up. You're just choosing not to. It says blackmail for sure, but is blackmail a RICO? Does she have proof? That's the question. Does she have proof? Does she have proof that he said these things? Do you got proof that Diddy threatened you? Do you got proof that Diddy tried to get 20K up out of you? Do you got proof of this? If you do, they said, I thought her mom didn't know. That's what I said. That's a good question. That's a good question because I thought the mama had no idea. He asked money from Cassie's parents. Yeah, that's. I'm not believing it too much. Why would Diddy hit Cassie mama up and ask for $20,000? I ain't saying it ain't true. And I'm just wondering if she didn't know nothing. Why would he go to the mama if she didn't know? Why would he go to the mama and ask for $20,000 if he didn't know the mama knew? So he knew the mama knew, and Cassie knew her mama knew. So everybody knew about this. We have $55, y'all. We $45 away from a honey bun. $45 away from a honey bun, gang. So that's what I said. This is getting good, man. I ain't gonna lie. They said mom knew, at least during the Kid Cudi stuff. Cassie said there should be an objection for hearsay. They said, woo, bribery. The blackmail spill all the tea, mama. He blackmailed the parents. They said he extorted $20K from Cassie's parents. Wow. I feel so bad for her. Blackmail and extortion. They said, yikes, blackmailing the parents. Oh, the blackmailing charge on the indictment. Here is the real tea now. Yeah, this motherfucker is cooked. Like I said, do they have proof or is this just hearsay? What is going on right here? I'm wondering my damn self, y'all. I don't know. I'm wondering my damn self. What is fixing to happen in this shit? What is fixing to happen in this shit? It's getting good. It's getting good. I can't lie. It is getting good. It is getting good. So we got a couple new updates over here. Let's get back over here for a second. All right, let's get over here for a second. All right. Colorful cross-examination of David James concludes. One final exchange from an eventful cross-examination of Sean Combs' former personal assistant David James. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo asked James about an encounter he had with Roger Bonds and two female ex-workers. Bonds was a security guard for Combs. James says he was not aware at the time that the women were sex workers. He and Bonds met the women for drinks and had dinner at a hotel. Then he brought them back to Combs' home. Combs was not there at the time, James added. After they had relations, James says Bonds told him to pay one of the women $200. James didn't part with the money for long, though. Prompted by Agnifilo, he explained that the night ended with the woman wanting to take a shower, which James charged her $200 for. Agnifilo says Agnifilo was tickled, laughed at James' response. So you got your money back, the lawyer said. The witness, 11 minutes ago, said the witness coming up is Regina Ventura, the mother of alleged victim Cassie Ventura. She is about to begin. And it says during the redirect, the government asked David James if Sean Combs himself ever got violent with Jordan Atkinson, his personal chef. James replied that there was an incident at Combs' Alpine, New Jersey home. James said Combs instructed him to file a police report saying Atkinson was the aggressor and hit Combs first. The former personal assistant said he did not want to make a false police report, so he drove around New Jersey for about an hour before returning to Combs' home, where he lied and told the boss that the report had been filed. James Combs scolded him for an altercation with the female chef. Mark Agnifilo threw a bit of a curveball during cross-examination of David James, the former personal assistant of Sean Combs. The defense attorney asked James if he ever choked Combs' personal chef, whom Agnifilo referred to as Chef Jordan Atkinson, and is expected to testify this week. James answered that he hadn't. The government objected to the line of questioning, and after a brief sidebar, Agnifilo was allowed to continue. James says he was annoyed with the chef, seeming to tell him what to do, then grabbed the chef's wrist and told her to stay in her effing lane. Agnifilo asked what consequences James faced as a result of the encounter. James recalled that Combs asked him what happened, then told James, "You can't be putting your hands on women. You do it again, I'm going to let you go." James recalled Combs telling him, he said Combs told him to write the chef a note and give her a gift. The gift, a blunt that James rolled. So James out here, he was being a whole comedian throughout this whole process. I'm sitting here like, bro, what the fuck does this James do? This James character, not dude, he is a character at this point. What the hell he got going on? I don't know what the man got going on, but his testimony got loose. That's one thing we can't admit. The testimony definitely got loose. Let's see. Regina Ventura says, she said Sean Combs threatened to release a X tape and go after her and Mr. Muscuddy. AUSA says, How did you react? Regina Ventura says, it made me sick. Sean Combs demanded $20,000. He said recoup the losses due to Mr. Muscuddy from my husband and myself. AUSA says, why did you take a loan? They said, why did you take a loan to pay Sean Combs? Regina Ventura says, for the safety of my daughter. AUSA says, look in the binder next to you. Regina Ventura says, these are the photos I took of my daughter's bruises from Sean Combs. Ooh, this is looking bad, bruh. Diddy, you looking bad, my boy. I don't know, man. Diddy, you looking bad right now, brother. This mom's testimony is fucking you up right now. Can't even lie. AUSA says, do you know Mia? Regina Ventura says, she was an employee of Sean Combs. AUSA says, what happened? Regina Ventura says, we were in his kitchen laughing. Sean asked her why she was laughing. She stopped and looked plain. AUSA says, now to August 2016. We're done with the binder. What's going on, y'all? Where is this going? Where is this going? I don't know, y'all. At this point, I don't even know, man. I'm just here so I don't get fined. I'm just here so I don't get fined at this point. Let's see. Said they probably felt like they were walking on eggshells around Sean. It's hardly breaking news. I don't know, man. Do y'all think Diddy looking bad right now? Let me know in the chat. How y'all think Diddy looking right now with the last testimonies with Mike, James, and I said Mike. What the hell was that dude's name? Hold on, what the fuck was his? How the hell did I just forget his name that damn fast? Mark. No, what the hell was that dude's name? I can't even remember the motherfucking name now. Oh, David. I said Mike James. David James. Yeah, I'm like, what the hell was his name again? Okay, David James. I keep calling him Mike. I don't know why the hell I want to keep calling him Mike. So what do y'all think, man? Do y'all think Diddy is losing right now, or y'all think Diddy is winning? Let me know in the chat. Is Diddy losing this right now, or is Diddy winning? It's an extortion so far. It's looking like it. I ain't gonna lie. It's looking like it. It's looking like it. That's where I think they leaning. Extortion, extortion. Can anybody say extortion, extortion, extortion? Can anybody say extortion? All right. They said it's crazy that her mom was still around, knowing she had to pay for her daughter's safety. I would have slapped my daughter and dragged her out of that toxic world. That's what I'm saying. So you felt, and you never went to the cops? So you felt your daughter's safety was at risk. This man then bribed $20K out of you. That's a federal offense. You could have got him wrapped up right there. You could have paid the ransom, little whoop-de-whoop, whatever the fuck he was offering. You could have paid your little protection fee and went straight to the feds. Like, this man just extorted me out of $20K and I'm scared for my daughter. We need help now. So you didn't want to run. I'm not victim shaming. I'm just asking real questions. Why you never went to the police? So he extorted $20K from you and you let her go back. So he took the $20K and she was still with him. This not adding up for someone who didn't even know this was going on. This ain't adding up, bro. I ain't saying the mama lying. I'm just saying for this to have, you never knew this was going on, but he took $20K from you. This is your first time ever hearing about this. I ain't buying it. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not buying it. AUSA says, while in LA, did you call the police? Regina Ventura says, yes. Sean Combs stole Cassandra's phone. They had a bitter argument outside her apartment building. She lived on the 17th floor. They argued at the roundabout. I thought you didn't know any of this. I thought the mom didn't know any of this, though. I thought the mom didn't have no clue that any of this shit was going on. She seems to know a lot for somebody who don't know nothing. She seems to know awfully a lot to know nothing. I said, I thought the mom didn't know any of this. Such a shame that everyone was dragged into this craziness. Does the police department in LA have a binder full of calls regarding Diddy? You would think they would come up with some receipts. I'm still not over him extorting her parents. What the fuck? Cassie's talked about this fight also. He took her phone. Says we knew this. Stop the circles. TMZ wrote an article on this incident. Say, whoa, extortion. The diddler is a menace. Lock him up and play Baby Shark on repeat in his cell. I don't know, man. I'm still. I want to see the cross of this. I want to see the cross. AUSA says, who else was there? Regina Ventura says D-Rock again. D-Rock has to hit the fucking stand at some point. This man's name has come up for like the 500th time in this case. She said D-Rock was there. AUSA says, is Damian Butler his government name? Regina Ventura says, he was standing between us. I tried to hit him. Sean Combs took Cassandra's car, a Jaguar. AUSA says no further questions. Judge says cross. Defense says no questions. Wow. The defense just let that shit rock out. They said, nah, we cool. So the defense got her to fuck up off the stand. They just said no questions. They not even going to ask none. It's 12 o'clock there. You got to think that they about to just go ahead and take a lunch. That was interesting. Interesting. No questions? Oops. Interesting. No questions, huh? No questions. You not going to ask her shit? Say, nice one. That was fast. I wondered how the defense would cross her, and they don't. They said, whoa, that was quick. Mama tried to hit. Okay. D-Rock at the scene of a lot of ish. Where is he? At this point, I need D-Rock to hit the stand. They said, that's it. She told us what she knew. She told us what we knew other than they paid him, but he didn't make them pay. They chose to for her safety. Defense, no questions. That's a lot. Fifth, smart move. Defense has none. They said smart move. Defense has done today. No cross for that mom. Defense asked no questions. Damn, man, we need to hear from D-Rock. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. We gotta hear from D-Rock at some point. But I ain't gonna lie. It's interesting that they went with the no question. They didn't even cross her. No cross. That's an interesting move. If I must say so myself, that was one interesting move. They said, why cross when Cassie said her mom didn't know anything, so somebody is lying? Yeah, but you would think they would have got up there and proved she was lying, but they didn't cross her. They said, but she really didn't do anything that was damaging. Now, the only thing that came up was the extortion. And the fact that you didn't cross that means like, damn, Diddy, did you extort that lady out of $20K? Shit. Did you really take $20K from her? I don't believe the mother at all, actually. They were coached. Look at how these stories are all of a sudden intertwined. Exactly. I sent you a cash up. Did you? Hold on. My bad. I wasn't looking at my phone. I apologize. Let's see. Did I get a cash out? Thank you for the 15, Laretha. I appreciate you. Says Chicago Love. Salute. I appreciate that $15. Salute, salute, salute. Thank you. I didn't even see it fly up on my screen. I wasn't looking at my phone. I said, yeah, we do want to see you there. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? That'll help along the way. We going to New York next week, so that'll help along the way. As far as this stream, we still $45 away from a honey bun. But like I said, it's all good. Just make sure you double tap the screen. We should be at 700 likes, but it's looking like y'all just don't want to like the video or nothing today. Y'all just loose. No questions, huh? What do we do with this information? What do we do with this information, y'all? He said, of course, no questions from the defense. Not the defense bowing out of the cross-examination. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, that's bad. The mama might have hit it. She struck a nerve with that one. She had something. I don't know why you don't cross that, but she alleged that you extorted her out of $20K and she was paying for her daughter's safety. But maybe you didn't defend it because it's already kind of been proven that Cassie was there. Her own free will kept her there. Maybe it was a smart move not defending it. They say no cross of Cassie's mother. Excellent decision by the defense. Excellent. Nothing to be gained from the cross, but potentially could have lost a lot. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe you don't cross-examine her because you just kind of got to take that. Hey, fuck it. If you believe that, fuck it. It is what it is. That wasn't really a gut punch. That was just kind of like, damn, did he? The fuck? It got nothing to do with this case, though, so why not just exclude it? It was about Cassie's relationship with Diddy. You didn't really get into none of his business. It didn't prove that he has a criminal organization. It just kind of proved that Diddy was violent towards Cassie. To me, the only thing that got up there and did was prove that Diddy was a fucking monster. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, we already knew that, though. So, did they lose anything from that? Nah, I just painted Diddy in a fucked up light. The judge says next witness. AUSA says the government calls Mr. Sheree Hayes. Where are you from? Sheree Hayes says Harlem, New York. AUSA says, what was your work? Sheree Hayes says male exotic dancer. I was known as the Punisher. Oh, man. Well, the Punisher has entered the chat. The Punisher has entered the chat. The Punisher has entered the chat, gang. We got the Punisher on the stand. The Punisher is on the damn stand as we speak. But the parents didn't do shit to help her. They said, I think that proved extortion. Mom for the win, y'all. She helped her daughter out. She definitely just gave her daughter an alley-oop with her testimony. The Punisher, now we know for a fact they coached Cassie and the others. Oh, my God. They said, man, in my ratchet voice. Yes, I think D-Rock died from a heart attack, which 4 people that knew a shit ton about Diddy all died from a heart attack, and I'll be sure almost died from organ failure. Is very strange. Is D-Rock dead? Let's check that. Let me check that out real quick. Is D-Rock Diddy bodyguard alive? Let's see. It's tricky to say definitively whether D-Rock, who is reportedly a bodyguard for Diddy, is associated with Notorious B.I.G. is currently alive. Here's why. Limited information. There's no readily available conclusive information confirming D-Rock's current status. News articles and social media posts primarily discuss Diddy's former bodyguards, but they don't definitively state whether D-Rock is alive or deceased. D-Rock's role. D-Rock was reportedly close to Notorious B.I.G. and later became Diddy's head of security, according to Instagram posts. In conclusion, while there is information about D-Rock's past role as bodyguard for Diddy, there's no reliable information available that either confirms or denies whether he is alive. Man. So I don't know. They say, yeah, D-Rock is dead, and we all know Diddy is the reason. D-Rock passed back in the BMF days. Why they didn't report that then? That's weird. Why the fuck that ain't reported? AUSA says, do you recognize these two? Sheree Hayes says, I do. Mr. Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura. I was hired in 2012 to create a sexy, erotic scene for them. These photos are shown. So he showed them these two. He says that's Cassie. He says that's Sean Combs. And he also said he was hired in 2012 to create a sexy, erotic scene for them. So he was making sexy videos for Diddy and Cassie. Did y'all see the sketches of them dudes that they released? They released the sketches of them motherfucking workers. And I must say, Diddy was loose. They just hired anybody. I was looking at the line of workers. I was like, they just didn't give a damn. He just wanted to see Cassie get banged by anybody at this point. They say, oh, what the scene? I'm curious. Go in detail, baby, and take your precious time. A sexy erotic scene? You mean a freak off? Go on, hired D word. They say, let's get to the facts. Here we go. The Titanic. They said, gosh, he is ugly. That always pops in my mind. Ugly with a sissy voice. So I don't know if somebody's there in the courtroom. They said this dude is ugly. I don't know. I don't know who the Punisher is. AUSA says, why were you called the Punisher? Sheree Hayes says, playing basketball on West 4th Street. AUSA says, the woman who called you, what time did she book you for? Sheree Hayes says, midnight at Trump Tower, Central Park West. Striptease for a small group of friends. I wonder, did Cassie hire this man? I wonder, did Cassie hire this man? That's what I'm wondering. Did Cassie hire you? Who is the woman that hired you? You're saying the woman that hired you, but I'm starting to think maybe this is Cassie's work. They say a group. Sure, from playing basketball. Yeah, I play basketball. They call me the Punisher because I used to hoop and punish people on the court with the D. I used to punish with the D. No Diddy. They said at Trump Tower and enter Trump Tower into the chat. They say, woo, sure, from playing basketball. I can't see Trump and Intercontinental Hotel the same. Say, bet he got there and it was just Diddy in a mask. They say he a real one playing basketball on the West 4th Street. They say a group. They said, sure. This ruined the whole idea of the Punisher for me. They said, is this person... They said, is this... What the fuck? Yo, this... I ain't gonna lie, these comments ruthless, dog. These comments are ruthless. AUSA says, when you got there, how did Miss Ventura appear? Sheree Hayes says, in a bathroom with nothing in a bathrobe with nothing underneath, in a wig. I was expecting a crowd, but there was no one else. She told me she and her husband wanted to create a sexual scene with baby oil. What the fuck? I said, now that's a very good question. I think Cassie hired him. I don't think Diddy hired this man. I think that this was one of them times where Cassie hired this man. This is clearly Cassie's work. This is clearly Cassie's work. Oops. My bad. I saved it on accident. This is clearly Cassie's work. This is clearly Cassie's work. I believe that Cassie most definitely hired this man. Just my opinion. I could be wrong, but I think Cassie most definitely hired this man. What y'all think? I'm thinking she hired him. So it said, I thought the name was because of, yeah, we don't even want to go there. We don't know why they call him the Punisher. He said, did someone say baby oil? This is clearly Cassie's work, I said. They said, so Diddy joined too? It's looking like Cassie was there by herself. Oh, it is getting fired. As long as he wasn't flown in, he's irrelevant. Just about to talk about another Freakoff. Pointless. I'm asking myself, was P. Diddy into men too at the time? No one has mentioned anything about him being DL. Does anybody else use baby oil like this? And he said, and you stayed? Booked for a striptease and ended up doing the nasty and getting paid $7K. It's not looking good, bruv. Yeah, what are you talking about? It said Cassie may be the victim of domestic violence, but she clearly is complicit in the freak-offs. Exactly. I think that this dude just got up there and confirmed the fact that Cassie had her own free will. You said, I think that Diddy's defense team is going to get up there and be like, who called you? Did Cassie book you? From your understanding, did Cassie book you for this event? Were you paid by Cassie? Was Diddy even in the room? Because it sounds like he was booked to do a freak off for someone and her husband, but he got there, or I mean, he was supposed to be doing a freaky dance, but he got there and the lady says, "Oh, this is about me and my husband," and the husband didn't appear to be in the room so far. Excuse me. AUSA says, "What did she hand to you?" Sheree says $800. AUSA says, "How was the room?" Sheree Hayes says, "Dimly lit, electric candles, bowls of water with bottles of baby oil in them. She told me not to acknowledge her husband." I guess he wasn't there. "Not to look at him when he came out." I ain't gonna lie, I would have. And you stuck around for this. And you stuck around for this for $800. Man, I know you effing lying. I know you at this point. So you stuck around and a woman told you her husband's in the other room. Don't acknowledge him. Don't look at him. He's about to come out baby oiled up, and there's bottles of baby oil everywhere, candles everywhere. You looking at the wife and she telling you the husband's coming out. Just don't look at him. I'm getting the hell up out of there. I don't know what the hell what freaky mess y'all got going on. I'm not sticking around for whatever scene y'all trying to. I don't know what scene y'all want to film. Nah, I'm cool. Let me squeeze my tiny ass up out this damn room. Let me squeeze my tiny ass right up out this damn room. Said, look away. They said, that's a lot of basketballs he can buy. 800, Cassie pocketing some. They say Diddy should have just paid for oh yeah, can't say that word. Say, first off, Diddy has never been a husband to anyone. Cassie called and paid. Okay, continue. Oh wow. Don't look at me, Playboy. It's that her mom listening to this like, Diddy is so weird. What is his fetish with watching other people mess with Cassie? Yeah, but the fact is you got up there and admitted Cassie called, Cassie paid. So so Cassie should be doing racketeering and she should be down for a RICO as well. It says, AUSA says, did he come out? Sheree Hayes says, yes, he was naked, but I could not see his face. It was like what a Muslim woman wears. You only see the eyes. He had a bottle of Astroglide. AUSA says, how did you recognize it? Sheree Hayes says, I use it. The purple top. Not the purple top. Not the purple top. Oh, he's a pro. Oh, he is a pro. This dude knows the color of the tops and everything. He said, hold on, I know I use that brand, man. It was a purple top. Yeah, I know that one. I know the purple top when I see one. I know that purple top. Can't fool me. They said she was busy doing induction and giving instructions. What a woman. Yeah, Cassie looking sus as fuck. I ain't gonna lie. Cassie looking real sus. They said, oh, wow, what did Diddy do? They said naked with the... Oh, man, imagine someone coming out covered head to toe like a ghost holding Astroglide with... Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, you stuck around for this? A man came out fully wrapped like a mummy, butt naked. You seen a butt naked mummy coming towards you with some Astroglide, and I would have ran the fuck up out that room like, what in the hell y'all got going on up in here? Dimly lit light. A man come out with a purple top. And they telling you not to look at him. He just finna do some weird shit. And you got some damn lube in your some Astroglide. Where the hell y'all going with this? I would have been like, oh, you know what? That's my cue to get the hell on up out of here. I don't give a damn how good Cassie was looking in that damn robe. I'm getting the hell up out of here. I don't know what y'all got planned, but this is not. I am a boy, Damon. I am a boy. I am a boy, Damon. I don't know where you going with this, but I'm getting the hell up out of there. They wrong for these damn. Man. Hey, can y'all get the likes up to 700, man? We almost there, man. We need 35 people to hit the like button. 35 people double tap the screen. If you just now coming into the live, double tap that screen, man. Double tap that screen for me if you would not mind. Double tap that screen for me if you would not mind. They said, F that, shut the door. They said, he ain't need lube with no Tootsie Roll. All right, man, y'all out of control. I know y'all fucking. Let me just squeeze past this like I ain't even see it. AUSA says, how did it end? Sheree Hayes says, she went into the other room with him. When she came back, she asked if I wanted to finish. I said no. If they were happy, I was happy. She gave me more money. AUSA says, did you do it again? Sheree Hayes says, yes, 8 or 12 times. It's a really distinct number. 8 to 12 times. You could have said 5 to 10. What the fuck y'all got going on, man? It's a, yeah, not the purple type, dog. This dude said 8 to 12 times. 8 to 12 times, huh? So 8 to 12 times, huh? Interesting. That's all I'm going to say. 8 to 12 times, huh? That's very, very interesting. AUSA says, how did you end up recognizing her? Sheree Hayes says, I was a fan of Mr. Combs and followed him on Instagram. I saw her on it. AUSA says, this would be a good place to break. So they finna take a break. They finna go ahead and take a break. I say, why y'all always taking a break? Man. I don't know why the hell they always breaking, but this is just fucking weird, bro. What in the hell is going on in this Diddy case? I don't know. This is just weird. It said 8 is the number of completion. So did he do anything with Mr. Combs? They don't even get to it. They really don't even really get into what in the hell was going on. They kind of just alluding to shit. So it looks like Mr. Combs didn't do anything sexual. They said this has nothing to do with P. Diddy. I just want to ask you a question by chance. Did you see the footage of New York Times Square Saturday? People do not know what's going to happen. They don't even know who they're looking at, the originator. I don't know what the hell that meant. And it says Diddy's trial begins exactly 33 weeks from the day he was arrested. From Monday, September 16th, 2024 to Monday, May 5th, 2025. 33 weeks. Diddy's trial begins exactly 33 weeks from the day he was arrested. Freemason coding. Then it gives Sean Combs equals 33 in Chaldean numerology. So 33, Sean Combs equals 33. And then it says Sean Combs, November 4th, 1969, age 55, New York equals 666. From Tuesday, November 4th, 1969, when he was born, to Monday, May 5th, 2025 is 666 months. And Diddy speaks on special codes right here. Let me listen to this real quick.
I've been a study of music. So there's something I wanted to say to you. It's very, very important. I've been a study of music, science, art, mathematician, the actual numbers and codes that goes into it. And so when they talk about the top 5, all of those cats got a special code, you know? 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I couldn't even, I didn't know. So there's something I wanted to say to you. It's very, very important. I've been a study of music, science, art, mathematician, the actual numbers and codes that goes into it. And so when they talk about the top 5, all of those cats got a special code, you know? 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I couldn't even, I didn't know.
Interesting. Let me send that to myself. Interesting. That is very, very interesting. Thank you for that. I appreciate this. So that is very interesting to know about the coding that goes into this Diddy ritual right now. So is this a damn ritual? Are we looking at some weird ass ritual that's going on right now, y'all? Y'all tell me in the chat. And the judge says break. So they just broke 2 minutes ago. So it's looking like they might have just went to lunch. Possibly this is a lunch break. Man. I don't know what the hell is going on, y'all. Things just got weird. Things just keep getting more weird by the day. Things just keep getting more weird by the day. I can't even lie. I can't make this shit up, y'all. This case is blowing me. No Diddy. This is blowing me. I don't even know what the hell to say. What do y'all think about this, man? As we go to break, and we at the halfway point for the day. We're at the halfway mark. What are we getting from this? Let's get over here and get another update over here. I know we got 8 new updates over here. Let's get to this. Let's move this out the way. All right, let's get this in position. All right. If you can't see the screen, hit the 3 dots at the top right-hand corner and remove the live chat. If you can't see the screen, hit the 3 dots at the top right-hand corner and remove the live chat. It says the court is on lunch break. So they're on lunch break 2 minutes ago. Prosecution's next witness is Sheree Hayes, 51, a male exotic dancer from Harlem, whose stage name is The Punisher. Cassie Ventura tested last week that Hayes participated in Freakoffs and that Freakoffs with her and Sean Combs. Hayes says he was hired for the first time in 2012. Sheree Hayes is bald and muscular, wearing a black suit and tie. He also speaks with a bit of a lisp. Hayes explained his Punisher nickname, saying it was given to him as a teen and it was inspired by his style of play on the basketball court. He has a website for his exotic dancing services, getpunished.com. Sean Combs' lead counsel, Mark Agnifilo, declined to cross-examine Regina Ventura, Cassie Ventura's mother, after she testified briefly late Tuesday morning. He informed Ventura that he had no questions for her, then thanked her. Cassie Ventura's mother, Regina Ventura, said her daughter first told her Sean Combs was physically abusive to her in December of 2011 when she disclosed it in an email as she traveled home from Connecticut on Christmas. After Cassie arrived, Regina said she took photos that showed bruising on her daughter's backside, thigh, and the back of her shoulder. Then the same photos shared in court during Cassie Ventura's testimony last week. Cassie Ventura said she was injured during a meeting with Combs shortly after she learned she was dating another musician, Kid Cudi. Jurors previously heard the testimony that Sean Combs was livid that Cassie Ventura had been dating the rapper Kid Cudi, whose real name is Scott Muscudi. Because Combs considered it an insult for her to see another hip-hop celebrity, Ventura's mother, Regina Ventura, said that she subsequently wired $20,000 to Combs at his request, but Combs returned it after 4 or 5 days. Combs also allegedly threatened to release sexually explicit videos of Cassie Ventura, according to the mother's testimony. Regina Ventura said she received an email about the sex tape release threat and felt physically sick. Regina Ventura says she took out a home equity loan in 2011 for $20,000 to satisfy a shakedown demand from Sean Combs because she believed that he was going to harm her daughter, Cassie Ventura. The younger Ventura, who testified against Combs last week, visited her mother's home in Connecticut for the holidays that year with visible bruises on her body. And Regina Ventura took photographs of the injuries that were shown to the jury during her testimony. I was scared for my daughter's safety, she testified. Why Sean Diddy Combs and Suge Knight have been rivals for decades. Marlon Suge Knight, who has come up in testimony this week, was at the center of an East Coast, West Coast rivalry with Sean Diddy Combs in the 1990s hip-hop scene. Combs' New York City label Bad Boys Records dominated hip-hop on the East Side, boasting the notorious B.I.G., a.k.a. Biggie, among his star performers. On the West Coast, Tupac Shakur became the biggest artist signed to Knight's Death Row Records in Los Angeles. Tensions ramped up after gunmen shot and robbed Shakur in New York, according to in a New York recording studio in 1994. Shakur suspected that Combs and Biggie, who were also in the building that night but left unscathed, were somehow involved. Both men denied it. In 1995, Biggie released Who Shot You, which Shakur interpreted as a taunt. The diss track started a cascade of insults that the rappers lobbed at each other through the music. As the feud reached a fever pitch, both Shakur and Biggie were killed in drive-by shootings within 6 months of each other. After Shakur's death, rumors swirled that Combs was involved. Combs has called the allegations pure fiction and completely ridiculous. Knight is now serving a 28-year prison sentence in San Diego after pleading no contest to voluntary manslaughter for the deadly hit and run in 2015. Man. So shit is getting sticky. Shit is getting sticky at this point in this case. Now you see Tupac and Biggie names, and I think eventually those names will end up coming up in court somehow, some way. Them names is going to pop up into this shit. Somehow, some way, them names is going to pop up into this shit. So we going to see. It's been good today. I ain't going to lie. It has been good. What are y'all thinking so far, what we looking at up in this Diddy trial? Are y'all thinking that this is looking like it's in Diddy's favor or the prosecution's favor? What do y'all think in the chat? Says, I wouldn't want to have kids after experiencing that, but maybe she had good support. And they said, I'm just saying some trafficking victims don't recover that quickly. Married with kids, she has a good counselor. Yeah, Cassie seems to be doing all right for herself. I wouldn't want to have kids after that. So I don't know, y'all. Right about now, at the breaking point that we're at, it seems like I said, shit is going to get sticky right now. So as far as the prosecution goes, they playing a hell of a chess game today. They really are. They on the defense's ass. The defense really ain't got much going on. It seems like the defense ain't really got a leg to stand on right now. So while we in break, we got more videos to play. We still got a full list of videos to go over. So let's get to some of these videos.
Baby, they don't release the photos of them escorts, the male workers. The Diddy case or whatever, baby. He would have just had to beat me. He would have just had to beat me now. I'm sorry to say it, baby. Because I couldn't have did it. Not now one of them. He didn't have a type at all. He just said, bitch, all you gotta have is eyes and a mouth, bitch. And a little Peter Wagger. That's all you need. Like, it's so many shapes and sizes and colors on that bitch. I'm like, hold the fuck up. And then the media's so damn messy. Why is y'all plastering these folk all on social media? Y'all ruining their lives. And then somebody said they ruining their lives because they was already, you know what? Anyway, but Craigslist, this where you find them people. You know what? I wouldn't expect nothing less from Craigslist. Because bitch is giving bottom of the barrel. That's all you could afford. I'm sure you could afford a better looking, some models or something. I wouldn't have got wet for none of them. I get no shit. You had to force me too, because bitch, fuck that. I see why she was on them drugs. Them niggas ugly. I'm not even laughing at the situation. I'm just laughing at bitch. Them, I'll expect them. I'm talking about. Yeah. What the fuck is going on, bitch? Bitch, I feel bad for her vagina, man. Like, ooh, Lord have mercy. They look like they got something. No shade. But, bitch, we just I'm gonna keep y'all updated on the little case or whatever. I don't want to do every day because y'all know it's gonna be going on for weeks and months and Sundays and stuff. So, you know what I'm saying? Stuff that stand out like this right here, I'm just gonna come and report on it. But, yeah, did y'all see that?
Yeah, we seen it, sister girl. We seen it. All right, what your ghetto ass? Get you up off the screen.
Carrie Morgan, who is Cassie's former best friend, is on the stand testifying against Diddy. They are on a lunch break, and she'll be back to continue her testimony after lunch. Carrie and Cassie were best friends for over 17 years. She met Cassie on a modeling shoot when they were teenagers, and they lived together in Manhattan and were inseparable until 2018. That is when Carrie said Diddy physically assaulted her, and she ended their friendship for good. When taking the stand, she told the court she did not want to be there. She said, "I've moved on from all these people and their problems," and that she was testifying because she was subpoenaed. Carrie said Cassie changed once she got into a relationship with Diddy. She lost her confidence big time, and she lost her spark. In terms of Diddy's jealousy, she said that he would call Cassie over 50 times in a row, screaming at her, criticizing her looks, and questioning who she was talking to. He said Cassie felt like she couldn't leave because he controlled everything from her job to her car to her apartment. She felt like she was trapped. When talking about Cassie doing substances before Diddy, she said that Cassie did not. But she said Diddy often provided substances like X, Molly, and Mary J. She said that Diddy would be doing all of these substances, but that sometimes she and Cassie would do OP8s together. When talking about Diddy's presence, she said that it was dominating and unpredictable. Talking about physical assault, she said the first time she saw him getting physical with Cassie was in a house in Hollywood Hills. She says Diddy and Cassie were arguing in the bedroom while she stood in the foyer. She said she saw Diddy pushing Cassie and possibly punching and kicking her too. She said Cassie did not fight back and that Carrie yelled at Ruben, who is Diddy's security, to do something, and he did not. In fact, she said Ruben refused. Afterwards, her and Cassie ran out of the house and hid behind a neighbor's front steps for 30 minutes as Diddy searched for them. Second major alleged assault that she witnessed was in Jamaica in 2013. Cassie was taking too long in the bathroom and Diddy snapped. She heard gut-wrenching, terrifying screams and then saw Diddy dragging Cassie by the hair down the hallway. She alleged she saw Diddy push Cassie to the ground. Cassie hits her head on the brick and collapsed into a loose fetal position. Carrie said she thought Cassie was unconscious. Cassie later ran barefoot into the woods and that she and Diddy got on separate golf carts looking for Cassie. She found Cassie and they hid in a ditch for hours. The other incident was the hotel surveillance incident at the Intercontinental Hotel. Said when Cassie came home, she was wearing a hoodie, she had a black eye, and she collapsed on the couch and appeared numb. 30 minutes later, Diddy showed up banging on the door with a hammer trying to get in. Carrie said she was terrified and called Diddy's assistant and security, begging them to stop. Police eventually came and Cassie refused to show her ID and cooperate. She told the court she didn't think Cassie cared if Diddy came in and unalived her. Carrie now talks about her own assault that happened in 2018. Carrie said when Cassie was in the bathroom, Diddy came up on her, choking her, and then he threw a wooden hanger that hit her in the head near her ear. She fled the apartment and texted Diddy's assistant saying he's going crazy and he lost it, but the assistant shrugged it off. Carrie said she considered filing a lawsuit, but about a month later, Cassie came to her and said that Diddy would give her $30K, so she took the money and signed an NDA. She said she hadn't spoke to Cassie ever since. Carrie also said that most of Cassie's friends worked for Diddy, but she was the only one who did not. And when Cassie spent time with those people, she convinced herself that the abuse was okay. Carrie said you could tell they were convincing her it was okay. They're now on a lunch break and I will be back with more of her testimony.
So Carrie Morgan testified yesterday. What did y'all think of that testimony from Carrie Morgan? Did you find her to be a reliable witness? As far as the witnesses have went, we know that there ain't been very many reliable witnesses. And Carrie Morgan had an interesting one. Wasn't able to do much with her either. We forgot about Carrie Morgan. So what did y'all think about Carrie Morgan yesterday? And can we double tap the screen and get the likes up, y'all? We almost got 1,100 people in here. Can y'all double tap the screen and get these likes up? Let's get it to 1,000 likes, man. Let's get it up to 1,000 likes, man. We almost there. Let's go. Let's go. I don't care if you're at work or not. Pull your phone out your pockets. Double tap the screen. Put it back in there. You ain't going to get fired. You be all right. Say, I want to know why Carrie and Cassie stopped talking for real. I don't believe this hammer junk. I know this dude is rich, but just popping out with the hammer? Come on now. Yeah. I mean, he definitely was crazy, but the fact is, was he out here chasing people with hammers and shit? I mean, why would he have to do that to you, Carrie? I don't know. 'Cause I'm surprised one who kind of he was the only one that kind of damaged the defense. David James was the only one that kind of damaged the defense so far to me. I don't think they really got hurt by anybody except for David James. David James kind of fucked him up a little bit. Other than that, Carrie Morgan didn't really hurt it, didn't really help it as much. It helped the fact you trying to tarnish his character. Outside of that, it really wasn't much that they did with the David James situation. With the Carrie Morgan situation or the mom situation and this sex worker situation. I think that this is just further proven. If anything, it proves Cassie was paying for the shit. So this is kind of, in a sense, kind of helping Diddy and hurting him at the same time, because you can still do the whole conspiracy, whatever. But in the same breath, it's like, well, it's kind of showing that Cassie wasn't being trafficked. She was looking like that she could have possibly been doing this herself. But I mean, I get that she's saying out of her mouth, Diddy made me make these appointments. But it seems like you had free will to make the appointments. So it's not really giving trafficking. It's kind of giving, like I said, y'all just some freaks. Y'all showed up. Diddy had a mask on, a mummy suit on with his meat out. And you was in a robe, butt naked. And y'all was doing some weird stuff. He came out with the damn lube in his hands. And Diddy was popping out in the corner doing some freaky wild stuff while y'all was doing some freaky wild stuff. She went back in the room with Diddy and came out and asked you, do you want to finish? Cassie handed you more money. Cassie was the one hitting you up, booking you behind the scenes. So it's given Cassie was a willing participant at this point. It's giving willing participant by Cassie. Let's continue.
I just had to unfollow a creator because of how disturbed I am of their commentary of the P. Diddy trial. And I know this is not an airport. I don't need to announce my departure, but I just kind of wanted to share because I think it's really important the way that we talk about the ongoing Diddy trial. I've talked about it a couple times, but like, it's really heavy stuff and there's a lot of things happening all at once. So I'm just trying to kind of listen and learn right now. I think there's some creators who are handling it really, really well, talking about it really professionally, with victim first language. But this specific person, I started following them whenever it was after Diddy was arrested and private investigators were being sent to influencers' homes. And this person, his name is Secret Service Sam, was one of those people. And that's how I found him. That's how he came up on my For You page. And I've seen a couple of his videos since he's been covering the Diddy trial. He's one of the people who like actually goes into the courtroom and like reports back. But I saw a video come up on my For You page that he did kind of recapping what happened. I think it was after day 2 or after day 1 of Cassie's testimony. I'm going to show it to you so that you guys can like see what it is that disturbed me.
That's what he liked to do. He said the S did not last long and he did not use a Jimmy hat. Crazy. He raw dogged Cassie. He got a couple $1,000. Diddy said, hey, I got issues, quote, with your boss. He's aggressive and I want to see us again. Cassie took his number. He left the hotel. Cassie asked for a D pic because she said he had the biggest one she's ever seen, which must be impressive. So I'm sure she saw a few. He gave her a picture. She asked for S again, like that night pretty much. Second time he went for a few hours. Nice work.
So I understand he calls himself a comedy journalist, and that's fine, you know, to add humor within journalism. But on topics that are so heavy, so important, so precedent setting, there's just no room for jokes, especially when there are jokes surrounding a woman being tortured. And
I don't really think he made a joke towards a woman being tortured or a woman. I think that he was given the facts of what's going on. Cassie asked the man for a D pic. Why else would she be asking for a D pic if she wasn't impressed? If you just got out of a Freakoff and you ain't even really supposed to be having contact with these people, I think it is good to know that Cassie was asking for these pictures because it further shows how much she enjoyed what she was doing. It further proves that Cassie had a great time doing this. So why should he not report the facts? Those are facts. Cassie was asking for D pics. Cassie was getting down with this. Cassie was getting down with that. She was enjoying it. She liked what she was saying. So it further proves the case. So you're sensitive and you're biased. I can tell you're being biased because you're catching feelings over the facts We don't got no feelings over here. There is no feelings. There is no emotional attachment to this case. No matter, even if you're a victim of domestic violence, if you've been through it, we get that. If you've been in the situations where you've been essayed, R-worded, we understand that, but some of this stuff ain't that, and we just need the facts, and we want to present the facts and talk about this unbiased. Just because you've been through something and it hits close to home doesn't mean you have to be unrealistic about some shit you're hearing. If someone is saying, I've been R-worded, I've been essayed, I didn't want to do this, we get that there are real victims out there, but if you can open up the receipt folder and show that this person was asking for these type of pictures, this person was hiring people, this person was calling the escorts. So it seems like Cassie was a willing participant at some point, right?
Making light of what she went through and like trying to pat these men who were...
Y'all couldn't hear me? Hold on. Y'all couldn't hear me? Hold on. My sound sounds good to me. My sound sounds good to me. Let me know in the chat. My mods, let me know in the chat. I need my mods whenever shit happens. Just mods, let me know what's good before I continue. I don't know what the fuck they got going on.
Harming her on the back, like that is so devoid from reality. Like the lack of empathy just shows that he doesn't really care about like the victims. He's there to report on a story. And I just think with like situations that are as sensitive as this, there has to be an element of professionalism, integrity, and empathy. And I think rhetoric like that makes it easier for the viewers to blame the victim. And I personally am just exhausted. I'm exhausted by like this narrative in general. It's not just the specific creator. I saw it on like the Breakfast Club, like the way the rhetoric surrounding was reminding me of the Tory Lanez situation, how people acted and are still acting as if Tory Lanez was on trial versus Megan Thee Stallion, when it was always Tory Lanez versus the United States. Same thing with this. People are acting like it's Cassie versus Diddy in this whole case. It's always Diddy versus the United States. These are just witnesses. These are victims that have dealt with Diddy directly for a long period of time. They are there to help build the case. Cassie is there to build the case. She is not there on trial. And I just think we have to make that so incredibly clear.
You sound like you hurt about some of the commentary that's being presented about your girl Cassie. Now, at what point are we going to hold her accountable for some of the things she was doing? You know what I'm saying? Cassie was a victim of domestic violence. I just don't believe she was a victim of trafficking. That's just my opinion, though. You know what I'm saying? My opinion means what? What the fuck does my opinion mean? Things keep getting weirder by the day, I said. Hell yeah, it just keeps on going. Hey, they deserve a break at this point. Something big is going to come today. I think we're going to get a break about something today. I'm not really sure what much more they going to do. It's leaning towards, it's getting weird. It's getting weird, but the workers are going to come in and try to corroborate. If you haven't paid attention to what the prosecutors are doing, everybody's stories are starting to intertwine, starting to lock into each other. All of the stories are coming together. They've coached these people good enough. And I don't think everybody had to be coached. But I do think that they did prep a lot of their witnesses. I think, well, if I'm being real, I think they prepped all of them, but I'm just going to say most of them because I don't want to sound biased. So I do believe most of these witnesses got prepped. Really, I truly think all of them did, but I'll say most. And I think everyone's stories were meant to intertwine and to lock into each other because you're trying to prove a RICO. You're trying to prove trafficking. You're trying to prove racketeering. You're trying to prove that these people were coerced and forced into this. So you're trying to tie every detail of everyone's story to make it look like this was a criminal organization and to make it look like this was an enterprise, a criminal enterprise. And that's what this was meant to be. These people were all getting paid to cover up things. They were getting paid to do this. They were getting paid to do that. Oh, it's my bad. Everybody was getting paid. We got 4 new updates on this. So let's get into it. Give me a second while I move my damn screen over. Let me move my screen over and we're going to get right into these couple updates we got while we waiting on this lunch break. Sheree Hayes says he didn't recognize Sean Combs or Cassie Ventura during their first encounter. but learned their identities when he was booked for another Freakoff session, this time at the Essex House in New York. When he turned on a TV in the hotel room while waiting for the session to start, a welcome screen appeared reading, "The Essex House. Would you like to welcome Mr. Sean Combs?" What the fuck? Ironically, Hayes testified, "I was a fan." He said later he looked at Combs' Instagram account and recognized Ventura in the photos. Sheree Hayes testified that Sean Combs would periodically give instructions during the Freakoff, telling Cassie Ventura to position her body a certain way or to move the lights. Hayes said he was given $800 on arrival and asked if he wanted to finish. He declined, saying he wanted to keep things professional, and was given an additional $1,200, so $2,000 for this encounter. So he got paid $2,000 for his little whoop-de-whoop. Sheree Hayes says his first Freakoff with Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs took place in 2012. He had initially thought that he had been hired to perform a striptease for a small group of friends. Hayes says he was greeted by Cassie Ventura, whom he didn't know at the time, and he was asked to perform a sexy scene for her and her husband, a man he now understands was Combs, who sat at a table naked except for a veil like a Muslim woman would wear. Hayes says a veil that a Muslim woman would wear. Hayes says he was instructed to have no communication with the man. Sheree Hayes, well, I already read that he's bald and muscular, woo. So he's basically saying, look, I was paid to do these things. This was something that, you know what I'm saying, I ain't necessarily have to communicate with Diddy too much. He just kind of told Cassie what to do. But does that prove a RICO, though? Has anything that he said proved that this was a RICO? And how long ago did they go to lunch? Let's see. They went to lunch 30 minutes ago, so we still have 30 minutes until we get back from lunch. They said, oh yeah, somebody's liking my comments. Things is just getting weirder by the day. I don't know, man. It just seems like they're not trying to prove the RICO with this guy. It's just more of the Freakoff shit, more of the X tapes, more of the weird behavior that Diddy had going on sexually. Someone just sent me something. I don't know what that is. I don't even know what the hell they just sent me. It says the rest of them I didn't. I don't know what the hell y'all sending me. All right. It says, yeah, the mom was speaking on emotions, but when she said she wanted to hit someone, she lost. They said, so according to the News Nation, no redirect for Cassie's mother because the 20 racks was sent back to her. So he extorted her, but he took his extortion back. So what you're saying is Diddy extorted the lady, but then he said, you know what? Fuck the extortion. My bad. I was fucked up. I was in a dark place. Shout out to Cassie for holding me down during the dark times. Love. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that he hit him with one of that, man. Shout out to Cassie for holding me down through the dark times. Love. You know what I'm saying? Keep it a buck. I give you this 20 racks back. So I extorted you, but I'm going to give you your money back. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. They said they got 6 more weeks, one case at a time, fam. Everybody relax. I think we all calm and cool in this motherfucker. They said they're doing all this to hide the bigger picture. Sad as fuck. Yeah, I think everybody in this room is calm. Ain't nobody panicking over here. I don't believe he forced her. She was into it. Yeah, they have yet to show me that Cassie was forced into this lifestyle. You're only saying because he was abusive to her that he had to have forced her, right? That's basically what I'm getting out of this.
Diddy's Freakoff tapes of celebrities is being sold throughout Hollywood. Y'all, this is crazy. So a lawyer of one of the victims of Diddy said that another victim came to her and tried to sell her a video of Diddy and another high-profile celebrity that is bigger than Diddy on this Freakoff tape, she explains how she saw the video for herself and could clearly identify whoever this celebrity is, and honestly, I want to know. She explains how this isn't the only tape that she's heard of, and she's heard that other tapes are being sold throughout Hollywood, basically as blackmail, saying, hey, you buy this tape or I'm going to make it exposed to the public. So I'm about to roll y'all this clip, and you guys let me know what you guys think about all this in the comments.
Just recently contacted by someone who wanted me to essentially represent them in the sale of one of the Diddy tapes. So, which I declined that because...
Wait a minute. Say that again. Say that again. Back up. You're saying that there's tapes and they're being shopped?
Yes, there have been people already shopping.
We've heard about the tapes, but
yes.
The shopping thing is...
Yes, there already have been tapes leaking around Hollywood, being shopped around to individuals in Hollywood. But one particular person contacted me to shop a particular video they were in possession of, and to contact the person who was in the video to see if they were interested in purchasing the video before it became a public knowledge.
I've heard this before, so like a catch and kill.
Catch and kill, correct.
Wow. Can you, and I guess you can't reveal the person who is on
No, I can't
tape.
explain who the person was, but Mr.
High profile?
Mr. Combs was in the tape, and this other person is, I would venture to say, more high profile than Mr. Combs.
Really? Really? And you've seen it?
I've seen stills of the video.
Okay.
So
you can verify
that it exists, that it's real, that the other person in the video is very visible. It's no question if it's that person in the video, and I can tell the video is pornographic in nature.
So did y'all believe her when she said that she had these videos? Do you think that some of these videos have been sent out? Do you think the jury or, you know what I'm saying, the prosecution team or the defense team got hold of some of these alleged videos that Combs was alleged to have with other high-profile celebrities, and they was paying people to get these videos up out of his possession, or else their ass was going to be exposed on this trial? Do y'all believe any of that? Let me know in the chat. They said, I say they had their problems. Seems like, but don't sound like he was forcing her into the freak-off. It sounds like she was having fun. When she started feeling her husband, she wanted no more freak-offs. Yeah, so I think still to this day, I think Cassie's husband is the reason why this is all happening. I could be wrong, but I just believe Cassie's husband got something to do with this shit. This is my opinion. I want to say Cassie's husband is really the person who really pushed this shit to happen. I think so. We got about 20 minutes left, maybe about like 25 minutes left on lunch. So what I'm finna do is I'm finna throw some more videos out here. We got a couple more videos to watch during the break, and I will be back. I'm gonna go take my dogs outside, and I gotta feed them their lunch. So give me a second. I'll be back. Let's watch this. I'll be coming back in and out the room. I'll be right back. I'm gonna let my dogs go out for lunch. We'll be right back.
And we're back with more from this monster. Hello, my friend. It is Perez, the queen of all media, the original influencer, and your #1 source for everything Diddy drama. I was not on my game today because Blake Lively kept me insanely busy. Watch all my videos on that to be caught up. The second week of testimony began today in the federal trial against the disgraced music mogul who is facing serious charges of racketeering, trafficking, and prostitution, which could see him behind bars for the rest of his life. As he should be. Taking the stand first today was Dawn Richard again, who also testified last week. She is a former protege of Diddy and a member of his girl group, Danity Kane. Dawn testified that she saw Diddy frequently, violently attack his ex-girlfriend, Cassie. Dawn says he would punch her, choke her, drag her, slap her in the mouth. I saw him kick her, punch her in the stomach. She said the violence could be prompted by a variety of reasons. It could be Cass speaking up for herself. It could be random. We didn't even know where it came from. Dawn told the jury that she saw members of Combs' security staff also witness him be violent towards Cassie. Quote, they wouldn't react. They wouldn't do anything. Charges should be brought against them too. Dawn was in Danity Kane and another Diddy project called Dirty Money. She testified that after she witnessed him beating Cassie, she urged his girlfriend, Ventura, Cassie, to leave him. Word got back to Diddy, and he confronted Dawn Richard, telling her, y'all don't get in my relationship. Just make money and shut the F up. I end artists. I shelve careers. You could go missing. The prosecutor asked Dawn to clarify what exactly that meant. She responded that we could die. Quote, I was shocked but also scared. I couldn't believe this was the beginning of a journey for dirty money. Being treated that way. There was a time in 2009 where Dawn and bandmate Kalena Harper saw Diddy punch Cassie in the face. Richard said that Ventura's eye, Cassie Ventura, was swollen, so she put on makeup and wore sunglasses to try to hide the injury. The jury then was shown a photo of the three women wearing sunglasses in public after the assault. Richard said that she and Harper also wore sunglasses to have solidarity, to be a friend, to be a support system for someone who needed it. Dawn even testified that numerous employees at his record label, Bad Boy, saw him be violent towards Cassie and no one stepped in. That is going to be very important testimony for the racketeering charge. Dawn testified that she often saw Diddy using substances. The marijuana, the K, the coca, the Molly. His dealer was called One Stop. He would go to the studio, she said, providing everything from the coca to the ecstasy, and even pharmaceuticals and birth control. Richard also testified that she would see Diddy regularly with Pew Pew. He was high and dangerous. Dawn has a pending civil lawsuit against Diddy. When questioned about that, she said that she was not expecting compensation for her testimony. I'm expecting justice, she said. Dawn also recounted an incident from 2010 at a restaurant in Los Angeles where there were a lot of celebrities there, including Usher and Neo. And it was there, in front of all of these celebrities and music industry executives like Jimmy Iovine, that Dawn claims Diddy punched Cassie in the stomach so hard it caused her to double over. She immediately bent over. He told her to leave. And according to Dawn, nobody moved a muscle. She testified no one intervened. Dawn went on to testify that she left the restaurant with her bandmate Diddy and Cassie, and when they got in the car, Cassie expressed that she was embarrassed by his behavior, and things got even uglier from there. Quote, he grabbed her by the neck and popped her, slapped her in the mouth. He told Cassie to shut the F up. He would tell her he owned her. I told her she should leave. Cass looked torn. She would listen, but I could see the fear. There was security in the car who did nothing. Dawn said that eventually she stopped commenting on Diddy and Cassie's relationship for her own safety. Quote, I made a decision that it would be best for the safety of myself to not interfere because I don't think that she was really ready to do anything. Dawn says that not only did Diddy threaten her, but that Harvey Pierre, the former president of Bad Boy Records, told her not to talk about the Cassie abuse. Diddy's defense tried to undermine Dawn's testimony, specifically her recollection of him assaulting Cassie with a skillet. Claiming that Richards has given different accounts as to what happened over time, Dawn responded by saying that she is sharing her recollections to the best of her ability. One very effective move from the black female defense lawyer today, she told Dawn Richard, "You perceived the threats as death threats, fear of your life, but then you reached out to work with him again." Dawn replied, "Yes." Dawn reached out to Diddy as recently as 2020. On redirect, Dawn told the prosecutors the environment with Diddy and working with him was volatile and it was very hard to work in, so I tried to erase those things. Every day, it gets easier to remember certain things. That makes sense. Up next to take the stand was Cassie's former good friend, Carrie Morgan. She reveals that she and Cassie no longer speak because Diddy assaulted her. According to Carrie, Diddy found out about a relationship Cassie had formed with someone else and took it out on her. "He came up behind me," she told the jury, "and choked me and left finger marks on my neck and hit me in the head with a wooden hanger. When I got up, he boomeranged a hanger at my head." Cassie then told her friend that she was over-exaggerating the violent attack and that Diddy had agreed to pay her $30,000 if she'd sign.
All right, y'all, I'm almost done outside. Give me a couple more minutes. I'm going to run this videos. I got a couple more videos to play, then we're going to get right back because they still on lunch. I got to go fix my dog's lunch in just a second. I'll be right back in here to change this video, and by the time the next video over, I'll be back. I got to feed my dogs. They're still outside. I'll be right back.
NDA. She did end up signing and agreed to drop her pursuit of a lawsuit, but at the cost of her longtime friendship with Cassie. Morgan said she's testifying because she was subpoenaed, but that she did not want to be there in the court today. Morgan testified that she witnessed Diddy assault Cassie twice, and both times he was sober. One of the times, Morgan said she asked one of Combs's security guards to intervene, but he responded that he wasn't going to do anything. That happened at Diddy's house. She also saw him attack Cassie on a vacation they all went on in Jamaica in 2013. In a similar incident to the hotel security camera footage, Morgan said she saw Combs dragging Ventura by her hair down the hallway for about 10 feet. Carrie said there were more times that Diddy was violent, but those two incidents that she testified about are the ones she remembers best. Carrie said that Cassie couldn't leave Diddy because he controlled everything. A former assistant of Diddy took the stand next. He recalled the conversation he had with Cassie where she revealed to him that she felt like she couldn't end her relationship with him. I can't get out, she said. And he was cut off short, but we'll hear more from this former assistant of Diddy's tomorrow. That's all for today. Let's discuss everything we've learned in the comments section.
All right, so give me 1 second. They're still on lunch right now, and I will be back in just a second, y'all. I'm finna feed my dog, and I'll be right back. So give me 1 second. As soon as this video over, I'll be back by the time this video is over. I'm finna go feed my dog.
6 of the Diddy trials. So today, Don Richards, Carrie Morgan, and even one of Diddy assistants was on the stand. I'm hearing they didn't hold back, y'all. So I'm going to report on everything they said happened. I'm going to break it down conversation to conversation, just like as if you were in the courtroom watching it. But before I do that, y'all already know what to do. Buckle your seatbelt, go grab some snacks, hit that like button, and share this video. Don Richard goes first. AUSA says, when Diddy said people can go missing, what do you think he meant by that? Don goes, I thought it meant we can die. AUSA asks, what did you observe between the relationship with Diddy and Cassie? Don goes, well, I witnessed him kick her, drag her, and even punch her in the mouth. AUSA says, why? Don says, Well, it's whenever she spoke up for herself. Diddy lawyer quickly says, objection! The judge looks and says, overruled. AUSA asked, who in security witnessed these things? Don goes, D-Rock and Bonds. AUSA asked, so where did Miss Ventura get hit? Don says, she got hit in her nose, her lip, her chin, the back of her head, the front of her head, her neck, her elbow, her legs, her foot, everywhere. AUSA asks, were there a time you were in New York for a festival? Don Richard goes, yes, in Central Park. AUSA asks, so in the residence, what happened? Don goes, he punched Cassie and she came into the bathroom crying. And you could tell that she was visibly upset and hurt. Diddy lawyer quickly says, objection! Judge looks and says, sustained. AUSA asks, what injuries did you observe? Don says, her eye was swollen. Big ass swollen eye. AUSA asked, so why did you stay with Miss Ventura after the incident? Don says, I wanted her to feel supported. So then AUSA held a picture up and asked Don Richards, what's this? And it was a picture of her and Cassie both wearing sunglasses. And she said, why y'all both wearing that? She said, for solidarity. So AUSA says, so when the next assault happened, who was there? Who was present? Don says, it was D-Rock, it was Capricorn Clark, and it was Harv Pierre. AUSA says, so when they witnessed this going down, did they do anything? Don goes, no, none of us did anything. Y'all, that is crazy. You got grown ass men or people that call themselves men watching this whole shit go down and they ain't intervene? It's only one of two things. They was either scared of Diddy or they didn't want to lose that money he was giving them. Y'all let me know down below in the comments. If you was in this situation and you witnessed that going on, are you going to intervene? Are you going to stop Diddy? You going to beat Diddy? What you going to do? So after this, Don Richards says, when they were on their way driving back to LA, Diddy smacked the fuck out of Cassie and he told her to shut the fuck up. AUSA says, and how did the passengers respond to this? Don says, well, we stayed silent for the rest of the ride. So Diddy told Cassie to shut the fuck up, but everybody in the ride seemed to shut the fuck up. That's some scary shit if you ask me. Don Richards says she told herself, if this man can do this to Cassie Ventura, a girl that he said he loved, he was in love with, what do you think he would do to me and his employees? She said, so when she talked to Diddy, she always spoke to that man with kindness. She didn't want to get treated like he was doing Cassie. AUSA asked, so did you ever try to intervene in their relationship? Don said, no. And that was for my own safety. AUSA asked, so did you see Mr. Combs using drugs? Don goes, yes. Weed, ketamine, Molly, cocaine. AUSA says, opiates? Don goes, now that, nah, I never saw. AUSA asked, so who bought Diddy these drugs? She leans in and said, it was a dude named One Stop. And he had everything I named that Diddy took. But more though, y'all. He had Plan B and he had birth control. He had everything. AUSA asks, so did you ever see Diddy with a handgun? Don says, yes, I seen him with a handgun. It used to be on his lower back. AUSA asked, who else had guns? Don goes, well, you know Diddy, and his two security guards, D-Rock and Bonds. AUSA asks, so how did you speak to Diddy when you spoke to him? Don says, when I spoke to him, it was always a soft tone. And I always used to call him bro. AUSA asks, so why did you never disclose the abuse you seen? She said, I was told not to talk by Diddy and Harv Pierre. They told me to keep my mouth shh. AUSA asks, so when did you speak out? Dawn goes, in 2024. Dawn goes, I seen Miss Ventura get on the stand and tell the Diddy lawyer says, objection! Judge, sustained. AUSA asks, did you see Miss Ventura file a civil lawsuit and then you decided to file your own? Dawn goes, yes. So now it's time for the cross-examination, y'all. Diddy lawyer steps up. Westmoreland. West goes, you aware there's a motion to dismiss your lawsuit, right? Dawn goes, I have civil lawyers. West goes,
what do y'all think, man? Don, they fucked Don up yesterday. I'm gonna be real. It's up and down. This is like a fucking seesaw match right now. We don't know who the hell gonna win. I'm finna go warm my damn coffee up. I'll be right back. But this video gonna continue, and they still on lunch. So watch the video, pay attention. I'll be right back.
You sat with the prosecutors, and your allegations have changed. Don says, no, I've been consistent. West goes, you testified that Mr. Combs attempted to hit Miss Ventura in the head with a pan full of eggs, and she dropped down to the fetal position, right? Don says, yes. West goes, did you ever say you heard a pan hit the wall, or you didn't see it? Don, I don't recall. Don goes, would you agree with me if I said it's been hard for you to keep your story straight when it comes to this egg incident? Don goes, I told it as close as I could. West said, the day after you said that Mr. Combs said people go missing. Don says, yes. West said, let's go to the interview you had on March 18, 2025. You didn't say anything about Mr. Combs saying people go missing. Don says, I don't recall that. West goes, oh, don't worry. I'm gonna show you a document. West goes, isn't the first time you said this was a week ago? Or would you like me to show you your previous interviews? Don says, I know what I said. West says, you said Mr. Combs made a death threat, one that you didn't recall, 7 times. West goes, okay, let's move on to the alleged incident you said happened before the Central Park concert. You are aware there were camera crews. Don says, no, not in the bathroom. West goes, you were filmed in the park. Are you aware if a video has been turned over? Don goes, no. West says, so about the guns, you didn't tell the prosecutors about that. The guns that you said you seen at Diddy house. Don says, they didn't ask me. West goes, so you never seen Diddy pull out a gun, wave it around, aim it, put bullets in it, or cock it back? Don says, no, he just had it. West says, did you tell the government that you never seen Mr. Combs do cocaine? Don says, I don't recall. West says, your testimony has changed on quite a few things. Don goes, as time progresses, I will start to remember more things. West says, so you said you seen One Stop sell drugs. Did you see him take money? Don says, yes. West goes, wait a second now. Didn't you tell the government that you never seen anyone pay him? So you lied, right? Don goes, no. Shit getting crazy. Part 2 coming. I didn't know it was this long. Stay tuned.
Man. So that was some very telling things, and that's showing the prosecution and the defense. Nobody's playing fair right now. If you think that this is fair, you're sadly mistaken. But they came back 11 minutes ago. My bad, y'all. They came back 11 minutes ago, so I'm behind. But I had to take care of my dogs. And give me a second while I go grab their shit real quick. Give me 1 second. I got to go grab something from them because they finna fuck it up. I left their bowls in there. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I didn't know they was back. Give me 1 second, y'all. 1 second. I know I'm going to have to go back in there in a second. They just got done eating. I'm really worried somebody got to take a poop. So I will be back in there in a minute to go check on them. And I probably have to end up playing another video. But in between, I'll be coming right back in. Might have to take one of them outside. I'm pretty sure because only one of them pooped on my lunch break. I really like all of them to go ahead and get it out the way. So anyway, it says we're back. It says, how were these sessions scheduled? Sheree Hayes says, I'd be reached out to at 5 or 7 p.m. for later. Or later, I think they meant. They'd ask for a sexy scene, but I knew it would be more. How would it start? AUSA asks, how would it start? Sheree Hayes says, baby oil, a sexy atmosphere. Mr. Combs would direct. AUSA says, how did the direction work? Sheree Hayes says, Mr. Combs might say, sit forward, move the camera, or what would happen sexually. You know, one time during the sex, he dropped a stack of money. He said, I like this shit. Then it goes on to say, AUSA says, how much baby oil did you use? Sheree Hayes says, a lot. We were supposed to be glistening. Same verbiage that the other people use. We were supposed to be glistening as much as possible. AUSA says, how long would they last? Sheree Hayes says, 4 hours. A lot of waiting, maybe 40 minutes or so. I was supposed to finish in a specific spot. AUSA says, then what? Sheree says, she would leave with Mr. Combs 10 or 15 minutes. She'd return in a bathrobe and pay me $2,000 or $1,200 cash. AUSA says, did you think Miss Ventura was enjoying herself? Combs Xavier Donaldson, objection. Sustained. Yeah, come on, man. You trying to add nigga? Of course she was. She was out there paying your ass. She was out there helping, getting directed, calling you, setting the shit up, scheduling it, pre-planning it, buying masks and lingerie for it. I think she enjoyed herself. I like to think she did. But, you know, who am I? Who am I to judge? Who the hell am I to judge? Well, of course, she enjoyed herself. She was paying. What the fuck you talking about? Of course she enjoyed herself. She was paying. At least that's my hypothesis from this shit. That's my little 2 cents for the day. I said, looks like Cassie was doing all the payments. So far, I don't see anyone being transported for commercial prostitution. How is Diddy on trial? They said, that is a good objection. Exactly it is. Because somebody, was she enjoying herself? Motherfucker, she was coming out in the bathrobe paying for this shit. Obviously, she was enjoying herself. She was asking for D-pics behind the scenes because she liked what she had seen, of course. Of course she was enjoying herself. What kind of fucking question is that? See what they got to say about his comment. Says, who did Cassie get all the money from? Answer quickly. It doesn't matter who. She loved every minute. She loved every minute. It says that doesn't matter. If you hand money to buy drugs and you get caught buying drugs, you got arrested. Exactly. That's like somebody handing me some money and saying, hey, go buy that pound over there. And I go over there and I purchase the pound. I go inside the trap and I purchase the pound from an undercover officer. And I'd be like, oh, well, this ain't my money. You know what I'm saying? Shit, that's his. We both going. Just because I snitched on you, you could do as much shifting and shaking as you want to for this. But it doesn't change the fact that Cassie took the money, even if somebody else paid for it. Hey, look, shit, you paid for it. You did the sex act. You did the transaction. And you say you purchased it. Come on now. You did all this shit. Don't try to blame it on Diddy. How do you think she got the money? He just handed her the money to pay. It wasn't her money. Where did she get the money? Some people are just slow as hell. Some people are slow as a... AUSA says, did you use drugs? Sheree Hayes says, I am not a marijuana smoker, but I did pull a Bill Clinton. I was handed a joint. AUSA says, did you have performance issues? Sheree Hayes says, having the woman's partner there? Yes. AUSA says, did the issues affect your pay? Objection. So just because you had, they're trying to look, what the hell does that matter? You paid for an escort prostitute and you wanted X acts done for the payment you were giving them. I mean, that's common when you buying some ass, right? Or buying whatever. I don't know what it would be buying at this point. But ain't that common? When you purchasing a worker, you're expecting them to perform, right? And if they don't perform up to your standards, you might not tip them as well. What does this have to do with Rico? The judge says overruled. Sheree Hayes says, I wasn't sure how they calculated it. One time Mr. Combs threw condoms on the couch. Mr. Combs threw condoms on the couch next to us. I struggled. It was a failure. AUSA says, what happened? Sheree Hayes says, they went out. I finished. She came back and thanked me for privacy. Wait, what? Wait. They left and you finished? What the hell going on? What do you mean? So they gave you a condom. You finished inside of it, and what in the hell is they talking about? I'm curious to know what the fuck they even talking about right now. They left and you finished. Yeah, that's strange. Strange as fuck. I don't know what the hell they talking about at this point. They left and you finished, and then she came back and thanked you for privacy. They threw a pack of condoms and left out the room. You finished. Cassie came back into the room and thanked you for privacy. What? Anybody else don't know what the hell going on? I don't know what the hell they talking about. The hell you mean they came back and thanked you for the privacy? Shouldn't you be thanking them? I would think you would have thanked them for the privacy and not the other way around. Let's see. Man. All right. So AUSA says, what did you think would happen next? Sheree Hayes says, I was worried I would not be used again. I hadn't done my job. He has said, he said, I want to see you F her, and I couldn't. AUSA says, are you writing a book? Sheree Hayes says, yes. Self-help about my ED. It's advice. Oh, okay. So we got another motherfucker writing a book. And another author. Great to know. Another author, y'all. Great to know, right? That's good to know that we got another person writing a damn book. Somebody else is writing a damn book. Well, I'll be damned. We got another author in the fucking room. So he said he's giving advice. What advice do you got to give us, my boy? We don't want to know. We don't want no advice from you. They said, oh, I know that made Diddy angry. He wanted to see his girl get effed. I could never. Damn, Puff, this is sick. Erectile dysfunction, crazy. With a name like the Punisher, ED, is absolutely unacceptable. Exactly. Your name's the Punisher, fam. Nobody trying to read no book you giving no damn advice. You used to punish whoop-de-whoops for a living. You punish whoop-de-whoops for a living. What is you talking about? It's your weird ass on, dog. Let me see. Man. Hey, can we get it up to 1,000 likes? Double tap the screen. Double tap the screen. Can we get it up to 1,000 likes in the room? Can everybody double tap the screen and get these likes up? The Punisher tripping. I don't know, man. I want to get him off the damn stand quick. What time is it? 1:30 Eastern time. It's 1:30 Eastern time. So he should be off the stand before 2:30. I don't really think they're gonna be up here. They're gonna cross him, but I don't see this one being too difficult. This dude is a whole weirdo. Any dude who get thrown a pack of condoms and they just walk out the room and you finish and then you kind of crying because your meat won't, you know what I'm saying, stiffen up or whatever. Pause. So your meat won't, you know what I'm saying, quite. You got issues down there. You talking about you couldn't perform because Diddy was watching and fam, you got erectile dysfunction. Okay, it's cool. We get it. We didn't even need to know that. Just say you just didn't perform. And that may or may not be why you didn't get paid $4,000 instead of $2,000. Your damn meat wouldn't get up. Y'all just putting us all in y'all bedroom. These are details we don't need to know. He's writing a book about his boner problems. That's what it sounds like. That's how it sounds. So he's writing a damn book about his meat not being able to get up. Crazy work. You learn something new in the Diddy case every damn day. AUSA says, in your book, do you write about your times with Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura? Sheree Hayes says, yes. I call them a married, wealthy couple. AUSA says, how long is it? Whoa, pause. Are y'all talking about the book or? Sheree Hayes says, 6 pages out of 186. I sensationalize it. I wanted it to be enjoyable, highs and lows. You can't make this shit up at this point. So this is about your book, sir? Got it. Got it. We got it. This is about your book. This has nothing to do with no justice or no... You just want some exposure for this damn book you're writing. That's what I'm getting. You want some exposure for the book you're writing. I was wondering the same thing. Yeah, exactly. I appreciate that. We all wondering the same damn thing. AUSA says no further questions. Judge Mr. Donaldson, Xavier Donaldson Combs' lawyer says, I'll try to make this as harmless as possible. Congratulations on your book. What's it called? Sheree Hayes says, In Search of Freezer Meat. What's harder than that? Good title, Donaldson says. In Search of Freezer Meat. Freezer meat is crazy work. What in the hell is he talking about? This dude says, in search of freezer meat. Oh, Agniflio is not doing cross anymore after today's roast? No, I think today he got a different lawyer for every cross. Diddy got a team of lawyers. It ain't just Agniflio. Agnifilo, however you say his name. Yeah, freezer meat is crazy work, y'all. It's a good title. That nigga said the book name is In Search of Freezer Meat. What's harder than that? You can't make this shit up, y'all. At this point, it's getting hard to even. I would say stomach it, but that'd be a big pause. It's getting hard to keep up. Nah, pause. It's just getting hard to focus. They'd be kind of like the Punisher. I don't know what to put. It's just getting hard. I mean, never mind. No, pause. It's getting difficult. What the fuck? There's nothing you could say that sounds cool in this Diddy situation. It's just getting weird. How about that? It's just getting weird. It's getting weird. Yeah, freezer meat. He talking about his damn freezer meat. What's harder than freezer meat? Yeah, that's a good title. In Search of Freezer Meat. What's harder than that? So you're searching for a boner. That's weird. You wrote a book about searching for your boner and comparing it to freezer meat, saying what's harder than freezer meat. Fam, that's crazy work. That's some real crazy work right there. I ain't gonna lie. That's a. I said, what kind of title is this? Certainly Freakoff related. In search of freezer meat. Yeah, that dude crazy as hell. They said this shit can't be real. What's harder than that? No pun intended. Freezer meat stay hard though. They said, how do people come up with this stuff? They said, clever analogy. They said, oh, Lotto. Not the freezer meat. They said, lawyer asking for himself. They said, bruh, they pissing me off. This case is a joke. The title is hilarious. This is comedy. Wild ass title. It's in search of Diddy's meat. Fact. So you was trying to look for that Tootsie Roll. You was trying to see how many licks it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop. Let's keep it a buck. You was thinking about how many licks it take to get to the center of Diddy's Tootsie Pop. Let's see what they got to say to this chick. They said he was nuked this morning. Probably not. Most of them have been kind of meh on questioning. They said, what roast? This morning he was roasted by David. He set dude up for lies. He wasn't riding shotgun. Shout out, use your brain. Yeah, this girl, I think that girl crazy as hell. I ain't gonna lie, that damn girl, she in every comment. That girl lost her damn mind. Combs Donaldson says, you have a website. Sheree Hayes says, yes. Now I'm a co-owner. All the male dancers are independent contractors. Donaldson says, you have been doing this for 25 years. Sheree Hayes says, 30 years. Coming up on a big anniversary. What's up with these damn smart-ass witnesses today? These witnesses got a little sass to them today. What's going on with these witnesses? They a little sassy today. I had McDonald's coffee this morning. She good as hell. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, but let's not get back to the freezer meat. Let's get back to the damn. I don't care about your 30-year anniversary, 25-year anniversary. I don't care about your website. I don't care about your book. Let's get to the fucking receipts. Let's get to the fucking receipts. Man. You have a website. Yes, I'm now a co-owner. All the male dancers are independent contractors. You've been doing this for 25 years, 30 years, coming up on a big anniversary. Fuck your anniversary, dog. You're a diddler. You got diddled by the diddler. You, my friend, got diddled by the diddler. Give me a second while I go check on my dogs real quick. Give me 1 second, y'all, because I hear them in there doing something crazy. I don't know. No, you sit down. You sit down. Now. Lay down. Give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back. 30 seconds. Lay down. All right, my bad. They cool. Had to check on them. They cool. All right. My bad. We back. Okay, so the Punisher says he's writing a book about his freezer meat that wouldn't get up. Donaldson says, you dance with them? Sheree Hayes says, a professional dry hump. Donaldson says, for 30 years? Thousands of ladies? You try to not develop feelings for them, right? Sheree Hayes says, you try not to. It's a job. Donaldson says, but you talked with Cassie. He says, cordial. Oh, so y'all might got some receipts that this motherfucker was trying to fuck with Cassie, huh? I ain't gonna lie. Somebody gonna be like, oh my God, I can't believe how insensitive he is. But Cassie must have had that wop. I'm gonna tweet that. Cassie must have had that wop. Oops. She must have had that wop. Because the way these motherfuckers is acting behind Cassie, all the workers fell in love with her. All the men wanted her. Diddy just couldn't get enough of the activities. Yeah, these motherfuckers. Diddy was crazy as hell behind her. She had frequent UTI. She said, Let's Play Game says she had frequent UTI. It was WAP. Okay, so it was WAP, the different a different type of WAP. It says infected AP. She had that infected AP. Donaldson says she asked to be able to call you. Sheree Hayes says just to set the sessions up. Hold on. Donaldson says she asked to be able to call you. Sheree Hayes says just to set the sessions up. We were never asked to talk. Donaldson says she was comfortable with you. Sheree Hayes says she said so. Donaldson says you had feelings for her. Sheree Hayes says incorrect. Let me find out. Hayes wanted Cassie. Let me find out Hayes wanted Cassie. Let me find out that's what this is about. Hayes was trying to hit on Cassie and try to get some of that whoop-de-whoop. I know somebody got mad at me for that. And you know, Ratchet don't give a damn. Cross-exam feelings for Cassie. Is that the point of this question? I believe so. I do believe so that this man fell in love with Cassie. And I think they're going to be able to prove it. He says, shut up and tell everyone what you did. Oh, get this shit. These motherfuckers here. Let's say Cassie must have had that WAP, I said. Donaldson says, but you thought she was only doing this with you. Sheree Hayes says that is incorrect. She said it was a specific occasion. Donaldson says you developed feelings for her. Sheree Hayes says that's not correct. Donaldson said you told the government. Oh, so he did. Oh, so you did have feelings for Cassie. I knew it. You did have feelings for Cassie. You 100% had feelings for fucking Cassie. Now it's making sense, gang. Now it's making sense. The man loved Cassie. They say, oh, ish now. So they finna expose what he said to. I knew it. I told y'all they was gonna have some receipts on him. See, they didn't have receipts on everybody else, but they got receipts. They didn't want to cross the mama. You ain't got nothing for that. Okay, fuck it. Take the L. Take the L for the David dude. Hold your L's, but also know when to hold them and know when to fold them. I think this is where they take a W at, because it sounds like this man had love for Cassie. Sounds like this man liked Cassie. See, if you're looking at this again, Donaldson says, but you thought she was only doing this with you. Sheree Hayes says that is correct. She said it was a special occasion. Donaldson says, you did develop feelings for her. Sheree Hayes says, that's not correct. Donaldson says, you told the government. So you told the government that you had feelings for this chick. Why would you tell the government that if it wasn't true? So now you're either going to be marked as a liar. You're either going to be marked as a liar or what we doing here? Man. Oh, my dog's in there barking. All right. Let's go to this. So this is about a book. It's about a book he was writing. He trying to get on. This dude is trying to be famous. Now this dude is trying to be recognized as the Punisher. Donaldson says, the government's notes say you developed feelings for her. Sheree Hayes says that may have been taken out of context. Combs Donaldson says, you used your 25 years of experience. Sheree Hayes says, this was a different scene. Usually I aim for humor. So you caught, dog. You caught up. You loved her. We get it. You caught up. You just got caught up, fam. You fell in love with the girl. We get it. It's okay. You fell in love with one of your clients, man. It's all good. You fell in love with one of your clients. So we get it. It don't even matter to us, but we get it, dog. I'm so confused by this, they said. I said, oh, yeah. Somebody, because I said, wait, you left and they left and you finished. What the hell is going on? Somebody said, I'm confused by this shit as well. I'm very confused by this. I don't understand what the hell they got going on at this point. Let's see. Yeah, you loved her, dog. It's clear to show that you love this girl. Thank you so much for your work. Excellent reporting. It says, busted. Bro, what did it say? Bro, the way y'all lie so much. Everybody is up in this motherfucker lying, to be real. It seems like everybody is up in this motherfucker lying. Everybody is up in this building lying right now. Donaldson says, you wouldn't try to dry hump someone who didn't want to be dry humped, correct? Sheree Hayes says, yes, it is important to read the room. Donaldson says, so you read the room with Cassie and she wanted. Objection. Sustained. They objecting because they know Cassie wanted it. Of course she wanted it. She was a freak. Of course she wanted it. It's Cassie we talking about. Of course she wanted it, right? Paul, thank you for the 5-piece. Says, salute, gang. Great coverage, King. Today is crazy. I appreciate that 5-piece. Salute. We at $62. Slow day. $38 away still. It's all good, man. Ratchet Gang, if y'all not going to support, then double tap that screen and get me to 1,000 likes. We need 150 likes to get to 1,000. If we ain't going to do nothing, get us to that. We got 1,200 votes on the poll and 852 likes on the video. That ain't going to cut it. But I did ask y'all a question. Who is doing a better job on this trial? 54% say the defense, 46% say the prosecutors. So y'all let me know in the chat who is doing a better job on this trial. Of course she was a little free. It said Donaldson never been in Vegas. They said Sean Combs is a demon and so are his lawyers. That's messy. She wanted what? Legal note, government's witness list is out of order. Prosecutors are taught to build a narrative with the jury. Punisher should have testified. He should have testified intimate details after Cassie testified. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. They're not telling the story. The prosecution team is all over the damn place at this point. The prosecution team is all over the place at this point. We got a new update over here. Let's jump over here real quick. While we got a break from the we'll be right back with it. We're going to come right back with it. Under cross-examination by attorney Xavier Donaldson, Sheree Hayes, 51, said he began an exotic dancing career on Labor Day weekend in 1995. I'm coming up on a big anniversary, Hayes said. He said he has danced for hundreds and thousands of ladies over the past 30 years, including lap dances, rubbing, and professional dry humps. Donaldson appeared not to understand the latter term, so Hayes repeated it several times. Freakoffs were fairly predictable affairs, Sheree Hayes testified. The rooms were always dimly lit with electric candlelight and sheets covering the furniture. Participants would start seated on a couch and created a look by rubbing baby oil on each other. This would sometimes be followed by oral and penetrative sex. Sean Combs would give Hayes and Cassie Ventura directions, he testified, adding that Ventura seemed to seek cues from Combs and sometimes winced or sighed in response to the instructions. He recalled a time when Combs threw condoms on the couch and said he was ready to see them F. Another time, Combs dropped a stack of money on the bed, and Hayes and Ventura had sex and expressed his approval. I don't know what the hell. Sheree Hayes returned to the witness stand. The government will continue questioning him about actual encounters he had with Cassie Ventura Sean Combs as part of their freak-offs. Hayes estimated that he participated in 8 to 10 of the X parties, and which took place exclusively in New York. He added that they could sometimes take multiple days and typically began around 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. Man. What in the hell, y'all? What in the hell is going on? What in the hell is going on right now, y'all? This courtroom is out of fucking control. This courtroom is out of fucking control at this point, y'all. All right, so we back over here. Let's see what we got over here. Oh, they haven't had another post yet. And he talking about dry humping. I'm a professional dry humper. I am a professional. They said a freak created by the diddler. It don't matter who created it. Shit, we see what it is with Cassie. I don't think it's hard to tell, man. We see exactly what's going on with Cassie. Man. So what y'all thinking, man? Is the Punisher credible to y'all? Does the Punisher got credibility? My damn coffee getting warm. I had to warm that back up. Man. All right. So with Combs in this courtroom, I must say, this ain't damaging because this ain't doing nothing but giving intimate details about the sex life, again, which we don't care about. See what I mean? Every time we get to the RICO, they jump out of place. Why didn't you do all this in the beginning? You had one ex-worker to jump it off, and then you backdoored that with Cassie. You were just so thirsty to hurry up and get Don and them in there that you put a special agent, Don. That you should have put that first ex-worker. Then you could have put that second ex-worker. Then you could have put Cassie and David next to each other. You could have waited for the special agent. You could have waited for Dawn. You really didn't even need Dawn. I don't even know why the hell you brought her. Carrie Morgan, you could have done that somewhere. I mean, that probably wasn't too bad, but she probably could have waited too. She really didn't. Carrie Morgan wasn't damaging. Carrie Morgan didn't give like damaging shit that's gonna fuck up the case for Diddy, so I ain't really sure. I don't really know where y'all going with some of this stuff. It's like the government just reaching in their bag and just saying, fuck it, we just with whatever at this point. We just with whatever at this damn point. Yeah, we just with whatever. It don't even matter. You wouldn't try to dry hump someone who didn't want to be humped, correct? Sheree Hayes says, yes, that is important to read the room. They say you read the room with Cassie and she wanted objection. Sustained. Objection. Objection, Your Honor. I bet the fuck you want to object that shit, don't you? I bet like the fuck you do. Two things can be true. I guess you're talking about Cassie being a freak. I mean, we all know she was. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is at this point. I don't know, man. Chat, what y'all thinking so far with the Punisher's testimony? Can y'all tell me in the chat? Let me read my damn chat real quick. What are y'all thinking with this dude's testimony? And everybody in the room, I don't give a damn if you at work or not. Double tap that screen and hit that like button. If you have not double tapped the screen to like the video, please double tap the screen. That don't mean anything. Because you have money, she could have left, but how could she go and she on dope and she's around a dude that have millions? I mean, it sounds like you want to be around a dude because he was a millionaire. You like the lifestyle. Fuck the freaky shit you had to do. You was down to do it for the payday. To live that lavish lifestyle, never have to work, have a man take care of your every want and need. But the thing is, he didn't commit to your ass. He wouldn't commit. So now you trying to say that you was pressured into it because he wouldn't commit to you and he kept cheating on your goofy ass. Now you mad and now you switched the whole story. I don't understand why that was objected and sustained. It's a valid question from his opinion. Yeah, so you was dry humping her, so you must have felt like she was enjoying herself. You must have felt like the woman was enjoying herself if that was the case. Her puppet master P. Diddy forced it, paid for it, and the freak parties. To me, it looks like Cassie was paying. To me, it looks like Cassie was the one paying for it. It don't seem like Diddy paid for this shit. He never said he interacted with Diddy one time. He said all his communications was with Cassie. Donaldson says, was Mr. Combs' request that you penetrate? Sheree Hayes says, it was a demand, a strong suggestion. Donaldson says, Cassie paid you even when she canceled, right? Sheree Hayes says, yes, $500. So they said even though Cassie was the one who canceled, Cassie still paid you. You see, they keep on distinguishing the fact that it was Cassie who was paying. Cassie was the one paying for this shit. So as much as Cassie was the one paying. Not Diddy. Cassie. Diddy has not been pointed out as the person that was paying for it. It's Cassie. So how is she an ex-slave? How is she forced into this lifestyle if she's the one communicating? She's the one setting up all this stuff. She is the one going hard to get this man in there. And she's even contacting him when she's canceling. She's like, I can't make it, but here's $500. Appreciate you. I'll catch you on the rebound. He started falling in love with Cassie. You know why? Because they was communicating. You know how I know he wasn't lying? Because Cassie freaky ass was communicating with the first sex worker who was on the stand. They said Cassie was hitting that man up behind the scenes. He also fell in love with her. So what is we talking about? All these men just magically keep falling in love with Cassie. Cassie paid. There you go. By the way, if you are one of these women who do think there should be no accountability for a woman's actions, keep your opinion to yourself. No accountability means your thoughts don't matter. Go make me a sandwich instead. Yo, I was like, yo, you wild for this. Yo, you a wild boy for that comment. That nigga said, go make me a sandwich. Fuck your opinion. No, that dude, that's a wild dude right there. Donaldson says, Mr. Hayes, I wish you success with your book. Sheree Hayes says, thank you. Judge says, redirect. AUSA says, what made you think Miss Ventura was enjoying herself? I thought that y'all just sustained that they couldn't ask this. Sheree Hayes says, it was the first time unprotected. AUSA says, without the details. Donaldson says, objection. Yeah, nah, he just gave the details. He said that him and Cassie just had unprotected sex. Diddy was throwing condoms down, but it sounds like you and Cassie got comfortable with each other. That's why you started falling in love. You got to feel that wop. You started falling in love because you started going up in there. All of a sudden, it was you going up in there, you know what I'm saying, raw, you like the freezer meat, right? It was like raw freezer meat at this point. It had to be. Or maybe it was thawed out. I'm not sure what was going on, but it was raw. We know that. The meat was raw. We don't know if it was frozen or we don't know if it was thawed out, but we just know that it was raw. So it's Ebony, that's the narrative, but you don't know and can't say that. Cassie has for sure asked for the freak-offs, set them up, and done them without Diddy in the room. Exactly. Cassie, they said Cassie buys raw meat. I'm going to tweet that out. I got to tweet that shit out. Got it. I said, so Cassie was buying raw meat. Got it. Okay. We got it. Thank you for that one. That was a good one. Cassie bought raw meat. So let me find out his book is about his experience with Cassie. That's what it sounds like. He trying to get paid off the fact that he used to smash Cassie. Said because of Diddy. Sissy never got his own hands dirty. We all know that. It says Shay, team no one. Team tell the truth, all of it. So somebody named Shay must be mad over here. Shay said team Diddler. She said ain't one person they put up there is credible. Oh, I think Shay said she's team Diddy. Whatever happened is that Rico. Cassie buy raw meat. It says you show right. Man. We need 100 people to hit that like button. Double tap the screen. We need 100 people to double tap that screen and get the likes up. 100 people, please and thank you. I thought they never used protection. So how you going to ask this man why she was enjoying herself and then say without the details? Because, yeah, he was like, so why did you say, how did you feel Cassie was enjoying herself? I mean, it was our first time having unprotected sex without the fucking details. We did not discuss this. This was not something that what are you doing? We went over this morning. What are you doing? We don't need details. Just tell us how she was enjoying herself, but do not give details. Like, nigga, the fuck? Help me, nigga. Help me. Help me. Help. Yeah, that nigga said, how the fuck you gonna ask him to do that without some details? Like, good point. Good question. Yeah, you just told him, how was she enjoying herself? Oh, it was our first time having unprotected sex. Well, we don't need details. Well, how the fuck can I answer the question? The fuck you mean no details? Don't ask me that dumb shit no more. Man. Yeah, these people crazy as hell at this point. It says exactly like, huh? Details is Cassie like to be punished by the Punisher. Oh, shit. I thought I was tripping because I'm sleepy. That's like when my mom is mad and asks me a question and I answer and she tells me to shut up and I better not say a word. And said they might have messed up there. Yeah, exactly. I think y'all just ruined y'all own narrative. Y'all just fucked everything up. So how was she enjoying herself? We had unprotected sex for the first time. Don't ever say that again. It says, with Sheree the Punisher Hayes still on the stand, here's a sketch of him graciously gifted to Inner City Press by court artist Elizabeth Williams. So there's the Punisher. I know you fucking lying. There's the Punisher, guys. If you can't see it, hit the 3 dots at the top right-hand corner and remove the live chat. Hit the 3 dots at the top right-hand corner and remove the live chat. So this is the Punisher, y'all. He said Cassie got herpes. Salute to the drop for that 3-piece. I appreciate you for that 3-piece. Salute. I appreciate you. I appreciate that. Salute. Thank you for the 3-piece. What does that put us at? Put us at $65. We $35 away. $35 away, y'all. $35 away, y'all. So this is the Punisher. He said they needed an ambulance outside of the Freakoffs and had to take IVs to rehydrate after every one. Is crazy. It was all type of madness going on in them parties. It's always some bald-headed dude with that pow-pow. Ha ha. Aggravated assault giving out STIs. I'm just trying to ruin these he said, I'm just trying to ruin these shade room rejects all day. Likewise. Cook, my boy. Likewise, I'm out here trying to ruin their day too. I want to ruin everybody's day. I see I got a lot of people mad at me on Twitter right now. You think I give a damn? You think I really give a damn who mad at me on Twitter? You think I give a damn about who mad at me on YouTube? I don't give a damn. Y'all here to enjoy my motherfucking show. Let's keep it a buck. This is the Big Ratchet Show. Let's keep it a big buck. So this is the Punisher. I know you fucking lying though. That's the Punisher. So that's the Punisher. That's the dude who Cassie was asking for D pics. Whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. Who the hell is that? The hell they got going on with this Punisher dude? AUSA says no further questions. Judge, anything, Mr. Donaldson? Donaldson says, what do you mean by steamy? Sheree Hayes says, I felt it was enjoyable for Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs. Steamy. in the freezer section? It was steamy in the freezer section, huh? 'Cause we know he like his freezer meat, so it was steamy in the freezer section. They said this witness was all right. Witness got cooked. Stop it. That witness got cooked. That witness ain't reliable at all. Get that goofy ass dude out the stand. Go ahead and get this dude out the stand, man. I told y'all this dude wouldn't be up there. I told you, but he'd be off the stand by 2:30. What'd I tell y'all? He finna get his ass right up out there. I told y'all this dude finna be right up out that damn stand. They going through witnesses left and right. Can't nobody last up on that stand. Can't nobody make it to the end of this shit. I know this judge like, man, I can't wait for this damn trial to be over. I can't fucking wait for this trial to be over. Let's see. For those who like Elizabeth Williams sketches, graciously gifted to Inner City Press, here's David James. So here's David James, y'all. I thought that was Jay Leno. Hold on. That's David James, y'all. I thought that was damn Jay Leno for a second. What the hell? What's that dude name? Used to do the NBA analysis. He had a son with the same name. Damn, he looked just like that motherfucker. What the hell was his name? I can't remember his name. Y'all know, the dudes know who I'm talking about in here. The dude whose son, it's on the tip of my tongue. Damn, I can't remember. I know a dude in here gonna help me. I know somebody with him. I can't remember the dude. He used to do the NBA commentary. I can't remember. He had a son who played in the NBA. They got the same name. He was a junior. I can't remember, but fuck, he looked just like that motherfucker. So Cassie is a 304. Man. Steamy and UTI creamy. Cassie got them boys going viral. Bill Walton. There you go. Bill Walton. Yeah, Bill Walton. Okay, there you go. And he looked just like Bill Walton. Yeah, he looked just like damn Bill Walton, man. They said Bill. Yeah, okay, thank y'all. I knew my bros was going to help me. This girl talking about, did he get cooked? Yes, girl. Obviously, shit. I think this girl just like to be negative all day. That little Miss SpaceX girl, I think she just like to argue. They said Bill Walton. They said Diddler in the corner with the mask on talking to himself while Cassie getting punished. Said the link is not working. Just hit me up on Instagram. My Instagram is right there on the middle of the bar. Just hit me up on my Instagram account, and I got you. I said the link is not working. So I knew too. Yeah, Diddy was sitting over there with a damn mask on, just showing his eyes. So here go David. I keep calling him Mike. David James, and there goes the Punisher. So David James and the Punisher, they look like some damn NFL coaches. I don't know what the hell these dudes got going on. These dudes over here looking like some damn throwback NFL coaches. That motherfucker like Warren Moon. Let's see. Say I love David James. David James was the funniest one. I ain't gonna lie. David James was the funniest. Yeah, David was funny. He gonna definitely be on somebody's podcast. He definitely finna get a podcast deal or something. That nigga finna be on Twitch and all type of shit. He finna be on YouTube. That dude finna definitely get a podcast deal after this. That's a funny motherfucker. You know somebody finna interview him. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it said bring him back. We need more sass from him. Yeah, we want to see David James back at this point. That was the only witness that actually gave us some sort of humor. That was the only witness who, to me, got any ounce of credibility at this point. Shit, his stories didn't seem like he was lying that much. Warren Moon is hilarious. His stories was the only one that didn't seem like he was just making up shit. I kind of think that I kind of believe David, and it seemed like Diddy didn't want to press him too much because he was his ex-personal assistant, so it looked like he had some real receipts on Diddy, and Diddy wasn't really trying to piss him off up on that stand. But, you know, Diddy wants to, boy, if this was anywhere but this courtroom, boy, Diddy would have lined this dude up so damn quick. Diddy would have lined this dude up so damn quick. You know Diddy want to get rid of this motherfucker. They better pray Diddy don't walk. It's going to be a lot of motherfuckers missing around this bitch. It's going to be a lot of motherfuckers witnessing after this shit. They said this witness was all right. What What else does steamy mean? I feel like I need to douse myself in holy water. Ever since Cassie's mom's testimony about extortion this morning with no defense objection, the RICO deniers, who are now unable to hinge of minimizing the case to domestic violence, are happily, I think he meant hopelessly, trying to come up with any random excuse. Don't waste time engaging. You sound bitter. You sound bitter, my boy. Or girl, I don't know if you're a boy or a girl. You sound bitter. I'm gonna be real. You sound real bitter right now. A lot of people got some emotionally invested into this. I think a lot of y'all too emotionally invested into this damn case. I can tell by some of y'all reactions that we are not catching feelings over here. Y'all are really in y'all feelings and behind this shit. For all you deniers, say ratchet thoughts at this moment. My thoughts at this moment are I think I'm gonna be real. I think today both teams are kind of making their own points. I don't think one side is doing much better than the other. Let me see what the people are voting. 55 to 45. I'm probably around the same. I think the defense has a slight edge, just a slight, and it's only because I feel like the prosecution's tactics, they got some good points and some bad points, and I think the defense got some good points, some bad points. I think each person today is having a good day and a bad day. It's not looking better for either one party to me today. I don't think it's one-sided like it has been because the defense has been cooking lately. The prosecution started off heavy, had a very mid to subpar middle performance, and they're ending up, and it's still early. I'm only speaking of as we are right now. So on the back end, they seem like they're gaining more momentum as this case goes on. So I can't say I'm looking in one direction or another because they both are cooking today. I ain't gonna lie. Both sides are cooking today. What do y'all think? Tell me y'all thoughts. How do y'all feel? Is one side doing better than the other, or is this one-sided to y'all? Is this one-sided? Is one side doing way better? Is one side doing way less, or are they both kind of competing to you? What do y'all think in the chat? Let me know in the chat. Is somebody doing a better job or a worse job? It's a split decision to the Diddy team. Freezer meat is crazy. Still ain't proved a criminal enterprise to me. I can't lie. I only subscribe to this channel due to your hat. Salute, man. Salute. Hey, that's that throwback Spurs, man. Salute. Salute to you, Paul. It says, them not male dancers. They are Antonio. They said Warren Moon is hilarious. Cassie enjoyed it, though. They said the diddler was in the corner with the mask on, talking to himself while Cassie was getting punished. The defense is cooking. The defense has been cooking. I ain't gonna lie. The defense has been doing a very good job. But at this moment, I can't say it's one way or another. The judge says next government witness. AUSA says the government calls Special Agent Gerard Gannon. AUSA says, where do you work? Agent Gannon says HSI in Miami in the National Security Group. AUSA in March of 2024. Agent Gannon says the HSI Human Trafficking Group, Sex and Labor in Miami. Another agent. Hopefully he's better than the last one. Hopefully he's better than the last one. Let's see. So we got another special agent on board, and we're going to see how this plays out. Another agent. We're going to see how this plays out. We got a couple of new notifications over here. Let's slide on back over here and see what the hell we got going on in this one. All right, so let's squeeze back over here real quick. It says, possibly contradicting his earlier testimony that Cassie Ventura sometimes winced and sighed at Sean Combs' instructions during the freak-offs. Exotic dancer Sheree Hayes said under cross-examination that he would not have X with Ventura during the sessions if he thought she was uncomfortable. There were not cues about any discomfort, correct? Defense lawyer Xavier Donaldson asked. That's based on your 25 years of experience doing dry humping on hundreds and thousands of women. Correct, Hayes says. Hayes says he wrote a self-help book that was also part of Roman Eclef. Sheree Hayes testified that he wrote a self-help book about his experiences with erectile dysfunction called In Search of Freezer Meat. Crazy word. Hayes said the book details his journey trying to cure his condition and that he tried to make light of an issue to be relatable. What's harder than freezer meat? Hayes said, explaining the book's title during cross-examination. Hayes says he described sexual encounters with Sean Combs and Carrie Ventura in the book, but didn't use their real names. He elaborated that those sessions took up to 6.5 pages of 182. Hayes characterized them as a powerful, rich couple and said he sensationalized it to make it entertaining for the book. Man. You can't make this shit up. This dude, what's harder than freezer meat? You can't make this shit up. This case is just getting funnier by the day. I ain't gonna lie. What is harder than freezer meat? You can't make this shit up. You literally cannot make this shit up. All right. So we don't know what's harder than freezer meat, but I don't think I want to find out. Yeah, I said another agent. Hopefully this is better than the last one. They said this was his security. They say next witness FBI agent from Miami. Here we go. Yeah, we're going to see how this goes. They said tough day. The RICO deniers right now in their parents' basement. They say, I'm in criminal justice system. Sexually based offenses are considered especially heinous. In New York City, the dedicated detectives who investigate these vicious felonies are members of an elite squad known as the Special Victims Unit. These are their stories. Dun dun. They said they are blowing through these witnesses. Yeah, how many witnesses have we had today? I can't even keep up at this point. Who have we had today, y'all? We had Mike James. We had the Punisher, Cassie's mom, and now the agent. Is that 4? Is this the 4th witness today, or is it the 5th? I think it's the 4th. We've already had 4 witnesses, and we barely passed lunch. Like I said, I doubt he was giving her money like that. Mom had to take out that loan for $20K. I said, SVU, he wrote a book about Diddy's. Yeah, he definitely did. They say, damn fool. I think the prosecutor's playing the game right now, just to troll Diddy. They not taking it serious, really, but today they did slip a couple of tricks out their sleeves, but it's still early. It is still early. Like I said, we don't know where this is going or how it's going to end up. We have no idea where this is going or how it's going to end up. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know where this is going or how it's going to end up at this point, man. But this agent, I believe this is going to be someone who raided his home. If I'm not mistaken, this is going to be someone who is a part of raiding the home. That's what I would think. This is going to be another person on the, you know what I'm saying, who raided. They got the hotel room, and now they're going to get the person who raided the home. Yeah, see, the house. It's going to be the house in Miami. Noah, agent of special task force focusing on traffic and homeland security. Yeah, this is homeland security, and I think that this is going to be due to Diddy's house. I know it's going to be due to Diddy's house getting raided. That's exactly what this is about. So like I said, the judge said the next government witness, the government calls to the government calls Special Agent Gerard Gannon. AUSA says, where do you work? Agent Gannon says HSI in Miami in the National Security Group. AUSA says in March of 2024. And Agent Gannon says the HSI Human Trafficking Group, sex labor in Miami. Let's continue. So they said, oh, that was me, said another agent. Y'all don't know, man. We got a new update over here while we wait. Or it just says, now for a change of pace, the government has called its next witness, Gerard Gannon, a special agent in Homeland Security. So they're done with the old boy. Now they're moving on to Homeland Security. I don't know how this is going to, I don't really know how this is going to go. This is just going to be, I think this is just going to be another person that's going to say, yes, we saw baby oil. We confiscated some devices, a bunch of phones. We saw a bunch of lube. We saw women's clothes. We saw this. We saw that. Okay, no further questions. This is going to be quick. They probably going to get him up out of here in about 30 minutes. What time is it? 2:30 Eastern? He'll be out of here by 3 o'clock. I think that this witness ain't going to be here that long. They're going to ask him a couple questions and be done. They said, what time did the search begin? AUSA asked. Agent Gannon says after 3 p.m. AUSA says, why so late? Agent Gannon says, we learned Mr. Combs and his family were flying out of the country. AUSA says, was there a pier on the property on Star Island? Agent Gannon says, yes, we had to monitor it. As the plot thickens, they said government has to prove he trafficked so he can get Diddy's money. His kids better be looking for employment. The plot thickens. The plot thickens. That's all I can say about this. The plot is thickening. I said, clock it. Let's get into it. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. We locked in right now at this point. And said, oh, they been watching. When them feds pull up, baby, they said, get on with it. Yeah, I want to know what the hell they said. They was watching the pier. So they knew he was fixing to go out of town. They was watching the pier. So the plot has thickened, y'all. But this government still has to prove trafficking. They still have to prove it. Can they prove it with that? Can they prove it so far? I don't know that they can. I don't know that you could prove a trafficking charge yet, but it's looking like they leaning into it. They dancing around it. So we're going to see how it goes, man. The feds been watching Diddy. So this is getting juicy. Diddy had to escape. They said Diddy tried to escape. I think they meant he tried to. Diddy was trying to get the fuck up out of here. I think Diddy got wind that they were watching him and Diddy was about to make a run for it and go to probably same spot that, what's that nigga name? Russell Simmons. I think he's finna get out to where Russell Simmons was at, allegedly. I mean, what the fuck do I know though, right? I don't know shit. I just be saying stuff. You know, I don't ever know what the hell I be talking about. But the plot has definitely thickened, y'all. So chat, what y'all thinking? They said they just calling up anybody at this point. They said the plot thickens. Shook it. Russell Simmons. When they gonna talk about those kids night on the bus to his house? I don't think the kids is gonna come. Well, from what I've seen, I don't know what evidence they got against him, but from what I've seen so far, the only person I thought that was gonna bring up kids was Dawn, and she didn't. They said Rico does that. I said shame. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. It ain't looking like the point has been proved yet, but we gonna get into it. AUSA says, what time did the search begin? Agent Gannon said after 3 p.m. They said, why so late? Agent Gannon says, we learned Mr. Combs and his family were flying out of the country. AUSA says, was there a pier on the property on Star Island? Agent Gannon says, yes, we had to monitor it. So there was a pier on the property and they was looking at this shit and they was already scoping out his place and they got wind that he was going out of the country. Allegedly. Well, not allegedly because they said it. They said because they trying not to add the rest under those tunnels to the property of the house. Another reason they're trying to set up why deny him bond. If there are tunnels, maybe the trafficking aspect, if Cassie or anyone knew about that, then everyone needs to be in jail. Yeah, but nobody is speaking on tunnels. The word tunnel hasn't even come up. The word tunnel hasn't even came up. Say Mike James pulled up in a slab. I think this is an easy thing to redirect on the black music culture, but it detracts from the trafficking business on what? This is the way to I don't know what the hell you meant by that. This case got the song Freakoff from P.D. Pablo stuck in my head. They said the bond was denied because of the domestic assault video, but that shouldn't have no bearing. To me, that shouldn't have bearing on a fucking federal RICO. You can't say the man is like a danger to society just because he had an abusive relationship with his woman. I mean, it's motherfuckers out with that type of shit all day. So if that's you didn't deny the rest of these motherfuckers bond that caught similar charges, and it was even people with the same charge and worse than Diddy, and not even speaking on domestic violence. I'm just talking about the RICO aspect of shit and being a flight risk and being billionaires, and you let them motherfuckers out of jail. So why not let Diddy up out of jail if you did that for everybody else? I'm just confused on why Diddy is the scapegoat for everybody else. Whenever you could have held everybody accountable the same way you're doing him. I don't think that he should have got his bond denied. I don't think he really did nothing to get his bond denied. You could have monitored him. You could have put him on a lot of restriction. My dog's in there barking. Give me 1 second. Give me like 15 seconds. Oh, shit. Give me like I'm finna go make them lay down. It's time for them to take a nap again. I'll be right back. Give me 15. Stay. Hey, go lay down. Go lay down. Go lay down. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. No more. Lay down. All right, my bad. I have to go turn the lights off in there and shit. It's time for them to go ahead and take another nap. That should put them out through the rest of this damn work day. Let's continue. Well, they ain't got no continuance of it. So I don't know, man. The government got to prove they damn case as we speak, and we just waiting on the government to prove it at this point. Do we got an update over here yet? No, we do not. Because I don't really know where they're going to go with this witness. The dude who raided the homes, I think that they just going to get over here and tell kind of the same story that they already told us before. Everybody double tap the screen. We almost to 1,000 likes, man. We need 78 likes. Double tap the screen. We need 78 people to go ahead and double tap the screen, get the likes up. 78 people. Hit that like button. Let's go. They said, if you can't see it, hit the 3 dots at the top right-hand corner and remove the live chat. They said, hi, cute puppies. Well, I'll tell them you said hi. These witnesses, witness number 3 has to be the whole RICO case. This is only about Diddy and Cassie. I like the elites have been them throwing the case to give them time to off Diddy. Bet Gina is in P's custody. I think Gina got paid off by Diddy. That's what I've been saying. That the witness number 3 had to be Gina because it was an ex. It had to be Gina. I'm gonna just say that without witness number 3, I think the case is pretty weak, and I think that witness is Gina. I think that witness was Gina. I could be wrong about that, but I really feel like that witness number 3 is Gina. We all knew witness number 1 was Cassie. We kind of alluded to the fact I know I did allude to the fact, and a few other people over here, J-Lo we thought was a witness on this case and would be a witness on this case. Now, I don't really know who the fuck they got. They're not calling, to me, anybody that we even thought they would call. Why hasn't D-Rock gotten called to the stand? Where's D-Rock? D-Rock's name has came up 500 times in 7 days. Why haven't we heard from D-Rock? That's what I want to know. Why no D-Rock? Can anybody in the chat tell me? Why the fuck did they subpoena him? Is he there? They said, but if Gina knew something, they should have still found her and made her testify. You can't make nobody do shit. If they got up out of there, they got up out of there. You know what I'm saying? Gina probably got the fuck on up out of here quick. Yeah, Gina got the hell up out of here. She ain't trying to. Obviously, she don't want to testify. If she wanted to testify, then she would have. Let's keep that a buck. If she wanted to testify, she'd be right there. But I don't think Gina wants to testify. I think Gina wants to play it just how she playing it. She got the hell on up out of here. Because it's, to me, I've seen more people looking like they're helping Diddy's case. They said they're on witness 4 or 5. They're on witness. I didn't ask you who they were on. They're not even going in no particular order. I'm saying witness number 3 vanished. And to me, that was the most, important witness they had, in my opinion. In my opinion. Oh, they must have blocked me. Okay, you blocked me. I get it. You didn't block me. It's all good. Yeah, you removed your comment. Okay, I bet the hell you did. You feel goofy as hell. You didn't block your damn comment out. Or you blocked me, one of the two, either way. I don't give a damn what you did. I don't give a damn. I'm pissing everybody off today. Make sure y'all follow me on Twitter, man. The Ratchet TV, THE Ratchet TV. It's the same as right there. It's the same as my TikTok. It's the same as my Instagram. The Ratchet TV on Twitter. Make sure y'all follow your boy, man. They say you could have a valid point. Anything is possible. Rate of conviction, I'm not liking. Yeah, their conviction rate is high, but at the same point, you got to be able to prove this conviction, and the feds ain't invincible. They've been beat this year. They've been beat several times. People are beating the feds. It ain't like it used to be where the feds was just some scary monster and you had no way of beating them. It's seeming like now the government ain't as strong as they once were. To me, in my eyes, I don't really see the strength in the government no more. Do y'all still think the feds are invincible? I used to think people would just be scared of the damn feds, but it ain't really looking like they a scary sight no more. It ain't looking like the feds is a scary sight no more, not to me at least, because this is one of the first cases we actually just covered all the way through with the feds, and it ain't looking like they really that strong. This don't look like it's not beatable. I just put it like that. It looks very, very beatable. All right, so while we waiting on that, we're going to get to another video while we wait. It seems like they are taking quite some time. So what I'm going to do is we're going to get another video going while we waiting, y'all. Let's get to part
Day 6.
Let's get to part 2 of that video we was watching earlier. Let's go.
Of the Diddy trials, part 2. West goes, it was you who reached out to Mr. Combs to work with him again, right? Don says, yes. West goes, but he threatened you, right? But you still reached out to work with him again. Don says, yes. West goes, okay. West goes, so the song you released as a single by yourself has not did the level or near the level it did when you were with the group Danny the Kane or with Diddy's label, right? Don goes, true. West goes, and you reach out to Mr. Combs to try to make more money, right? Don says, yes. Then I'm hearing they go into a long sidebar, y'all. So after the long sidebar was over, AUSA comes back up for a redirect. AUSA asks, so why did you file your civil lawsuit? Don says, when I worked for Diddy, I didn't get no sleep. And the conditions were horrible. AUSA asks, so in every meeting with the government, you said that Mr. Combs beat Ms. Ventura? Don goes, yes. AUSA asks, why did you reach out to Mr. Combs again? Don goes, there was a judge on making a band named Lorraine Gibson. I wanted to work with her, so I reached out. The lawyer said, objection! Judge, sustained. AUSA asks, so how often did you hear from Mr. Combs after you left his group? Don says, sporadic. AUSA says, and why did you reach out? Don said, to help Kalina Harper. AUSA says, no further questions. West goes, can I have a brief conversation at the bench? A sidebar? After the brief sidebar, West comes back up and he did a recross. West says, you admit you reached out to Mr. Combs only to re-engage with Lorraine Gibson. But if y'all got back together, you will have to see Mr. Combs more, right? Don says, yes. West goes, you sued for money, right? Don, for justice. West goes, but the suit asked for money, right? Don says, yes. West said, no further questions. Then they went on a short break, y'all. The government now calls Carrie Morgan to the stand. AUSA asks, where do you live? Morgan says, in LA. USA asked, who is this? Carrie says, that's me and Cassie. AUSA asks, what was you and Cassie's relationship? Morgan says, we were best friends. And then Morgan says, her boyfriend assaulted me. AUSA asks, do you see him here today? Morgan said, yes, in a yellow sweater. AUSA asks, so why are you here today? Morgan says, I got a subpoena. ASU says, where did you live with Carrie Ventura? Morgan says, in Manhattan. AUSA asked, did Cassie drink? Morgan said, not much. USA asked, any drugs? Morgan said, no. AUSA asked, what was Cassie doing for work? Morgan said, she was modeling and she did a video, me and you. AUSA asked, when did you learn that her and Mr. Combs were dating? Morgan said, in 2007. AUSA asked, did you travel with Cassie and Mr. Combs? Morgan said, yes, to Ibiza and Miami. AUSA asked, what drugs did Mr. Combs provide? Morgan said, Molly, ecstasy, and the marijuana. And you named it. AUSA asked, what drugs did Mr. Combs take? She said, all of them. They asked, did you take any drugs with Cassie? She said, opiates. They asked, how did Mr. Combs act? She said, he would yell. And Cassie ended up losing her self-esteem, her confidence. AUSA asked, did Mr. Combs talk down on Cassie? Morgan said, absolutely. AUSA asked, did he ever contact you for Cassie? She said, plenty. Too many times. It was one time he contacted me over 50 times in a row, back to back to back to back. They asked her, did you ever see Diddy beat on Cassie? She said, yeah, and the first time it was in Hollywood. And one of his security guards named Ruben was there when it happened. AUSA asked, what did Mr. Combs do to Cassie? She goes, he kicked her. They said, what did she do? Morgan said, nothing. She said, I told the security guard Ruben. She said he indicated that he wouldn't. Morgan said, her and Cassie left the house and hid at somebody else front stairs. AUSA asked, and when was the next time? Morgan said, when we were in Jamaica. She said she seen Diddy drag Cassie by her hair and she ran to get her phone so they could leave. He said when she came back, Cassie was on the ground like she was knocked out, but then she seen Cassie get up and run. And she said her and Diddy hopped on 2 golf carts that was out there. He went one way, she went another way to find Cassie. And she said she found Cassie and then they hid in a ditch. AUSA asked, did Mr. Combs ever assault you? Morgan says, yes. He hit me with a wooden comb and he choked me. AUSA asked, where did he hit you? Morgan says, behind the right side of my ear. AUSA asked, what did he express his concerns about? Morgan says, about Cassie and who she was cheating with. So after that, y'all, was pretty much nothing. She ended up getting off the stand after she said, after the incidents, she ain't seen Cassie after that. I guess they stopped being friends. So now another one of Diddy lawyers come up for a cross-examination. They go in to talk about her and Cassie when they became friends. They asked, was it 2004? She said, no, 2001. They asked her, did you ever meet Kim Porter? She said, yeah, I believe at a concert. They said, was Cassie jealous? She said, yeah. She said, but hold on now. The other way around, Mr. Combs got jealous too when she was talking to Michael B. Jordan. So I'm not going to go too much on her cross-examination because she kept her story mostly the same. But then Diddy assistant came up. David said he worked with Diddy from 2007 to 2009 and he was there because he got subpoenaed. David said when he worked, it was 20 hours a day and he also did security too. He said Mr. Combs had a lot of girlfriends. Kim, Sarah, Tara, Yana, and Cassie. David said he asked Cassie before, why don't you leave? And she told him that Diddy runs her life. He controls everything, her music, what she eat, etc. He said that Diddy told him that Kim Porter was his queen and that Cassie was basically the side chick. He said Cassie was essentially his side chick. He said he had her right where he wanted her because she was young and moldable. And there's where they called it a day, y'all. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this down below in the comment.
Man, that's a good part 2 of the recap from yesterday. They kind of had us on the edge of our seat, like, what in the fuck is going on here? So let's get back over here as the plot thickens in this Diddy case. And they still haven't, hold on, that's been this damn, did they take a damn brief break again? What is going on here? What is going on here? It said, why? Because what I'm hearing so far is basically domestic stuff and drugs and lots of ex encounters. That's because they have a weak case without that witness. That's because they got a weak case without their witness. That's why they don't got a case if they don't got their witness. Without witness number 3, it's starting to look like this case, it ain't as strong as we thought it was. And how long ago was this that they answered the last question that they asked? That was 20 minutes ago. So 20 minutes ago is when we got our last update. So let's go over here where we got another update, and we'll get back over there in just a minute. Just a minute. Oops. All right, there we go. My bad. All right. My fault. All right. So, Homeland Security Special Agent Gerard Cannon was tasked with planning the federal raid on Sean Combs' mansion on Star Island in Miami. He testified Tuesday afternoon that the raid involved many more agents than usual due to the size of the roughly 20,000 square foot property and the possibility of armed security. Combs' home was searched at 3 or 4 p.m., Gannon said, which isn't typical for raids. That's because Combs and his family were scheduled to take a trip out of the country that day. We thought it was best to wait until him and the family left, he said. So they're saying that they got this shit popping because him and his family was about to go ahead and get up out of here and leave out the country, and they didn't have no other choice but to do it right then and there because all that armed security that he had, they didn't really want to risk it. Like, fuck that. Let's just wait till all these motherfuckers leave. Then we can get our chances of better. All right? So let's get back over here to this. They were just, that last update we got is they were told to monitor this situation on Star Island. They had a pier. They was watching the pier. They watching his home. They watching his movements. They've been investigating him. Again, we don't got an update as of yet. What time is it? It's almost 3 o'clock Eastern time. Well, you know what that means. We'll get to another video. Hold on, give me 1 second. I think that's the same one that's the same one I just played. All right, give me a second while I go back over here. All right, let me get back to my videos, bro. Hold on. There we go.
The Diddy trial continued yesterday with David James taking the stand. David is the 7th witness to take the stand, and he is Diddy's former assistant. David said he first saw the job advertised in the New York Times, saying that the bad boy chairman needed an assistant. When David was interviewing for the job with the senior vice president of HR, that person pointed to a photo on the wall of Diddy and said, "This is Mr. Combs's kingdom. We're all here to serve in it." And in his role as Diddy's assistant, David would travel around the world with Diddy. David's job was to make sure that Diddy could operate as the chairman and make every environment that Diddy worked in comfortable. He would put together Diddy's daily schedules, also get business documents ready for him. David said if he started to ask too many questions, Diddy's other staff would tell him to stay in his lane. Now, David said he first met Cassie in Miami. Diddy had said he wanted to impress Cassie that weekend, so he had hired a yacht and gone all out. David said he didn't always speak to Cassie frequently, but there were a couple of occasions he spoke to her that stuck in his mind. They were standing together on a boat dock, and Cassie told David, "Man, this lifestyle is crazy." David apparently hinted to Cassie that she should leave Diddy, and she said, I can't get out. Cassie said this was because Diddy controlled her music career. He paid for her apartment. He gave her an allowance. James said he didn't think she could just easily leave. James said there was another conversation where he was sharing a cab with Cassie, and she was really excited and happy about an album she was working on. James said the album never came out. James also recalled a moment where someone asked Diddy about Kim Porter and Cassie. Diddy said that Kim was doing well and described her as his queen. And then about Cassie, Diddy said that she was moldable. Diddy apparently also said, "I've got her right where I want her. She's young." The court then ended for the day, and David James will continue to testify today. I will do a roundup later of everything he says.
Again, David he made shit interesting, but they kind of bodied him toward the end of that. Once they found out he was over there choking chicks and shit like that, he started looking kind of goofy up there. Like, okay, you doing all this shit, fam. They got evidence of you choking out chicks. So you over here choking chicks out. Where's the updates? Let me find out. They on a secret break. What the hell is going on? Where is the damn updates on this? I'm still wondering. Once y'all got this special agent up there, a lot of shit just stopped moving. What's going on with this damn special agent? Oh, they just came out with another one right now as soon as I said that. Okay. It says photos. After he said they monitored, they said photos of 2-Star Island shown. AUSA says, why did you have to break open the gate? Agent Gannon says, to make sure bad actors wouldn't have time to put those who would search in danger. Wait, what? To make sure bad actors wouldn't have time to put those who would search in danger. AUSA says, what is this photo of? Agent Gannon says, the pool and the pier. What the fuck this got to do with anything? Bad actors. Huh? What do you mean bad actors? I'm confused. What bad actors are we talking about? It said bad actors. Am I the only one that don't understand what the fuck they talking about right now? Maybe I'm just tripping. Can the chat tell me what the hell they talking about right now? It says, pick is security terms. A bad actor refers to a threat. I'm confused. I feel like a big reveal is on the horizon. Say a bunch of nothing. You kids may need to find employment, Diddy. I think Diddy will walk. This case is stupid. Diddy did everything y'all allowed him to because of your pursuit of money and fame. Blame yourselves. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. But the thing is, they did R. Kelly the same exact way. After review of 2-Star Island floor plan, AUSA says, what did you find here? Agent Gannon says, parts of AR-15 rifles, sex toys, and Astroglide. Photos of guns shown to the jury. Again with the lube. Shaking my head. Again with the lube. They just can't stop talking. I think the lube is the center of this case. I think the lube is the center of this case. It says, woo. They said, did Diddy use the sex toys on himself? The Astroglide is given at this point. Yeah, it's like everywhere he goes is Astroglide. They said, this dude is a freak. They said, and we get it. Diddy likes his lube. Okay, we get it. Every direction he turns, there's a lot of lube behind it. Can we stop talking about lube? I want to really stop talking about the lube at this point, y'all. I'm sick of talking about it. They said R. Kelly was dealing with minors. They putting you away for that. Now, facts, but what I meant by the R. Kelly thing, I don't think I got time to elaborate on what I meant. I'm not even speaking on the minors. I'm speaking on how they just railroaded him and they pretty much wrapped him up into a complete RICO by his damn self. And he was the scapegoat and he just went down for everything that everybody else was around him doing too as well. Not saying R. Kelly is innocent. I'm just saying I don't think he was guilty alone. I don't think he should be freed, even though a lot of people saying free kills. I think he's right where he needs to be, but I just think that he should have had a lot more company, and it seems like everybody was cool with it and trying to use him for the money, use him for the fame, use him for the clout, and all turning a blind eye. And the reason why he was doing what he was doing was because he had a lot of enablers around him. Just like if you're looking at Diddy, he was able to move and shake this long and do all that shit because everybody around him was just yes men. They was okay in it. Everybody was okay with it until it wasn't okay anymore. Am I right or am I right? Check the video I seen on Instagram. It proves your point from a high-profile lawyer. I think that I already played that, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, I think I already played that video. I think. If I'm not mistaken. Because I don't see nothing in my... I think I already played that. Yeah, I played that. Yeah, my bad. I played that already, though. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. But I already played that for the crowd. That's how I started it off, talking about that, what that lawyer had said. But again, we talking about lube. I'm so fucking sick of hearing about this damn lube. I'm tired of hearing about it at this point. Can we get on to something else? We know Diddy was a freak. We know Diddy liked lube. We know it, fam. I'm tired of it. We got some updates over here. So while we waiting on another lube update, let's go over here and see what the fuck they got going on. Let's get over here real quick, gang. All right, so Gerald Gannon, a Department of Homeland Security special agent now testifying, was in charge of planning the raid on Combs' Miami mansion in 2024. Combs' Los Angeles property was also raided but his New York home was not. Combs' Miami mansion is on Star Island, a celebrity-rich neighborhood whose past and present residents include Gloria Estefan, Jennifer Lopez, and Shaquille O'Neal. Homeland Security Special Agent Gerard Gannon is given an account of the planning and search of Combs' Miami mansion in March of 2024. The government asked about specific details of the raid, such as the use of a tank to push open a gate to the home. Gannon said using the tank was not unusual, nor was breaking the gate. He described it as standard practice in the interest of gaining quick access to the property. The government may be trying to head off anticipated arguments from the defense before trial. Combs' lawyers described the government's raids as excessive and unnecessary. I guess that's why they're bringing up these people, because the Diddy's team keeps saying that they used excessive force, and this was not, reasonable. They had no reason to move in the way that they did, and they're bringing these people up to be like, oh no, we definitely went about it all the right way. So Diddy team is just they tweaking right now. We definitely went about it the right way. So I guess that's just to further prove some of the arguments that the defense team was alleging from the prosecutors. I guess. I could be wrong, though. The fuck do I know? All right, let's see if we got another update. And we don't. We drop it off at the lube. We just leave off right where the lube began. I don't know, man. What y'all thinking in the chat? Are y'all tired of hearing about this damn lube? They said, what do y'all think Jay-Z did? I need receipts. I think Jay-Z paid for all his damn victims. They said the lube and the oil was tampered with. No. Chatty, that's what we heard. They have never said that during this trial. They have never said they tested it. They have never said there was drugs in it. They have just said everywhere he went, there was just lube and baby oil. They never said that it was tampered with. We heard that on the internet. Kells wanted his publishing money and wouldn't back down, just like Diddy tried to step on his big homie's toes and they tapping his. They said exactly, Jay wanted to be the one, and I feel like he's an informant. Look at what happened with Chris Brown telling us to free Tory Lanez. Now he's locked up and he want to get the powers to be. What's the big Jay-Z and Beyonce and Megan Thee Stallion, Jennifer Lopez? They said, why all the black male celebrities be having the weirdest, freakiest cases? R. Kelly, Michael Jackson, Diddy, etc. I think you answered your own question. Jay-Z sold everybody out. They said they're taking another break now. Got it right on point. They said with Kelly, Diddy, and Jay they all hung together. And I feel like Jay-Z is setting him up. They dropping one by one. I think Jay-Z is behind a lot of this shit. So they saying that they on another break right now, y'all. I'm guessing that they just went to break and they just did not give us an update, because our last one was about 7 minutes ago. So maybe they took a brief break and it's looking like they did. I don't see the update of them going on break, but they just showed the guns and butter. It's about guns and butter, my boy. This is about guns and butter. So while they on break, you already know I got videos ready for us. You know your boy Big Ratchet already got the videos ready on deck. Let's get back to it.
Patriot Secret Service Sam here, president of TikTok, with your Diddy trial updates from inside the courtroom. Now, we're picking up where Dawn Richard is giving testimony now about when Cassie and Diddy talked about her career. How did Diddy react? She said, Diddy didn't like when we would talk about Cassie's career. Puffy, when I'm ready for you, I'll do it. That's what he told Cassie. She only got to release one album out of a 10-album contract that she was locked into. Miss Richard said he was violent and volatile. And Dawn was staring down Diddy when she said that, which I thought was powerful. He owned her in that moment, okay, of her life. He owned her. What did you tell Cassie after the abuse? Dawn said, I told her you should leave him. How did Cassie act? She acted torn, but I could see the fear in her eyes. And Diddy told her, stay the F out of my relationship. You have to work. You mother effers don't know real work. You're going to do this or else something bad would happen. If you didn't stay in, like there were consequences, allegedly. This is what Dawn Richard's testimony. Harv Pierre said, y'all have to listen or you don't, or if you don't, I don't want to have to deal with what happens to you all. If he did that, if Diddy did that to somebody he loved, Cassie, she says, what would he do to me? And that's very true. And it just shows the repeated threats and like, you're not just recording and making music. It's like for your life. So let me know what you guys think in your comments. All that glitters is not gold. Secret Service Sam out. Samson for president of TikTok.
All right. So with that being said, let me get back over here. Give me a second. Like I said, I was told they was on break. I don't see it. Oh, it says Agent Gannon. No, they're not on break because they just came out with another update. Let me pause that over there. It says Agent Gannon. These magazines were loaded with bullets. AUSA says, what do these show? Agent Gannon says the serial numbers have been cut out. So this is going to prove that the diddler was out here diddling with the serial numbers on those guns. I'm over here trying to download some videos. Give me a second, y'all. It's going to take me a little bit of time because I'm over here working while I'm working. I got some updates for us. You know, I'm going to keep us entertained all day. So just give me a second while I gather all my damn... I'm trying to gather up my damn receipts, man. We got a show to do over here, man. So give me a second while I grab these damn videos. I got 2 monitors, so if y'all keep wondering why I'm looking over here to this side, it's because I'm working while I'm working. So don't mind me. Just talk to yourselves in the comment section real quick because I got a couple more videos to go. I got like 3 more to go and I'll be done. Because I want to show y'all some shit too. And I don't want to play it over here. I don't want to do it like, I don't want to keep on going from screen to screen and showing y'all shit. I want to just grab it and put it on the computer. So give me a second, man. I'm almost done. I got 2 more to go. All right. Man. So Diddy was diddling with them serial numbers. And I think this is finna further prove with the guns. Like I said, they gonna get to this. They starting to get to guns. They starting to get to the drugs. They starting to get to more of the stuff that would allude to a RICO more than the sex parties. Cause it's like, it's time out for the sex. Damn it, man. It's time out for the sex party stuff. It's like, we understand that Diddy was a freak. I don't think nobody in this chat really give a damn no more at this point. We already know Diddy like baby oil. I'm tired of hearing about the Astroglide. I'm tired of hearing about the Johnson & Johnsons. I'm tired of hearing about all that shit, man. I'm ready to get to the damn RICO. It's like a freako at this point. They just having a freak off. This is one big freak off at this point. All right, this is the last one and I'm done. I had to get my updates ready, man. Y'all know I always gotta. I'll be over here working while I'm working, man. I'm a hard ass worker, dog. Gotta give it to you, boy Ratchet, man. I'll be working hard as hell. All right, so I got all that. Okay, I got it. Boom. Let's continue. They said, oh wow, cook him more. Yeah, at this point, it's starting to look like your boy Diddy is getting cooked a little bit more. It's just starting to look like he's getting cooked a tad bit more the more we start paying attention to it. All right, where's this update I'm looking for? Hold on, let me see.
Biggie and Suge Knight name came up before trial even started today.
Hold up. Let's go over here. Let me move this. All right, there we go. We'll come right back to that in just a second, y'all. We'll be right back to it.
Biggie and Suge Knight name came up before trial even started today. The defense was asking the judge to not allow that line of questioning, and the judge was not going. So David James, Diddy's former personal assistant, was on the stand this morning, and he went into a lot of details about a lot of different things. For instance, he started speaking of how he packed Diddy's bag and made sure that all the things that Diddy needed was in that bag. Astroglide came up, baby oil came up, X came up, perks came up. All the things that we have already heard about, they all came up. And then the drug dealer One Stop, his name was mentioned as well. So basically what they have done this morning is question David James and got him to admit that he helped pack these personal bags, per Diddy's request, so that when Diddy traveled in and out of the country and to these other states, he had his drugs in that Louis Vuitton bag with him at all times. Now, he also testified to the things about Chef Jordan. He stated that Diddy asked him to go and make this false police report saying that Chef Jordan was the aggressor in the situation, but he refused to do it. He also mentioned the fact that when they were out, him and D-Rock, and they saw Suge Knight, that D-Rock introduced himself to Suge Knight, don't know why, mentioned that he was Biggie's friend and that someone handed Suge Knight a weapon. So they left because they felt like they were in danger, and they went back to the house where Diddy and Cassie were outside arguing, and Cassie was crying. Diddy then told them to switch cars. He got about 3 weapons. He got in the back seat of the car, and they went back to Mel's Diner looking for Suge Knight. When they realized that Suge Knight was not there, Diddy had them to drive around so that he could find Suge Knight. He also mentioned that Diddy would go over the videos from these parties, and Diddy saw him walking around like he was on one, and he admitted that he had taken X and he had been drinking Ciroc and basically was walking around Diddy bopping. So Diddy told him, like, hey, I'm gonna keep this video just in case I need to use it against you in the future, and he took that to mean like hanging over his head, like to embarrass him, just to make sure he stayed in line. He mentioned that there were times where things would come up missing. They had to take lie detector tests. He mentioned that one time a blog posted that he had abused Cassie, and he said although he never seen Diddy abuse Cassie, Diddy still went through his computer to make sure that the blog information did not come from him. He also said that after the Suge Knight incident, that he said he couldn't do it no more. He told them that he'll train the next person up for about 6 months, but then he was out of there. When they did the cross-examination, they were asking him stuff about him paying for prostitutes. He said the lady tried to charge him $200. He hit up D-Rock saying, what is this about? So when the lady asked could she take a shower, he told her that was going to be $200. He admitted that he does not know if he has immunity, but he know that he did take a proffer. He also mentioned that, you know, the defense was really on him saying, are you sure that you did not leave D-Rock behind and y'all went back to pick up D-Rock? And he was like, that makes no sense. Why would I leave D-Rock if Suge Knight had a weapon? We went back specifically looking for Suge Knight. I feel like this was a perfect witness for the prosecution because he stuck to everything that he had to say. He didn't hide anything. He told that he did pick up drugs for Puffy, that sometimes the stuff was in his name, and he said that the stuff was in his name because Puffy did not want the stuff tied back to him. He didn't want it attached to his name. We have the next person up, and it's probably going to be either the chef or Cassie's mother. As soon as we have more information, I'll let you know.
Man. So that dude gave some telling testimony. We got to admit it. He gave some telling testimony up there today. And he kind of helped them out. I ain't gonna lie, he helped the prosecution out a lot. He kind of got fucked up in the end. So AUSA says, let's turn to 2 more exhibits. What are these? Agent Gannon says, the ammunition we found. AUSA says, in these platform high heels, how high are they? Agent Gannon says, 7 inches. AUSA says, this may be a good place to break for the day. Judge says break for the day. So that's it. That's it for the day, guys. They said break for the day. That's it. This may be a good place to break for the day. 3 o'clock, they said they done. They don't need till 5 no more. They just said they breaking for the day. Man. So with that break, we're going to get over here to some more of our coverage. We ain't done over here. We still got a little bit of time to cook. We've been on live 5.5 hours. We got a little bit of time to cook. Y'all still want to cook? We got time to cook. All right, so let me get back over here to these said videos. Let's go.
Day 7 of Diddy's trial, and his former assistant, David James, was back on the stand to testify. And let me tell you, he had the courtroom laughing during his cross-examination. Yesterday, he testified that he worked for Diddy from 2007 to 2009, and today we found out exactly why he left. He said it had everything to do with that incident at the restaurant when Diddy found out that Suge Knight was there. That was revealed during his cross-examination, but let's go back to his testimony. James said that Diddy never stayed anywhere alone. Cassie was usually with him, and if she wasn't, there were other women. His favorite hotel was the Trump International, and he said that he would prep the rooms for him. There would be 30 to 40 pill bottles in the room, including, I hope I can say this stuff, Viagra, X, and Perc-O sets. He would also have pills that would increase his sperm count. Then you have this tweet, which is very misleading because if you read it alone, it makes it sound like Obama would go to Diddy's dealer to get substances. But what was really said is that Diddy would take X that had a former president's face on it, and when asked which former president, he said Obama. Now, he said Diddy never wanted this stuff on the record, which included condoms, baby oil, lube, so he would pay for it with his credit card, and then Diddy's security would pay him back in cash. Diddy's security team would carry around a Louis bag that had $10,000+ in cash. Remember in Cassie's testimony where she said in 2009, Diddy had hit her so bad that she had to hide in a hotel for about a week and a half? Remember, Cassie had said her mom called her saying she saw a blind item, but it didn't say any names, and she wanted to know if that was Cassie. But when Diddy found out about it, David James said he came home angry from the club and started accusing him of the blog post. That he stormed in and looked at David's browsing history and said that's never happened before. He said a few days later, per Diddy's instructions, he went and delivered fried chicken to Cassie at the London hotel. When he got there, Cassie didn't answer the door, but a staffer did, and she was there for about a week. He said one time in Miami, Diddy was staying at a hotel and had asked him to bring his iPod from his house on Star Island. When he got to the hotel, he knocked, but no one answered, and he had the key because he had set the room up, and when he got in the room, Cassie was laying in the bed, but she wasn't moving. He said he saw another man in there who was about 5'8" with long hair, and he scurried away, but he also heard the shower and assumed Diddy was in there. He could be talking about the Punisher, but I guess we'll find out what happened that day when that escort testifies. It's about a time where Diddy's watch or bracelet went missing and said that Diddy's team came and searched his and his girlfriend's belongings. It didn't stop there because Diddy had him take a lie detector test, and the man that was doing the test said he was former FBI. He said it was very intimidating, but he didn't refuse because he wanted to keep his job. It happened again where Diddy's watch went missing and he had to take a lie detector test, and the gentleman said to him, "You seem nervous," and he said, "Yeah, I am." Even said that Capricorn Clark had to take a lie detector test to prove that she wasn't part of a jewelry heist. He also talked about Diddy's parties and said one time he was drinking, he took X, and Diddy often films these parties. Said Diddy was reviewing the film and said to him, "Hey, Playboy, was that you dancing around at the party?" I said yes, and he said, "I'm going to keep the video in case I ever need it." Talking about the incident at Mel's Diner with Suge Knight, he said that was the reason he quit his job. He and Diddy's security guard, D-Rock, were picking up food for Diddy, and that's when they saw Suge Knight at a diner. He said Diddy's security guy went up to Suge Knight and dapped him up, and that's when 4 black SUVs pulled up, and one of the guys handed Suge Knight a pew-pew. He said he and D-Rock rushed back to Diddy's, and when Diddy was told that Suge Knight was at the diner, he was going, and Cassie was crying for him not to go. Diddy got back into the car with 3 weapons and ordered David to drive to the diner. He told the jury, "It was the first time I realized my life was in danger, and that was the moment that made him realize he needed to quit, and he gave a 6-month notice and left in 2009. Now, the defense was definitely trying to poke holes in his Suge Knight story and asked if he had been drinking or on anything that night. He said no, and said that even though he was working 20 hours a day until 4 a.m., his mind was as clear as it could be. Like I said, he did make the courtroom laugh when he was asked, "Did you leave D-Rock at the diner?" He was smiling, and then the attorney said, "Why are you smiling?" And he said, "'Cause that's a crazy question. Why would I?" Agnifilo asked again, "Didn't you leave D-Rock at the diner?" He said, "That makes no sense." I'm not asking what makes sense. I'm asking, did you? And he said, no. When asking about Diddy with the weapons, he said, "I didn't know we had weapons until then." And then Agnifilo said, "Have you ever been in a situation like that?" And he said, no. Agnifilo said to him, "You didn't tell Diddy I don't want to drive to Suge Knight's with weapons?" And he said, no. He made it clear, how do you say no to someone who's holding these weapons and they're standing right there next to you? Asked if he had immunity for testifying, he said he did have some kind of offer agreement. Was asked about going on different locations with Diddy, like Ibiza, London, St. Tropez, and asked if they were vacations, and he said they were business oriented. Asked if he had met with high-level roster of people, he said second understatement of the day. Talked about how Bad Boy was looked at as a family and said that Diddy's mom would sometimes call him her son. Agnifilo said what was the mission, and he said to make sure Diddy was happy. He was then asked about his relationship with Chef Jordan, who is going to be testifying. He was asked if he had choked her, and he said no. We were on Star Island. She told me where to take him. I grabbed her 2 wrists and I said, stay in your effing lane. Said it was reported to HQ and Diddy called him and told him, you can't be putting your hands on women. He told me to get her a gift. Once Cross was over, the prosecutor asked about Chef Jordan since it was brought up during Cross. David said that Diddy told him to file a report and say that Chef Jordan had been the aggressor, but I didn't file it. I drove around and told him I'd made the report. And Cross came back and said, you lied to Mr. Combs about filing the police report? And he said yes, and then Diddy's attorney said nothing further. Now on the stand is Cassie's mother, and I will be back with her testimony.
So Cassie's mom got up there. It wasn't even that damn important what Cassie's mom had to say, but I see the lineup. I see what they're doing here. I see what they're starting to do with Diddy here. The lineup is starting to get real.
Out this entire Diddy trial is that Cassie is not absolved of any wrongdoing here. In fact, they could potentially see criminal charges on her later. But we know that Diddy is being tried for trafficking, prostitution, coercion. Did he threaten anybody? But there is one key piece that they're looking for in this entire case that nobody's really talked about yet. And also Dawn Richards, I don't know if her testimony is credible, but she did state that there was a bus of people that came in that were under the influence later on in the night at one of the FOs, and they seemed to be younger individuals. They're trying to find out if there were any minors involved. And the thing about it is that even though they're cross-examining these witnesses do not want to incriminate themselves. Because if they were found to have known about these FOs and they didn't say anything about it, they didn't take action, they didn't report it, and there were minors involved, they all could potentially go down. It doesn't matter what the FBI promised them, what the feds promised them. If they are found to have been involved in these FOs and there were minors involved, they are going down as well. Not to mention, there was a Variety magazine article that mentioned that Diddy had a 10-year-old come to, I believe 9 at the time, come to an audition, and I won't even go any further with that. But it was reported, there was multiple reports that Diddy had younger individuals at his home during these FOs. And even though, again, they're being cross-examined, they feel like, well, I'm testifying, so I'm telling my truth. That doesn't mean anything. You can still be charged later, and they're going to watch every little thing they say during this trial, all of the witnesses, all of the participants in the FOs, because they don't want to incriminate themselves. I promise you that.
Yeah, they don't. And I'm thinking that the government also went to a lot of these people and made deals. They already made deals with a lot of these people.
Now we're back with day 7 of P. Diddy's trial, and on the witness stand is his ex-personal assistant. Because what do you mean you met up with Barack Obama? Now this is David James. He is one of the many personal assistants that P. Diddy had. And yes, he's back on the witness stand being extra sassy. Prosecutor, what about physical violence between Mr. Combs and Cassie? Did you personally observe it? James said, no, I didn't. Prosecutor, do you remember a blog post? And I think they proceed to show him one. David said, yes, I was in LA when he came back from a club. Prosecution. And what did Mr. Combs say? James said that somebody was lying on him, saying that he hit Cassie at the club. He went through my browser history. No one had ever done that to me. Prosecutor, did Mr. Combs give you instructions about Cassie? David, to bring her food at the London hotel, some Roscoe's. Prosecution, what is Roscoe's? David, some delicious fried chicken in Los Angeles. Prosecutor, what did you do for Mr. Combs in New York? James, I bring him applesauce, Jell-O, Fiji water, his toiletry bag with ointments, just for men. He brought about 40 items so he wouldn't have to call later. I'd get a key, like at the Trump International Hotel. David continues and says, I set up the medicine bag in his personal Louis Vuitton bag. Prosecutor, what was in it? James, Viagra, ecstasy, and Percocets. Prosecutor, how did you get about replenishing those supplies? David said, I'd use my personal credit card and Bad Boy paid me back. Prosecutor, who paid you back? David, usually Bonds, and Bonds is a member of Diddy Security Detail. Prosecutor, did Mr. Combs ever stay alone at his hotel? David, Never. Usually Cassie, sometimes other women. Prosecutor, did he ask you for things during the stay? David, he'd ask me or he'd text me for an iPod or food. Prosecutor, did anything strange ever happen? David said yes. In Miami, he asked for his iPod from his house at Star Island. I drove to his hotel and knocked. No answer. I had a key and I'd set up the room. Prosecutor, what did you see? David, Cassie was on the bed. David continues and says, there was another person who sort of scurried away and the shower was on and I thought Mr. Combs was in there. Prosecutor, how was she sleeping? David, on her back. Objection! Sustained by the judge. Prosecutor, and what about the other person? David said he was about 5'8", he had long hair and large endowment. He scurried away. Prosecutor, did you ask anything? David, I wasn't hired to ask about their personal affairs. Prosecutor, did you ever pick up rugs from Mr. Combs? David, yes. Percocets at the pharmacy, sometimes in my name. Prosecutor, did you give him permission to use your name? David, I don't recall that. Prosecutor, was there a rug dealer? David, yes, that one-stop person. Prosecutor, he met with you a lot of times? David, yes, even former presidents. Prosecutor, which one? Not Barack Obama. We talk about the rug dealer? Now there's a grammatical error, so I'm going to read this in layman's terms. The prosecutor is asking David, what would have happened had you not done these things for P. Diddy? Defense yells objection, and the judge sustains it. Prosecutor, did you ever take ecstasy? David, yes, I was drinking Ciroc. I took ecstasy. I was Diddy bopping. Prosecutor, what do you mean? David said, I was vibing. Prosecutor, did you ask Mr. Combs about it? David said he was reviewing footage of the party. David goes on to say, we had a videographer who filmed the parties. He asked me, hey, Playboy, not Playboy, hey, Playboy, was that you dancing around at the party? I said, yes. And he said, I'm going to keep that video in case I ever need it. Prosecutor, meaning David said that I'd be embarrassed. Prosecutor, did anything ever go missing? David, they said a bracelet was missing. Uncle Paulie, who was another member of the security detail, came to my hotel room and searched my belongings and those of my girlfriends at the time. Prosecutor, could you have said no? Objection. Judge said, move on. Prosecutor, did you ever have to take a lie detector test? David said, yes. Prosecutor, who was present? David, just me and this gentleman. It was very intimidating. They put monitors on my head and my chest and my hands. Prosecutor, could you refuse? David replied and said, not to keep my job. Prosecutor, did this happen again? And I think they're referring to the lie detector test. David said, yes, when Mr. Combs said a watch of his had been stolen. Prosecutor, well, what was the results? David, a gentleman told me I seemed nervous. I said, I sure am. I sure am. Now, David continues about the lie detector test and said once Capricorn Clark had to take a lie detector test to prove she wasn't a part of a heist of Mr. Diddy's jewelry. Prosecutor, was there an incident at Mel's dinner with Suge Knight? David said, yes. I drove a silver Navigator to get cheeseburgers there. David goes on to say D-Rock, another member of security detail, said that these mother effers, Suge Knight, he went over and said, what's up? Suge didn't recognize him. D-Rock said, I'm Biggie's boy. Prosecutor, and then what happened next? David, we noticed 4 black SUVs, 2 different sides of the parking lot. I saw somebody hand Suge Knight a pew-pew. D-Rock said, we got to get out of here. We drove back to the house. Prosecutor, and what did you find there? David said Cassie was crying. Mr. Combs got in the vehicle and I saw 3 pew-pews on his lap. Now David continues and says, I felt calm because we had been in a silver vehicle and now we're in a black one and they wouldn't have seen us coming. Prosecutor, what did you find at Mel's diner? David said Suge Knight had left and Mr. Combs said, drive around his block. Prosecutor, and what did you decide? David said to leave the company. They offered me other positions, but I just wanted to leave. My life was at risk. Prosecutor, no further questions. Now the judge is asking the defense, would you like to ask him questions? Of course they do. Defense says, you didn't say all of this last time. Kind of like the same thing that Dawn had did. She didn't tell prosecutors this earlier until she got to the witness stand. We'll be right back with the defense's cross-examination of David.
So again, it's more of what they did. And I could see the movement with this defense team. With the prosecution. They continuously put people on the stand who are not telling the same version of the stories that they told in the beginning. And it's starting to give like, all right, bro, what is this? What are we doing here? Why is everybody changing their damn story to fit your narrative?
Well, good morning to you, Julie. Court got underway about 20 minutes after 9 this morning here in New York City. We saw a number of people making their way inside the courthouse, including Cassie Ventura's mother. So we do expect her to be on the stand later on today. The direct examination of a man by the name of David James just wrapped up. He's now on cross, but I want to tell you about some of the things that were talked about on the direct examination. So he was talking about baby oil, Astroglide. He talked about a situation. He was the advance guy. He would go into the hotel rooms and he would set up the rooms in preparation for the Freakoffs. He said that he would bring a toiletry bag for Sean Combs that would have over 40 products that were skin care products. He would go inside that hotel room, line all of those skin products up. He also talked about a time when he walked into one of the hotel rooms because someone had said that they forgot their iPad. He walked in. He testified that he saw Cassie Ventura lying on her back and she appeared. The implication was that she was unconscious. When he made his way into the hotel room, he said that he saw a naked man who he described on the stand as very well endowed. That man then scurried off, and then he imagined, or he believed, he indicated that he believed that Sean Combs was in the shower. We do have some testimony that we can put up on the screen. So yesterday, David James, he got on the stand, that direct examination, that's what took place. He was the last witness yesterday on the stand, and he's the ex-assistant. He said he never saw any physical violence between Ventura and Combs. He did hear them argue, though, about her career. She was saying she wanted to expand her career into acting and modeling. Combs was telling her, according to the testimony, that she needs to focus on singing. James was Combs' assistant from 2007 to the year 2009. Also, he was talking about a situation when he applied for the job. So he was saying that when he was going through that hiring process, a human resources vice president told him, "This is Mr. Combs' kingdom. We are all here to serve him," Julie. So interesting testimony from him today. He also was saying that he started to realize there was an incident in LA at Mel's Diner. I can get into that a little bit later. He was saying that at that point, when that incident took place, we're talking about guns, some violence, he realized that his life may be in danger, and that's when he left his employment with Sean Combs.
Oh my, oh my. Kelly, you know, so many things I want to ask you about. You were saying how this witness made a comment about it being Sean Combs's kingdom, and he was just there to serve him. Sounds to me.
It sounds like hearsay. It sounds like a bunch of hearsay. Can you prove that Sean Combs ever made those statements? A lot of the things that are being alleged are a lot of hearsay, and they letting it pass in court.
I'm curious if it sounds to you like this witness is going to the crime alleged of racketeering conspiracy.
Absolutely, Julie. Yes. So they are bringing him on. The federal prosecutors are bringing him on to kind of show this idea of this continuous cycle of this criminal enterprise and forced labor. He talked about how he would be on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and he was just one of the people that had this situation where he'd be going all over the place, have to set up the hotel rooms, and a lot of other people were involved.
Oh, quite a job. Kelly, I could talk to you all day, but I know you need to go back in, hear some more testimony, and come back out with these updates. It's been so great having you be our...
Man. Let's continue, gang.
Although no cameras here in the federal courthouse, we can bring it to you because we are here watching. And I'm going to tell you about some interesting jury reactions in just a moment. But yes, Cassie Ventura's mother is on the stand. Her name is Regina Ventura, and she's referring to Cassie as Cassandra. Every time she's asked about her, she refers to her as Cassandra. Something interesting that she just talked about is that Sean Combs demanded money from them. This was after that Kid Cudi incident in which Sean Combs was claiming that she was cheating on him with Kid Cudi. Well, they had a bookkeeper contact the Ventura family. When Ventura was back there, Cassie was back there at her parents' home, demanding $30,000, saying, "This is how much money I've been spending on your daughter, and I want it back." So she is talking about, Regina's talking about taking out a home equity loan and then They wired the money. The bookkeeper for Sean Combs gave them the wire information, the wire transfer information. They wired $30,000 to Sean Combs because she said she feared for her daughter's safety, because at this time she was looking at her daughter and she noticed signs of abuse. She also documented those injuries on her daughter through photographs. So that was a really interesting point, talking about that exchange of money. She did testify that they eventually got that $30,000 back. So interesting so far with her on the stand. They are going to lunch really soon. So she just got on the stand a short time ago. She has been very soft spoken and just answering the questions very matter-of-factly. I also want to briefly just talk about some jury reactions. This is when somebody else was on the stand, but I know you're going to ask me about David James, so I'll wait for your question.
Kelly Craft, you jumped the gun. I do want to point out, though, those photos that the Department of Justice released. You've brought them to us on air, and we were just showing them while you were talking of Cassie's injuries, those ones that you said her mother is talking about. I mean, they tell you 1,000 words when it comes to if the jurors believe these were caused by the defendant in this case. But what can you tell us about the personal assistant who was on the stand? He started yesterday and I assume wrapped up today.
Yeah, David James, the ex-personal assistant of Sean Combs, on the stand. So when he was done with his testimony, Julia and Ted, he got off the stand and then he did like a head nod to Sean Combs, and Sean Combs returned it. He did the head nod right back at him. When he was on the stand, he was asked about what drugs did he see Sean Combs take, and he was talking about ecstasy, and he said one of the pills was in the shape of President Obama's face. That got some kind of reaction from the jury, as if they just kind of acknowledged it, or, oh, interesting, President Obama is on one of these pills that Sean Combs was taking. So that was an interesting note from inside the courtroom. We want to put up some testimony for you because, again, federal court can't bring you the sound, but we can bring it to you through AI as well as transcript testimony, and here through full screen. So he's the ex-assistant, he's the advanced guy, and he has been talking about how he would stock those hotel rooms with so many items, that Astroglide, condoms, as well as baby oil. He did feel at a time that his life was in danger as he was working as Combs' assistant. He said he was ordered to drive Combs to confront rival record mogul Suge Knight. Combs had 3 guns on his lap. He said he gave his notice soon after that incident. He said at that time, that's when he was fearful of his life. We also can put up another full screen with some testimony in which he was talking about Combs' business sense. He said he knew Combs to be a successful, self-made businessman who was a brilliant marketer. I just respect Mr. Combs from a business perspective. Another thing he was asked earlier when he was talking about in regard to the mobs of people, that when Sean Combs would go out, he couldn't even go out, he said, because he would just be mobbed with people wanting access to him. He was asked on cross-examination, well, was Sean Combs gracious to these people? And he said, I would not describe Sean Combs as a gracious man. Julianne, Ted?
Kelly, can I ask you a really quick question? I know we have to let you go, but because you mentioned that about David James and the way that he interacted a bit with Sean Combs, do you get the sense that these witnesses who are coming in, that they are there in a willing manner, or if they are rather reluctant to come in to this courthouse and testify against Sean Combs?
Absolutely reluctant, Julia. Yes, absolutely reluctant. We heard that from Carrie Morgan yesterday. This is the ex-best friend of Cassie Ventura. She said she did not want to be there, and she was happy to be away from these people and their problems. David James, he was coming across just very straightforward, both sides. Even when there were some contentious questions from defense counsel, he's just coming across very straightforward, talking about how this was his life. He lived in the moment. He worked for Sean Combs. He was required to work until 4 a.m. in the morning and then be back again basically early in the morning again to get the day prepared. But he definitely did not want to be here either.
If you complain about being tired, you find yourself fired. Kelly Craft.
Fired.
Kelly.
Fired. You can use that, Ted.
Yeah. Give Kelly a head nod.
Well, you're filled with energy in New York. New York just...
All right, so I think that all of these witnesses somehow work for Diddy still. I think every witness is throwing this shit. I'm going to be real, man. I think as we get into tomorrow, we're going to start to see these witnesses are helping Diddy and not really hurting his case. I think they're trying to allude to a lot of trafficking. They're trying to allude to the racketeering. They're not landing the plane quietly. Quite honestly, they're not landing the plane. And some of these witnesses may, in the end, help Diddy get off. Some of these witnesses may end up helping him get off. It's not looking like too much is hurting his case right now. If I'm just looking at it from an unbiased eye, I don't really see too much of this hurting Diddy's case, but we still got a long way to go. Next week, we plan on being out there in New York covering this case, boots to the ground. We expect to be out there next week covering this case. I think it'll be a good idea for the platform. So support the channel moving forward. I'll probably wrap it up here for the day. I think we're at a good breaking point. Time to take a break for the rest of the day. We're going to do what the judge did. We're going to break for the day. Make sure y'all get into the comment section after this video ends. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Turn your notifications on all notifications. We've been doing a real good job covering this case over here. Make sure you tune in tomorrow, same time. We'll be here at 8:30 again in the morning. So make sure you tune in at 8:30 in the morning, man. I might pop out later on tonight after the game go off. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Salute to the gang. I love y'all more than y'all will ever know. It's your boy Big Ratchet. That's Ratchet Gang. And this is Ratchet TV. Until next time, I'm going to see y'all, man. I love y'all more than y'all will ever know, man. Go get some rest. I'm finna go eat me some lunch. I'm hungry. I'm out.